Hey, Nigel, look. Oh, there you are. I think I got it, mind. I think I got that.
Did you guess it was me?
5 seconds of it, but I still did a bit of it. Hey, what a hassle we've had. We had a lot of technical difficulty. Well, I did behind the scenes.
You did, didn't you?
Never mind. We're here now, and here we are at the live stream part 1. No, it's not. It's live stream section 1, part 3. That's it. Yeah. So anyway, so how you been, Nigel? You been all right since our last one?
Not too bad, mate. Up and down, but it feels like I haven't spoken to you for absolutely ages.
Well, it's been one of them busy workload things, you know, but kind of scuppered the plans.
Pesky job of yours.
I know. How dare it? But we're here now, and I hope everyone can hear us. I've got the microphone on here, so let us know if the microphone's too low. Is it all right for you, Nigel? You can hear us?
Yeah.
That's all right. So yes, so this, as we're going to do with all of the streams we've got, we're going to go through 10 nasties here in alphabetical order. Now, Nigel's got all of them. I've got 8 of them. And we're going to show off the various ones we've got here and then talk a little bit about each one. And what we'll do is we'll go and the answers that we'll get, the questions we get to do with that movie at the time, we'll answer those ones. We'll try and get through as many as we can. And then we'll have to move on to the next one. That's how we're going to try and play this one tonight. So we'll get through, hopefully, a lot more messages than we usually do. But yeah. So this one here, it's funny because you know, when you look at the next bunch of 10 and you think, right, we've done all the cannibal ones on the last one, which was absolutely brilliant, I thought. And it was really, you know, there's some really grotesque movies in there. And then you think, oh, I wonder what the next 10 are. And then you look again, you think there's another 10.
Some crackers in here as well.
Yeah, no, aren't they? They're really good, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I thought that we had the best probably from last time, but to be honest, there's some real corkers in this one.
Yeah, there is. Definitely.
There is. So we'll do a few comments. We've got Cheekster7777. Very nice. So, all right, Cheekster. We've got Bogey Cat Productions. That's Michael. Hi, guys. Now, I'm going to tell Michael that I watched the copy of Evil Dead that he sent us, the longer cut.
All right, yes.
I watched it today. I was telling Nigel about this, and I really did like it, because up until now, I've never liked that movie, and I had no love for it, but I really enjoyed it on that watch. I don't know if that cut just played a little bit better for me, but I found it to be more enjoyable than the other cut that I watched. So thanks for that. And it looked really good as well. So I reckon the 4K on that one's going to look very nice.
I do think the original sort of is more faster moving, but I think it is one of the better remakes.
Yeah, it is actually. I put it right down the bottom, but I think it was a good remake when I watched it. When I paid attention to it properly.
Really, really well made it is.
Evening all you sleaze seekers and go-getters. That's the ones. We've got Mark Norwood. Let's go.
Let's go.
Got the Bad Lieutenant. Hi diddly ho, fellow video nasty rhinos. We've got the 4K chef, Paul. Evening, John and Nige. Hope you're both well and not hungover, Nige.
Oh, yeah, cheers, Paul.
Because you had a bit the other day, didn't you?
I did. I had a little beverage the other night, yeah. One or two.
Just one or two crates.
Strangely, I wasn't hungover. I don't remember because I got the bus home
wow.
from Middlesbrough. I don't actually remember walking and leaving one of the pubs to the bus. I don't remember quite a bit, I don't think. Well, I got home anyway, so that was the main thing.
But you didn't have a hangover after all that?
No, just when I first woke up, I felt still a little bit sort of drunk. And then, like, when I did get up eventually, it was just like I was tired. Well, normally if I have a hangover, it's either a headache or a heavy stomach or room spinning. No, I actually felt all right, and I didn't expect the amount I had.
Yeah, oh well. You'll have to do that again next week then.
My mate was up at 7 o'clock the next day and went to work.
Killer that.
Couldn't have done that, but there you go. Yes,
So
I'm fully recovered now, though.
Yeah. Paul also says, have a good one. I'm not a huge nasties collector. I still love to hear about them, especially the obscure ones. Well, there's some quite obscure, as it always is, and every 10 we do, there's some really obscure titles here. Ones that if you didn't know about them, you would never know about them. And
we've said this before, haven't we? Where like if they hadn't have been banned, there's no way in hell we'd have ever heard of half of these.
No, you wouldn't, and you wouldn't even, they wouldn't have come on your radar, and you would have missed out.
Not even the likes of like Cannibal Holocaust or like that. You wouldn't have. It's only because it was banned. It's made them famous. So,
well, that's it.
She did us a favour, didn't she, when she banned those Nasties?
God bless Mary Whitehouse. You should get like God bless Mary Whitehouse t-shirts because she is the inventor of video nasties.
Yeah, and I never ever thought I'd say that about her.
No, she done me a favour.
Called her many things over the years.
So Liam F says, evening Liam.
Evening, sir.
Mondo Rock.
Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah, Mondo Rock. That should be the style of music that you play. EMF, hope you're both good. Yep, we're doing very well. Glad to get the stream back, as we all are. Would like to do them a bit more regularly, but it's just to do with the job. When the job cuts a bit busy, then it puts it on ice. But it's good to get them. I mean, I always say I want to do them more regularly, so we will. If I can, we will. So
it's felt a long time coming, this one, though, hasn't it?
It does. Because I'd said to you, it was originally going to be planned literally 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? On Friday night. And then things went wrong, so it didn't work out, and it's never worked right until tonight. So yeah, but hopefully there'll be another one coming up quite soon. So Thomas Pearson says, evening gentlemen, evening Tom. Bad Lieutenant, hello John and Nige. Your Audi microphone
is out and Audi clear.
Oben. Who could
off?
Turn the Blue Iris says, evening both and all.
Good evening.
Charlie Bronson says, evening lads, just picked up Evil Speak off eBay. Was it banned for the bad acting?
Oh, you think that's bad? You should see some of them.
That's like a sort of masterpiece compared to some of them.
God, isn't it?
There's a few dodgy ones in here. Juha Tanskanen says, all the best to you and all of us watching. All the best, Juha.
Yeah, same to you. Thank you very much.
Dave Films 345. Good eve, gents. Good
evening.
Afternoon. Cheekster, good evening, gents.
Good evening.
How are you both? We're doing all right, actually.
Yeah, we're all right.
It's always good to do this, and it's good to catch up with Nige because I literally haven't spoken since the last one, which is not good because usually we'll have a good couple of chats between them, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's been a bit, well, we could go on about that all night, but never mind. So, Bootcap Productions, Michael says, glad you enjoyed it and you're welcome and valuable, and hail to the Deadites. Hopefully soon, haha. Yes, he sent us the Hail to the Deadites documentary. Have you ever seen that one?
Oh, no, I haven't.
And also Invaluable as well, which is another documentary. Two really documentaries, and Michael's in Hail to the Deadites documentary. So Michael's
wow,
his Evil Dead collection is the best Evil Dead collection I've ever seen.
I remember you telling me now, yeah.
And that's Michael, and I'll tell you what, you might just think, oh, you might be exaggerating. I'm not, you know.
Has he got, answer this, Michael, have you got the UK quad poster? If you do, I'm so jealous of that.
To be honest, I would imagine he has.
The artwork on that is unreal.
Yeah, isn't it? Gary McLeod, evening folks, nice to be here. Nice to have you here, Gary.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And Boatcat Productions, If Evil Dead 2013. Yeah, that's the one. EMF, know what you mean. Rock. Sinjin, hey John, hey Nige, hey Sinjin, you all right?
You all right, mate?
EMF, had it another morning.
Isn't he the lucky one?
Boatcat Productions, If Evil Dead 2013 was released in the 80s, I think it would have been on this list.
Oh, no doubt in my mind.
It's got some really brutal stuff in it. I knew it was brutal anyway, but I was quite surprised that when I was watching it, I know there's extra little bits of gore in the gore scenes, but yeah, it's pretty nasty.
I thought the same about the remake of The Hills of Eyes. When I first saw that, I thought, I'm surprised they've let that through. I mean, that was like sort of 2006 or 7-ish, so
I've never seen that.
I think that we still weren't used to how much we were getting away with at that point because the new fella had only been in for about 5 or 6 years, I think.
Right.
He was just letting stuff through. I mean, for God's sake. It's made no difference, has it? Let's be honest.
No, I haven't heard anybody saying, "Oh, I used this video as a means to kill somebody."
Running amok with a chainsaw and all that.
That's it. Yes, that's it. Or them nail guns that they use in Evil Dead. Yeah, that's quite the nail guns.
Or microwave Massacre. I've never even seen that.
Have you not seen it?
No.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, it is, but it's ultra bad, mind. Acting it is just horrendous. But you would like it.
I've got to see this.
Yeah, I had the VHS of that. I had the pre-cert, and it sort of dropped the bits in the box.
Really?
Yeah, I went and opened the box up, and it was just like dust. So that was nice.
I didn't even know it was out that long.
Oh yeah, I was one of the really good big box. That wasn't a video nasty, but it had a really good garish cover of his face, sort of like that, loads of arms and legs in a microwave, and great cover. You can get that on the flip actually on the Arrow artwork.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, it's really bad. It's one of them so bad it's good. So I do recommend that one.
Right.
So what we'll do?
I'll hunt it down.
We've got a couple more, and then we'll go into the first movie. So Gary McLeod says, "Remember, Relax was heading out of the charts when it was banned. Don't tell us what we can and can't consume." Yeah, I remember that one. Was that Mike Reed? He didn't like that, did he? So he got that banned.
No.
And by the 10th, well, Mary Whitehouse and Graham Bright, MP, amongst others.
Graham Bright, what a tosspot.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
And it's not just children, but I think it affects dogs as well. Yeah, I was often chased around the house by the dog with a chainsaw and a hammer.
That was the best one, wasn't it? Yeah, the dogs. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he was deadly serious.
Yeah, I know. Like,
idiot, and this is a member of parliament.
Well, it just shows you how thick they are, really, when you think about it. But you can watch them all the time and you think the lunacy they come out with. But,
people like this are running the country. Jesus.
Right. So what we'll do is we'll go and take the first film, which is going to be Flesh for Frankenstein. Oh, hang on. Right.
Forest of Fear.
I haven't got that one. So Forest of Fear. So I haven't done anything to do with Forest of Fear here. So if you can take us through a little bit about it.
This is what the video nasty title was and what it was called over here. But it comes with a slipcase, which is the sort of original American title, or one of the original American titles, Toxic Zombies.
I have got Toxic Zombies on here. I'll run you through the list. Sorry, this is.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was going to say there. It's also called Blood Eaters. That was another one.
I've got some.
If there's any more, I don't know of them.
Well, I've got them written down here. So I'll go through Toxic Zombies. Was released in 1980. It's 89 minutes long. Directed by Charles McCran. Now.
I've got all this stuff.
I honestly think, and I might be wrong in this, but there's definitely someone on this list that was, and I'm sure it was Charles McCran, was actually in 9/11 in the towers when they got bombed.
He was he was.
Yeah,
was he the director?
Yeah.
Yes, he was. You're right.
Yes. So that was terrible when you hear something like that. That anybody could go through that. But yeah, he was actually in the towers at 9/11. Yeah, God. It's also known as Blood Butchers, Blood Eaters, and Forest of Fear. And it's got 3.9 out of 10 on Internet Movie Database. Would you agree with the 3.9? Because I haven't seen this one, Nigel.
No, because it's one of them, it's like what you would love. It's so bad. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
The basic storyline, I just rewatched it again last night to see if the fact I liked it was a fluke, but no, I loved it.
Yeah.
There's these sort of hippie type of people. I think there's about half a dozen of them. They're going camping in this woods and they're going to harvest this crop of marijuana. But the coppers come to find them and they're going to chase them, but they find one of the women. Like she's stopping for a pee or something. So they shoot her and then all the others get rid of the two coppers. So the coppers go looking for the other coppers, but before they do, they said, I don't know how they know, but they know that these people are there to get this marijuana. And they said, "Oh, we'll get the plane and we'll spray this white stuff on them. That'll get rid of them." And they do that, and guess what they turn into?
Would it be toxic zombies?
It would have been, yeah. But I mean, some of the gore, when you consider, again, it must have cost about 10 pence to make. Some of it's actually really effective.
Really?
And although it says on this 4K scan, but when it starts, it's like putting like a really unwell looked after vinyl record on, because it just crackles and crackles, and all the lines and scratches are still there. Yeah. But to me, that just adds to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tell you who else is in it as well, which I totally forgot about. The guy who plays Martin, is it John Amplis, they call him?
Oh, John Amplis, yeah.
He's one of the coppers in it.
Right.
Which I couldn't believe because I couldn't remember him being it the first time I watched it. I watched it last night and I forgot he was in it. So I'm assuming that must have been like possibly, was it his first film, or Martin's pretty old though, isn't it?
Well, Martin's 76 or 77.
No,
so
I don't think this is that old. I think this was about 80.
It's funny because he'd done a really big starring role in Martin. Then he just went in literally in bit parts, probably from all.
He was good in Midnight.
He was in Day of the Dead as well. He was working he was one of the lab people in lab coats. You know, the fellow who's like,
oh my God, is he?
One of his sort of like entourage. Yeah.
Wow.
But
this,
for
me, this is like
his movies.
Really, really enjoyable. And I know full well you'd like it. It's not the easiest to get hold of.
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually whether it's out of print or not, but the company who've released this, they're called Massacre Video, which I'd never heard of.
No, I never heard of
And I don't think they actually ship internationally. So you have to get it either eBay or other websites that sell the imports.
Like Diabolic or something like that.
But I've heard bad reviews about the actual company saying like that they're a bit crummy to deal with and stuff. This is not cheap. I'm not saying it's 40, 50 quid, but it was certainly not cheap. It was, I think it was about between 27, 30 quid.
Yeah.
But with some Blu-rays, you have to pay that. Otherwise, you don't get them.
You do, unfortunately, and it just depends if you want to know if you want that particular movie or not. And to be honest, when you want to collect the whole lot, you obviously want to go for them. You want to go for them in the best quality that they've got, because you could probably get like a really old DVD, but even that would probably be expensive. You'll never really save money. Like the DVD is not like £1 and the rest of it's 30 odd quid. It's
the thing is, it says on here available on disc for the first time, so it's never even had a DVD release. I think this is the only time it's been released since
the
original videos.
Think that will get, because I think that a lot of these companies like Arrow and 88 are starting to look into these video nasties. So I would like to think that they would sort of go for this type of stuff somewhere along the line. I know the rights are a pain in the neck, but if they could, it would be amazing to get some of that stuff over here.
Yeah,
for a sensible price. You know, I don't mind paying £20 or something. But isn't it funny?
I think if you see this, you need to get it.
Yeah.
With 3, how much did they give it? 3.5?
3.9.
Right, for me, on sheer entertainment value, even though look at that.
That's scary. What effects?
Oh yeah.
CGI, plenty of CGI in this one, eh?
I would have to give that probably a 6.
Yeah.
Well, because it's so enjoyable. It's that bad. It's fantastic.
That's what it's all about. If you literally, it could be the worst movie in the world, but if you like it. And I think, do you go in when you look at these movies, do you always take them as a sort of with a huge pinch of salt to think this could possibly be awful, but I'm going to embrace that and go with that instead of just saying, oh, it's an awful film. But you can usually find some quite that's some quite good points in an awful film. The acting could be terrible, the script could be useless.
I haven't said that. Blood Rights. Give me this over Blood Rights any day.
All right, so Blood Rights.
I'll tell you what else I forgot about as well. When you actually press play on this, it says you can either watch the original version or you can watch the full uncut version with video inserts.
All right.
So I'm assuming they must have lost maybe like the last reel or whatever, because right at the end, for the last few scenes, you can see it change to video. You can see it's video.
Yeah.
But at least they've actually put it in the film and they'll give you the option to watch it with or without that bit in. I've only watched it with. I've never seen it without it. So, but I still think at least they've done it uncut.
Yeah, that's it. If that's the only way you can get it, then you've just got to go with that, haven't you? Because if someone says to you, look, we didn't put the bits in because they're a bit ropey, we left them off for quality reasons, you would say, no, I want to see them bits in the film.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you don't want to buy, especially these movies, you don't want to buy an uncut version of it. Really, do you? You want to just go for the full uncut version because that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
You know, because of these censors saying you couldn't watch these movies, you want to watch them like fully.
Yeah.
Probably more than other. Well, obviously, you don't want any movies there that are cut, but these ones have always got to be the full versions. But yeah, Toxic Zombies.
So if you're going to buy it, it's actually released as Toxic Zombies.
Yeah. And
then you get the reversible artwork for the actual video nasty cover, which was that.
Pretty well. It's a good presentation, mind. It doesn't look rubbish.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice. So
yeah, 6 out of 10 for me for that one.
6 out of 10. Well, that's, and I do think I would like that. I know what I like in the way of nasties and whatnot.
I think you're going to love that, to be honest.
Well, it's the role on my list to get, and obviously I think we'll talk sometime tonight about the fact of the one that the Mardi Gras Massacre is just dead in the water now, isn't it? It's
hang fire.
Listen and pause. So you think that there could be rumblings about something?
I've gone back on Amazon.com. And the Severin one is back up for pre-order again. Oh. With they had it. I think it says the release date is the 27th of December. Right, okay. I got an email last night to say it's been brought forward a couple of weeks.
Oh.
But then when I went again, I'm sure it's the 27th. But I've had the email saying they're expecting it earlier. So I reckon it looks like whatever, because it was 88 who messaged me back. Severin didn't reply.
Yeah.
But 88 said to me, it's something to do with copyright issues. So they've obviously done something with somebody's piped up and went, hey, well, I want that. That's mine, that bit. I don't know what the hell's going on.
My God.
But it looks like that Severin, I'm assuming they must have, or it wouldn't be up for pre-order. It looks like the Severin are getting close to sorting that out. The strange thing is, though, it's not on Severin's website. It's just on Amazon.
Well, maybe, but a bit closer to the time, we might find out the answer to this question about this movie, which is quite baffling, really, to think this movie from God knows when has come suddenly into right issues and fell foul of something. You know, you think, who would even care about it? You know?
Well, it's supposed to be one of the worst ones, isn't it, as well? And by worst, I don't mean like upsetting or distressing. I mean as in like pile of bilge.
Well, isn't it famous for having one ghost scene repeated through the whole movie? They just repeat that scene.
Never.
But, yeah, I think that's what I was saying. Maybe someone gets stabbed, and that stabbing is in the same shot as in the whole film. I think.
I know they've got to save money, but Jesus, that's ridiculous.
It was all about saving the money, like, wasn't it? Really, when you think about it. So, Danny Dukes, hi, how are you too? I'm doing all right, Danny. I'm doing all right.
We're all right. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Andy, Forgotten World of Movies, evening guys, evening Andy. So I'm clicking on here. You can't hear the clicking now, can you? Because if
no.
I've got the mic, that's good.
No,
I've got rid of that one. Richard Vousen says, good evening.
Good eve, Bill.
Good eve, Bill. I thought it was going to good eve, ball, as an eyeball. Pete Playtendo guy, evening John and Nigel, looking forward to the live stream tonight. Well, looking forward to doing it.
Sorry, Pete.
Yeah, Pete's a great guy. And Liam, evening world. A Mind for Movies with Alexander Wayne. Hi, lads. Hi, Alexander. All right.
Hey, up.
Richard Vousen, good evening, gents. Have a good one. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
We've got some brilliant movies here. Some real, and we're talking about, you know, so bad it's good. There's a few of them in here. A few good, so bad the goods.
Yeah.
So.
Read that next comment.
I know, I just saw it. I saw your face. Turn the Blue Iris said, and this might interest Nige a bit. Evil Dead posters, question mark. I have original quads for 1 and 2. So, we might have to get your last to get the jump starts out and give you a shock for that. Like, wow.
You can get under Albert Bridge for a couple of days. I won't tell you who hangs around under Albert Bridge, but you can guess.
I can. Yes. Get some money in the house. Wow. Hey, they must be out there, obviously. Amazing, isn't it? By Lieutenant, so glad you made it, mate. Strap in and enjoy the show. The XYY man. Take that chili out your mouth, Nigel. Love pops. Who's that then, Nigel?
That's the wife's father.
Yeah.
The father-in-law.
So you want to get the chuddy out?
Get that chuddy out your mouth, love pops.
I haven't had chuddy for a long time, you know. Charlie Bronson, nice Halloween top, Nige. John needs to up his game. Well, under here,
he's too bloody cold.
In here, it's too cold. I've got Friday the 13th there. You know, I'm not lying. Can you see?
I'm boiling in here, and there's no heating on or nothing.
I'm sitting next to a window, mate. I'm sure it's open. But I would if I could. And Liam says, Microwave Massacre.
Microwave Massacre. I've got to see this.
Now, wait to see this next one, Nige. We'll leave on this one.
Yeah. Oh, where are we?
Uh-huh.
That's a question, not stick the knife in and twist it.
So, yes, I do have the quad signed by Bruce Campbell, Sam Raimi, Ellen Sandweiss, Sarah York, Betsy Baker, Tom Sullivan, and Don Campbell. Basically, the whole cast.
Yeah, and the director.
Well, you can't beat something like that. It's
when you get sick of it, send it my way.
You might have two.
Oh, I'll just mention any of you watch my little video. I've managed to get. Don't ask me how, but I've managed to get a Jaws quad.
What
from the 3D showing?
Oh, the three. Yes,
the new one. Yeah, I got myself one.
You got one.
My friend got me like the 1 sheet size.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the quad. I'm over the moon because I didn't think I was going to get one.
No, I remember you were desperate.
It's not signed like his Evil Dead one, but you know.
Well, yeah, hey, not signed yet. That's where you've got to look at it.
I'll have a job getting Roy Scheider to sign it, unfortunately.
Well, maybe his wife could do it. Forge his signature. You never know.
Forge it.
Okay, so on that bombshell, we'll go for the next one. And I'm sure I've got this right. I've got them two wrong. It's just I can't spelling, you know, and I don't know what the alphabet is. So next up is Flesh for Frankenstein.
Flesh for Frankenstein.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say, Nige, what do you think of this set?
It is absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
The way they've packed it, the picture quality of it. I mean, look at the stitches on there. They're all spot glossed.
Yeah.
And then you get 2 discs separately in their own slip covers as well.
I know.
One's in 3D. So, sorry, one's in 3D Blu-ray, and the other's a 4K.
4K.
Now, they sent out a replacement disc, didn't they, for the 4K, and I knew nothing about it.
Have you got it?
I got mine, yeah. Did you?
Yeah. But you didn't know it was coming through the door sort of thing.
Oh, that was the other one. That was House at the Edge of the Park. I knew nothing about that one. But even this, if you don't have a 3D telly, if you guys can stand it, you can actually watch it in the old Anaglyph 3D, and they've even give you the 2 pairs of glasses.
The glasses.
How would you beat like packing like that? It's no wonder like nerds like us collect the physical stuff.
Well, the thing is, I mean, for me, that's Vinegar Syndrome. When they do stuff like this, they just know what they're doing. I don't think they could ever top it.
No.
This one, you know, if someone said it's coming,
even their slip covers like really hard card, aren't they?
Yeah, they didn't need to do that, but they did. That's what I like about it.
You pay a bit more for them, but
you do. But to be honest, when you know what you're going to get this one, you're not going to get anything else apart from that one.
Did you turn your artwork around on the 4K?
Yeah. It's got different artwork in it.
I've even put the old disc back in there. So I've got them both.
I think I've got mine in there as well.
I did watch the 4K on the one that they sent out, but I didn't watch the old one, so I had nothing to compare it to. Because the first thing I wanted to do was stick the 3D one on.
Oh, right. I haven't watched the 3D, but I've watched the 4K, and the 4K, the new 4K. You can tell the 4K, the old one, the color's not right in it. It's off. It's kind of like,
what's wrong with it exactly?
It's saturated. It just the skin
too
tone,
much.
It's just completely. It ruins it.
Ah.
So it's really bad when you put it on. You can see how it hasn't been mastered properly. So, but the proper one is spot on. Beautiful quality, mind, isn't it? Considering. Yeah. So very quickly, I know that's a box, mind, isn't it? None of your flimsy boxes.
They used that, didn't they, on the original VHS artwork?
Yeah, they did.
Also known as.
Yeah. So the thing for Andy Warhol is Andy Warhol's Flesh for Frankenstein, even though it's just Frankenstein on this release.
Yeah.
It's directed by Paul Morrissey and, I just found this out, Antonio Margheriti. Now, I don't know, I've never heard of that until I looked on Internet Movie Database.
No, I haven't.
He was involved with it. I don't know how that is a thing, but apparently it is. It's 1973, 95 minutes. It's also known as Andy Warhol's Young Frankenstein, Flesh for Frankenstein, The Devil and Dr. Frankenstein, Up Frankenstein.
Good God.
The Frankenstein Experiment. So there you go.
The only two I've heard of is Andy Warhol's Frankenstein and Flesh for Frankenstein. They're the only two I've heard. I didn't realise it had that other many alternate titles.
No, I didn't. It was just Flesh for Frankenstein and Warhol's Frankenstein. That was it. Because obviously Andy Warhol produced this one because Paul Morrissey, the director, if you can call him a director, and he wrote this one as well. He is the person. He's like a friend of Andy Warhol, who was in the factory when they all used to be on the roof in this sort of apartment or whatever it was. And he just said to Andy Warhol, "I just want to make a Frankenstein and a Dracula." So he says, "Yeah, no problem. Just go ahead and do it." And I think he produced it and just let Paul Morrissey made this. If I'm honest, he made this. It's an awful movie, but it's so awful. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
The stuff that they say in this movie, and that with the accents, they can't speak English, and they've got the most heaviest of accents. Some of them are from the Bronx, some of them are from Transylvania, and then. But
I think there's quite a few cast members in both of them, isn't there? This and the Dracula one.
Yeah, it's just.
Have you got the Dracula one?
I haven't. I've got it on. I've got it on DVD, but I haven't got the. I want
it's, it. I think it's Severin who released that. Because people say, well, why can't it be in the same company? I was like, does it really matter as long as they're both out?
Yeah.
Put them together, they still match up. I actually like the Dracula film better. With all the virgins.
The virgins. The movie itself is actually a better movie, the Dracula one. The Frankenstein is the stupider of the more movies, but it's got the same. Well, Frankenstein's henchman, who's played by Anton Jerning, he's awful in both of them, and he just comes out with the most craziest of stuff in both.
Isn't he actually Baron Frankenstein in this?
I think.
No, he's not. It's Udo again, isn't it?
Yes, Udo is. Yeah, Udo plays Frankenstein.
Is he the Igor character?
Yeah, he is, but he's Otto, isn't he? I think he's called Otto.
That's him, Otto.
Oh, it's
he is terrible, mind.
It is, and this is more like comedy. If you go in and look at it, you just think, right, it's very gory, really, isn't it? In some parts, and the whole things when, without going too much into it, you remember when he thinks that he's just created this woman, and she's fresh. Well, she looks like that, doesn't she? She's freshly sewn up.
Yeah.
So remember when he does the whole thing when he sort of opens the wound up, and what he does to the wound, and then he's saying, Otto, remember Otto, and Otto is standing next to him with his look on his face as he's doing.
Why he violates the scar, shall we say?
Yes, but the thing is, though, why would you do that? You just created this thing and sewn them up. Why would you cut all the things open, do that, and then say that's the way to make this thing work?
I'm assuming it's because with Warhol being involved,
yeah,
it was weird anyway, and it was also probably for the shock factor of it as well. That's all I can think of.
Well, it's. I think Warhol was a big fan of nudity, and there's plenty of it in this movie and in Dracula.
Yeah, there is.
So I think it was just he probably set the pole, do whatever you want as long as no one's got any clothes on.
Yeah.
But
it's like a sort of a different take on the story as well. It's not like the other sort of Frankenstein. I thought the ending was a bit weird with it was in the lab with the two kids, because I thought, well, where's that going to go now?
Yeah.
Just it kind of did leave it open, but they never ever did another one.
No, they might have just not.
Thankfully, I think one was enough.
No, I think they did what they did, and then I can't. It's funny though. The fact is, do you think this was cut? I mean, it is gory, but do you think it was put on the list for the cover? Do you think the cover just grabbed people's attention? Just right?
It must have, because they did use that artwork.
Yeah.
So it must have brought attention to it. Maybe he's things like what he did, opening the scar and stuff like that, because it's a bit disturbed, isn't it? Really, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And I suppose for early 70s, it was pretty gory. But for me, banning it shouldn't have been banned.
No, but it was, and that and Dracula as well. They were really hard to get for a long time, weren't they?
Yeah.
You just couldn't get them anywhere. And I was really amazed when these were coming out in 4K, mind.
I was, because I was like, because this is one of the ones. I think you could get it on Blu-ray, but only Australian.
Yeah. And
I don't think it was in 3D either.
Not in 3D, and they reckon that the picture quality on the Australian one was awful. Well, not awful, but
just does it really?
Yeah, it wasn't good. That's why I never got it, because I had just held back. I had the DVD, and I thought, any good Blu-rays, I'll get it, but the 4K came along.
But when they announced they were doing this, I was like, "Oh, get in, yes!" And then when they said, "Oh, extra to follow soon," and then when they said they're doing it on 4K and on 3D Blu-ray, I was like, I couldn't wait for it. I was so excited, but I didn't expect it to look like this.
No, I didn't think that. I mean, I was always after some of these, these ones in the slip covers. I was after these slip covers, and they're hard to get in the UK. Well, you've got to import them. But to get them, two of them in the hard box, that you get everything in one. I'm not, like I say, it is expensive, but it's one of the best. I would say it's one of the best special editions in the Video Nasty range by far.
Definitely.
And
I ordered mine straight from Vinegar Syndrome.
Well, John Hall got two, and he sent me one of them, so I said yes, please.
What did he get two for? Or was he thinking of you?
I don't know if he was thinking of me, but he definitely wanted one for. I think he wanted one to keep, just to keep and have it is, because I think it's one of those ones. It's like there was one of those really good releases that you thought I'd get two of them, and then keep one good. And he just said to us, he just says, "Would you want one of them?" I says, "Yeah." Well, I paid him for it, but I just thought, yeah. But the best thing about that was I didn't have to go to some eBay thing and pay like £100 for it. So that was amazing. He done me a really good big favor with that. And so it's
weird because the entire thing wasn't sealed, was it? It was, I think, it was only the actual plastic covers inside that were sealed. The slip covers weren't, and the outer case wasn't. Yeah,
it was weird because it was just kind of open, wasn't it? But sealed inside. I remember that.
But I'll tell you what, though, it was really, really well packed when it arrived.
Well, this it got sent to John, and John gave it to me, so it must have been really well done because it's in perfect condition.
Yeah.
And this has got an Internet Movie Database reading of 5.8 out of 10. So what would you do with that?
I was going to say very close. I was going to give it 6 again, like Forest of Fear, for totally different reasons, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that is far better made.
Uh-huh.
But Forest of Fear it's just an absolute blast. You're going to love it.
Yeah. Can't wait to see that one, actually. Well, to me, I've always loved this movie as one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life.
I know you absolutely love it.
He never set out to make it as an out-and-out comedy, but it's absolutely brilliant. So I'm going to have to give it a good 7.5 because it's just you can't believe what you're actually watching. when people would actually take the time to write these things down, and then he'd give them to someone to read, and the people just go, and they read it all, and you think, how would someone just say, I'm not saying that? But they all do it, don't they?
I must admit, when I was watching it, like every now and again, my jaw dropped. I went, Jesus! But you can imagine that when it came out, like the early 70s. That if it was out then, I can understand them saying, right, that's it, ban it. But then in the 80s, it was like there was worse than that, really.
Oh, there was. I think it's just a cover. Maybe they got people's attention. Plus, it gets a bit nasty in places.
Yeah.
But maybe they just didn't like that sort of whole the operation stuff to do with the operation. You know, this bit. If you've seen it, you know what we're on about.
Yeah. I think we were the worst country, really, for the censorship of them.
Oh yeah, without a shadow.
You see other films like Cannibal Holocaust and Cannibal Ferox, where they said it was banned in so many countries.
Yeah,
some of the stuff we got banned, it was never banned anywhere else. It was ridiculous.
Oh yeah, a lot of them could just say banned in one country. Ours.
Yeah.
So we'll read a few more comments. So Bad Lieutenant Negro Massacre was a pretty good, I seem to remember. Yeah, it's all right. That one, 88's done that.
I need to watch that again because I got it on the 88 slasher collection. I've only watched it once. I remember thinking, Jesus, that was so cheaply made. But I would probably appreciate it more now, to be honest.
Yeah. It's very cheap. Nima said, I'm surprised House at the Edge of the Park finally uncut here. Yeah, that's a real head scratcher, that mind.
I'll still believe that when I see it.
Yeah, until it comes out and you've got it in your hand and you look at it and you watch it all the way through.
And they declare on that package that it's fully uncut and then watch it, like you say.
Yeah, I would have to watch it because I would have to make sure that everything was in that.
I didn't realise, when you said to me it was getting released uncut over here. Mm-hmm. I didn't realise until you told me that it was, didn't you say, you said it was 4K, didn't you? But
yeah, 4K.
The one we got was just Blu-ray, wasn't it?
That's right. It's definitely, but thinking you're bringing it out to, we got it off, was it 7 that we got it off? Actually, it's here.
Yeah, it is 7, yeah.
So
hell of a good picture, though, for a Blu-ray, I think.
It is. So 7 are releasing it in 4K over there.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they are. So they're getting a 4K over there and a 4K here. 88, who are kind of bedfellows with 7 on some things. I think they're doing the whole, we'll do it over here and you'll do it over there, which brings us neatly on to the next one after this. But what we'll do is we'll get a few more comments in. I've watched this one. Watched this one as a kid. I can't remember it though, and I don't know if that was to the other one.
That'll probably be Frankenstein, I think.
Brian, hi guys, hi Brian.
Hey up.
Alexander says got reversible a few months back. Dreading watching it, but also looking forward to it. Your thoughts? Have you seen Irreversible?
No, but strangely enough, I was looking for it last night because I've left the page open on what do they call them? Who's released it over here on Blu-ray?
Oh, Indicator, I think, is it?
Indicator.
Yeah.
And they've now sold out. So I went on eBay and they want like 50, 60 quid. I thought, I ain't paying that.
No. For
a film I've never seen. I've heard people say it's disturbing, but I really don't know what's so disturbing about it.
Well, it's Bad Lieutenant said it's a very disorientating film, not particularly gory, but an interesting idea that starts at the end and works backwards. I've heard that. This
isn't the one, is it? Where they do some sort of sound that's supposed to make you feel sick?
It might be. It's got this horrible kind of thing running through the movie. On certain scenes, I think it's got this kind of...
Yeah, is it like a sort of a low-frequency rumble and it's supposed to...
And it makes you feel weird. I think that's it, yes. And
I don't think I want to see it then.
There's one, and I think it's that one, and I have seen the scene where if I'm right in thinking it's where the fella gets he gets hit with what's it called when you put fires out with a fire extinguisher? He gets hit over the head with a fire extinguisher.
Oh, nice.
For literally 2 minutes. Solid.
No way.
It looks real. It's not real, obviously, but it looks it's sickening. So that's another one that would have been instantly banned. But
how's that got past?
I think it's because it's a bit arty, but I reckon that's not the worst. But they reckon the fact that this woman gets sort of assaulted goes on forever, a bit like I Spit in Your Grave. So,
oh my god,
it's it's not one that I've got me top of my list, put it that way. But it's
it did say as well, because I seen somebody had posted it on eBay, and I seen the back cover and I zoomed in, and it actually said contains strong, real sex, which I didn't know about, and I was like. So if it's got that in, it's disturbing. What the hell is it?
I think it's just a lot of that, from what I can gather. It's not something I would really want to watch, if I'm honest.
I recognise the actor in it.
It's French, isn't it? French film.
Yeah, but he is a famous actor. He was. Have you ever seen that Derailed?
No, I haven't seen that one.
With Jennifer Aniston and Clive Owens, is it?
No.
You'd like that. What a cracking film that is. He's in that.
So is he French? He's just like an...
No, he is French.
All right, okay.
Can't remember his name. Derailed's obviously not. It's an American film, but he is in it.
Yeah. Oh, I'll keep an eye out for that one. Can't believe this is a video nasty, really. Can't believe this was a video nasty, really. This could be, at the time, it could be Flesh for Frankenstein.
To be honest,
I can't imagine why it was. It just might have had a bit of a reputation about what was in it. And people would have... If anybody heard about them, because remember that Mary Whitehouse didn't actually watch them, did you? So Gary says, not seen a no film yet, no reason. I always feel it needs to be, and I need to be in the mood. Any recommendations for first go at his work? That's Casper. Is he called Casper No? I think that's what he's called. If I had to say anything else, is he called Gasper No? That's this director who done Irreversible, I think.
Oh,
I would say, what's that one called? Climax. What a movie that is. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, I've heard of that.
No, that's so good. Really is. That's very disorientating as well. But it's not like that, but it's all these people get the drink spiked at a party and they just go into this crazed sort of state. When they're at a party, they're kind of doing it like a dance hall, just dancing, and then they have some drinks and they get spiked. And they just go nuts, and it's like all as if you were spiked as well when you're watching it. It's great.
God, he sounds like a right weirdo, this fella.
Oh, they're a bit. They've got to be. Yeah, you've got to be in the mood for them. A bit like what's he called again? There's another one called who does some really stronger films. That's can't remember what it's called. He's done that Antichrist.
I've never seen that, but I've heard of that.
Lars von Trier. Yeah, a bit like him.
Oh, yeah. I have heard of him.
Bit rough. And Brian says, I've got Toxic Zombies on the Substance label on DVD, but it's taken off a VHS. You find that a lot of times you'll get a DVD and you think, oh, and it's just the VHS has been just put on the DVD.
It must be some dodgy backstreet company's done it. Substance, I've never even heard of them.
The original starts at the end of the story and works its way back to the beginning.
Oh, still going on about that.
Yeah.
Irreversible.
But there's a re-edited in the right order. I've heard that you can watch it going forwards or you can watch it going backwards. Darren Hartley says that's a great release from Massacre video of Toxic Zombies.
Yeah, it is.
Agree with that, Nige?
Yeah, definitely.
So Joseph Borg, Joe says, good evening to you and even to you, John, and company from your friend Joe in London. Evening, Joe.
Good evening.
Gary says, sounds like a certain Chris Nolan movie then. That would be Tenet. And Brian says, hopefully Toxic Zombies will come out on Arrow 88 films. Yeah, I would like to say that because I would think they would put out the best version that they could over here. It's just all.
I don't think Arrow would do it. I think 88 would grab that if anybody's going to do it.
Because they've done a few thingies recently, haven't they? Them Nasties. So they've done.
I mean, there's a Night of the Demon. Did they do Delirium as well?
Yeah, Delirium.
They were going to do Mardi Gras Massacre. Nobody else has picked that up. That's right. So I think if anybody's going to release Forest of Fear / Toxic Zombies, I think it'll be them.
Yeah, I do. Brian says, has Mardi Gras Massacre ever been in HMV? Never been HMV?
No.
And
it was due to be released, then they put it back, and now it's been stopped. But hang fire.
It looked a lovely release, didn't it?
Yeah.
The cover looked absolutely brilliant.
So I think I rather would have had the 88 one, actually, because I like the slip cover better.
Yeah, I would have gone for that one. So Gary Hedger says, hi, guys. Hi, Gary. All right.
Hey, up.
So we'll get the next one on the go. So the next one, speaking of ones that were to do with the fact of Severin being a sort of in bedfellows with 88, this one was released in the US and couldn't get released over here, even though they did want to get it released here, and they just said, no chance. So the next one is Gestapo's Last Orgy. Yeah.
I think it's the first one that 88 released in America.
That's right.
And they must have known we wanted it, because it's they've made it multi-region.
That's right. They've kind of done it because they knew they had to do it there.
Yeah.
And then what they did was they had it, and they put so they sort of just put it out in the US, and you could get it, obviously. And
you got to be careful what you show these, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I've just shown the old the sign that you shouldn't show, which is apparently I don't know if
that one
for them signs, but you know what I'm saying. You can't see.
I mean, the other side is just the same as the slip, which I think is probably the safest one. I won't get the poster or anything out, because that's a little bit naughty as well.
It's a bit of an extreme movie, to say the least. So this Gestapo's Last Orgy is from 1977. It's 96 minutes long. It's directed by Cesare Canevari. It's also called Caligula Reincarnated as Hitler. What a title. And Last Orgy of the Third Reich. So yeah, and it's got a 4.4 rating out of 10 on Internet Movie Database. So thoughts on this one, Nige? What do you think of this movie in general? As a video nasty, as a nasty video nasty, do you reckon this?
Right. I thought this was really well made. I thought it was going to be one of the really bad, acting and stuff. I mean, the acting isn't brilliant, don't get me wrong, but I thought it was a very well made film, and I really enjoyed it. I've seen far more disturbing. I know the scene that you found really disturbing in it. Yeah. I think it was more the idea behind it.
Yes. It was the idea of what they were doing.
Yeah. I thought what I found more disturbing was the fact that the main sort of Nazi fella who did whatever he did to the blonde lass, and you could see she was just not interested. She seemed to, like, when it was over, she I don't know, it's like she started to sort of get a little bit of a thing for him, was the impression I was getting.
Yes.
It's like she was falling for her torturer type of thing, and I was like, that to me was the disturbing bit.
It was that, what's that called when you do that with someone who takes you prisoner, and it's Stockholm syndrome.
Oh.
And you want to be, you kind of get attached to the people.
Yeah, I know. I can't think what it is. I know it's got a name.
But it's really, to be honest, when I watched this one, I have to agree with Nige. It's one of the best looking nasties you'll ever see. It's filmed really well. It's got a stunning print. It's actually somebody who knows what to do in this film has done this movie. But some of the scenes that they do this to show you how bad and sick and depraved the Gestapo are.
Yeah.
They take it to a bit of a next level. They have this, well, it's like a dining room scene, and it's what they're eating in this scene. The scene goes on for quite a while. And I think the fact is that they do all this stuff, they eat all this certain stuff, and they really enjoy it. It's like as if they're in heaven eating what they're eating. And that was what I thought. I thought, wow. It's one of those ones where I took it, when I finished it, I thought, should I really have seen that movie? Do you know what I'm saying? You get that kind of, oh, that was a bit.
I think it's, if you'd have expected it, it might not have been as bad, but I think that particular scene, it seemed to like come from nowhere and you weren't expecting it.
No.
You don't see, you see them eating. You don't see how that gets to that finished product. It's the fact you know what they're eating. You're like, but they're loving it.
They think it's brilliant. And And also as well, it's, I mean, they're doing that, and they're also cooking someone on the table, aren't they?
Yeah.
Flambéing somebody on the table.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
The flambé, and then it's
Yeah.
followed by this aperitif of this other stuff, and you think, my God. So
poor lass is laid there in
yeah,
the flames.
in the flames, you know, getting basted. But
Yeah.
the thing is with this one, when I watched it, because sometimes you'll watch these movies and you think, oh, what, like Fresh for Frankenstein, what's anyone got a problem with in there? But I watched Gestapo's Last Orgy, I could kind of see why this one didn't get in.
You kind of get it, yeah.
Yeah. And could you see this ever getting through again?
No.
No. I think it's one of those ones that's going to be gone forever. In this, I don't think I think 88 did the right thing there. I think this probably said to them, you can release it, but you've got to cut it. So this says, well, rather than cut it, we'll just get it released in the States, and then anyone's got the chance. And I think if they had another movie, well, getting back to Cannibal Holocaust a bit, I'm quite surprised that they're going to release it here with a cut when they could release it over in the States.
Could have done the same thing. I never thought of that.
Yeah. But then again, somebody else is releasing.
But then again, Grindhouse are doing the 4K in America, so they probably couldn't
do it in America. Maybe that's why they've done it over here.
Yeah.
Because they can't get a piece
of it. It will be, but it's just... I mean, to anybody who wants to see these all uncut, they're not going to go for that one. They're going to go... If you want it on 4K, they're going to go for the Grindhouse one.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I know that the things they're going to cut out is things that you will have a hard job watching. It's not that, but it's just the fact that you just need to get these movies with the being fully uncut to say, I've got the fully uncut one. And you can watch the fully uncut one once you've done it, and then you can move on to the one that's the animal-free one. But I do think, I don't know if you agree, I think everyone needs to see, for the full impact of Cannibal Holocaust, I think they need to see the full uncut one at least once, and then you've done it, and then you can
I've seen it a few times. I think I've seen it about, I don't know, about 4 or 5 times, possibly 6.
Yeah.
And the only good thing I can say is, like, the more you watch it, you do start to get a little bit more sort of hardened in the stomach for other stuff. Like I was telling you before, I couldn't watch Goodfellas for years because of that opening scene with Joe Pesci, like, killing him in the back of the car. Watch it now, and it's nothing now. I think it's sort of like hardened me a bit to it.
It does, doesn't it?
Because when I first saw Goodfellas, I couldn't eat for about 2 days. It was horrible.
Actually, the other one got me. Casino got me. That I thought that the end in the Casino really put me off.
That's nasty. That, yeah.
It was really sick, actually. I'm just going to nip the toilet if you don't mind, Nige.
It's a bit early. Is there anything I can be answering while you're gone?
You can. I'm going to put something up for you now. What about this one?
Before you go,
yes.
Do you want to give your mark for that?
I would give it, the only reason I would give it about a 6 out of 10 for how good the movie is done. But the same enjoyment of it's not a 6 out of 10, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think I agree. I'll give it 6.
It's a brilliant movie.
I'll give all 3 6, all for different reasons.
Right. I'm just going to nip off 2 seconds if I can get out of the seat.
Here he goes.
I know.
Incredible Melting Man. So bad it's crap. I absolutely love that film. I got the what's it called? I got the Scream Factory Blu-ray of the Incredible Melting Man. I'd never seen it before. I remember seeing it in the video shops, and originally I actually thought that had been banned. I thought it was a video nasty. And then when I watched it, it's when it starts. Because it was made in the 70s. It's very much like watching. It feels like you're watching especially in the daylight scenes, something like out of the Incredible Hulk or Starsky and Hutch program. It's like, it feels like that. But when you see the guy who's melting, I won't sort of go into it that much. For its time, the effects were like, I thought it was fantastic. I loved it, and it was like, it wasn't boring, it wasn't overlong. And I'm sure I've read recently it's actually coming out on 4K, that film. I can't remember who's releasing it. I know it's definitely not Scream Factory. But as much as I enjoyed it, I'm all right with the Blu-ray of that. It's not one of my favourite films, so like I wouldn't want to sort of double up with it. But yeah, I never seen it once in the 80s when it was out on video. So it was like all new to me. And I love 70s stuff, so yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I know what you mean by saying it's like it's so bad it's crap, but it's brilliant as well.
There's a 4K coming out with Incredible Man, you know.
There is, yeah. I just said I read it. I can't remember who's releasing it. I'm sure it's Vinegar Syndrome or Severin, one of them.
Someone like that. Yeah. And,
I've got this Scream Factory Blu-ray. That'll do me.
Really? Because I've got the Arrow one. The Arrow one's lovely. It's really nice looking.
I forgot they'd done it.
Yeah, but it's.
I love the film. I thought it was great.
I think it's a great film. I really think it's. I think it's really good. So Steve Downs, is he saying it's so bad as crap? Oh, it says no, really like this film. I think it's got. It was one of those ones where it was quite gory for its time. It was unexpectedly gory. I found.
I was just saying that I actually thought it was on the list at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But like obviously section 2 or 3.
Yes, not the ones we're dealing with here. Nice one. It is a good shirt, actually. It's like a baseball shirt, isn't it? Kind of.
I've got the same one for the first Halloween and Halloween 3 as well. Season of the Witch.
Oh, really? Aye. Is it the same color here as well?
Same orange sleeves. Same sort of like orange print on the artwork. Right. Like the 3 of them match.
Nah, good. The good covers, actually. Very good covers. Tom says, John, did you watch your box set of Satana Westerns? No, but I watched the first one. The first one was really good. What do you think the transfer? Mine are really bad. Don't look as if they've been upgraded. Are you meaning the Arrow box set? Because if the Arrow box set I saw the first one and I thought that looked really nice. It's some of the scenes it looked a little bit weird, like a little bit sort of as if it was like not remastered. But there was some certain scenes where they're in the town and the face, you know, the sweats and the spaghetti western sort of sweat and the colours were really nice. So I don't know if you've got the same one as me, but I really did think it was all right. Mine, I've only watched the first one, so the other ones might not be up to scratch, but the first one was quite good. Bumpers Movies. Craig says, even and all, time to get nasty. Yeah. So, and the 3D version of Fresh for Frankenstein is awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
It isn't, because I've watched a little bit of it, and it really comes out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks really, really good.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with it.
And Darren says, yes, Mardi Gras Massacre has a problem with a piece of music.
Is that all it is?
Problems with copyright. I know.
A piece of music.
I wonder what the music is.
They should be thankful they're bloody releasing it.
I know. Yes, it's that's got me more intrigued. A bit of music.
I knew it'd be something stupid.
Well, a bit of music is, isn't it? I mean, God, you know.
Yeah, but probably a bit of music that you'll never ever hear ever again anyway. They should be glad it's getting put out there, as bad as it's probably going to be.
Maybe Dancing Queen or something like that. You never know.
I was going to say it's got to be some sort of like disco-y type thing because it's during the Mardi Gras festival thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you know that on a side note, you know all the Jackie Chan movies when he used to see him train at the start of all his movies, the early 70s ones, and the ones, the Billy Chong ones, what's it called? Fistful of Talons and something like that. And you see them sort of doing all this karate moves to this music, and it's always something like Jean-Michel Jarre or some disco thing,
wow.
you know, like and it's, you know, like Supernature and all that, like thrashing behind them and they're going way like this. But they just, you know, in China they take every bit of copyright, they don't care. So I would imagine a lot of them would have problems getting over here because now they're going to probably put the stuff through that all of the music that they put on probably wouldn't get through. That's maybe my thought on that.
I hope if Mardi Gras Massacre is going to come out then, which I really, really want it to, I hope that they sort out the copyright with the music because I hate it when they replace it with different music.
I know.
I've seen big budget films come out on like sell through VHS. And when it's a different song, you think that's not the one I heard at the pictures or when I seen it originally on the like pre-certificate one.
It throws you, doesn't it, when you don't see the music that you put with the. I think Return of the Living Dead had a little bit of that going on. I think they altered it.
Yes, I think they did.
Something to do with the Damned.
Wasn't the Dickies song, was it? No. The Damned, I think it was a Damned song.
Damned song, I think that got taken out. And
but they did with the Warriors when the Warriors come on VHS. You know, where the run at the beginning and Nowhere to Run comes on, Nowhere to Hide. That was a totally different song. I think it was I'm a Fugitive or something, which I'd never even heard of.
No.
Thankfully, that's all sorted because all the DVD and Blu-ray releases it's back to the original.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what you want. You just want the original film that you used to, because you probably watched it like 10 or 20 times, you know, back in the day when you used to watch things. You used to get these movies and just watch them like over and over again, because you could on VHS. That was the beauty of it. You put it and watch it. I watched that again, because you couldn't do it in the cinema, obviously.
No.
And you were lucky that something would come out in the cinema, and you would, if you missed it, you had it. You couldn't see him again, could you?
No, that was it.
So when VHS come out, it was like a revelation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like the sweet shops had been opened.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
So Brian says, I've got a Dawn of the Dead signed by the 4 main cast from Severin, Georgie Romero, and Goblin. Wow. Can you imagine? Goblin are a great band. They do play live every now and again. I would love to go and see them. You ever seen anyone like Goblin playing live?
No. I'm gutted I didn't go, but I found out that John Carpenter was playing at the Sage.
Oh, really?
And he didn't, and I didn't go. Idiot.
I didn't know that. I would have loved to see that.
Yeah, he played. I couldn't believe it.
You ever
like
seen
a little intimate place like that. So it was obviously him and his son Cody and the other fellow who does the music with them, the 3 of them.
Alan Howarth, is it? Alan Howarth?
No, it's a young lad. I think it's his son Cody. I think it's his mate.
All right.
Yeah, they've done the new 3 Halloween soundtracks, like 2018, Kills and Ends.
Yeah. Oh.
John Carpenter, Cody Carpenter, and another one. I can't remember his name. I always forget his name.
No, I wouldn't know him. I only know Alan Howarth as the person who actually did the soundtracks with him, you know, like back in the day.
Yeah.
Yes, this. By the 10th, the Frankenstein review is verging on
the ridiculous.
Boom. That's a good one.
I'm here all week.
Please try the fish. Please try the ferox.
Get some cream rubbed on it.
And Gary says, I may be mistaken, but I think Morrissey hung around with Jim Morrison Doors and they made short experimental films together. That rings a bell, you know, because I know that somebody filmed, you know, when they did the Doors did these movies, the Feast of Friends, I think it was called, and there was another movie.
He means Paul Morrissey. I thought you meant the sod out the Smiths.
Oh, yeah, well...
Paul Morrissey, yeah.
Yeah, not Morrissey. Stephen Morrissey, not Steve Morrissey. Paul Morrissey. Yeah. He's went a bit nuts, actually. Pro Physical Media nods, evening chaps. 9:38 time for reference. Not too far away.
So that's only about half an hour behind.
We're not doing too bad. Because it's quite hard to keep up with the comments. That's why we're going to try and do a batch, do a movie, do a batch, and then hopefully we're not
the best way.
Like 100 comments behind in one for like 9 hours to answer them all. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. So Dean Humphreys, hi guys, great show as always. Missed the start, so hope I haven't missed much. Well, you can always it's great. You can always get it in catch up, can't you? Just a quick note, thanks to both of you, I have now been updating my horror video nasty collection. Well,
excellent.
Brilliant. And I hope you're having as much fun as we are with these movies, because the main thing about this is we're not doing this for movies that we're saying you shouldn't see. 99% of these movies we're saying you've got to go and see these movies because they're kind of...
Even the bad ones, you've got to see them. For me, it's like them, you know, when people say 100 films you must see before you die. That's these.
Yeah, you're right. I think you can get something out of all of these movies, if I'm honest. And I do think that I'm enjoying... the thing is, when I talk about these movies, I find that I want to watch them. I could go away and
so do I.
Now,
yeah.
After, like, back to back. They're so watchable. They're so interesting.
Yeah.
Even some of the backstories behind them might be even more interesting than the movies sometimes.
Yeah.
But,
you've just reminded me there, a bit of an update for... Do you remember when we did the last one? And the one we finished on was Fight for Your Life.
Oh, yes.
I messaged Blue Underground. I think you already know this. I think I told you.
Yes.
I messaged Blue Underground, asked them if they were going to upgrade it because it's never had a Blu-ray release or a 4K. And they actually did message me back, and what they've said was they would love to do a new edition, but both like me and John both thought it was like because of the racial content, probably never see the light of day again.
Yeah.
All the original film elements were destroyed in a hurricane. So the DVD that they've released, it's the best you're going to get. So if you're collecting all these, I would get it now while it's still out there.
Yeah.
Because it's a fantastic film as well.
That was a great bit of information, actually, get off from the horse's mouth to say,
yeah,
you know, because we were having a few different kind of things, or maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that, but basically it's because it just doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah. So
I would think there's got to be a reason why haven't they released it. It's like, it can be just the racism, because there's like some of the stuff that's out now, it can be as bad, if not. But I mean, they were like relentless with it. I think that's what we were thinking. No, all the elements, everything was destroyed, doesn't exist anymore.
Well, so
which is a shame.
I know, but at least you know it's available. It's not as if it's not.
Yeah.
Some of these movies you can't get. At least you know for the moment, if you get that, you can.
And it's a damn good-looking DVD, I've got to say as well. Blue Underground.
Yeah. I've seen the DVD and it was pretty good. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, Blue Underground. I've never heard anybody saying I've got a Blue Underground disc and it was rubbish. Even the DVDs are usually really nice.
Yeah, I've never heard that. But yes, Dean, if you were late, at least you can go back and watch the videos because they'll be on John's channel. So you can go back and watch what you've missed. And
you can watch all the other ones as well. Because
and all the others, yeah.
Yeah. Well, next week, obviously, or the next time I do it, it's going to be part 4. And that's going to be the last one of the section 1s.
Final section of the section 1s, yeah.
That's going to be the groups. And then we're going to do section 2, obviously. But in the meantime, in the middle of that, we're going to do like a sort of regular stream and just like a regular stream about anything, really. And then that's kind of like a bit of a mini break. And then we'll come back with section 2.
Then start with section 2.
And then after that, do the same, then section 3. So this series is probably going to go on for about the next 10 years.
Excellent. Gives us something to do.
Well, it does, yes. That's it. So you're not going to get rid of us very soon.
No. I'm glad you've updated your collection as well, though, Dean. I'm glad about that.
Yeah, and
glad to have been of some use to somebody.
But hopefully you're enjoying it as well, because that's what it's all about. We want to have people in. It's because we're very like the exuberance of us. Hopefully it spills over on you, and know that we're hopefully going to give you some tips for some movies that you really would love if you like horror, and it might be an avenue you haven't been down. But this would be the time to sort of investigate that, and you have a few reference points. You can go back to the other ones and say, well, like it's obviously done in alphabetical order, so you can see, you can go through and you can see what particular movie or some facts about movies that you can't get or how you can get them. So that might help somebody.
Again, so, if you are trying to get them all, if you haven't got them yet, get these.
Yes.
This is the one. This is the one that deals with all the section 1 and section 2, and then there's this one, the Draconian Years. That one deals with the section 3.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to get as many as you can, these are your Bible. They really are. These have been amazing, and the documentaries on them are amazing. I've watched these about half a dozen times, and I never get sick of them.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
I can't recommend these enough. I really can't.
Yeah. You can find out. I mean, even though I've probably watched them 3 or 4 times. I could stick them on again and still see something I haven't seen, and you get all the trailers.
I could quite happily put it on and watch it all again now. I only watched it just before we started doing these.
Yes, and it's the running time of the 2 things is hours and hours and hours.
Yeah,
so much stuff on there. I mean, it's
2-3 disc sets.
Yeah,
you get the documentary on one disc, and then you get like somebody reviewing them, and every single trailer as well on the others.
Yeah. That's right. You can watch the trailers all in one go, or a trailer by itself if you want. It's got all the options, hasn't it?
There's also a couple of Easter eggs as well in the menus. Have you noticed?
Are they to do with that? The Emily Booth? Is that her? Or
no.
Not? No.
Have you noticed when they're all talking, they've got that video cover in the back and it says "Video Nasty" on it?
Mm-hmm.
You find out what's in that if you find the Easter egg.
Oh no, I haven't found that. I'll have to go and have a look for that one.
One of them picks it up and opens this, and you see what pops out.
All right. Oh, got me Got me intrigued on that one, Nigel, I tell you.
And it looks old. I would like one. It looks like it was there back in the day. I want one.
Oh, it's like kosher from that time. Wow.
Yeah, if you see it open, you see the dust, but you see
something.
It's something political. I'll let you find it.
I've never seen. Oh, that would have stuck me in mind. I've never seen that at all.
I saw that.
Did you see?
I did.
I think people think that she doesn't exist, but
I'm surprised never went past like that.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know that. I've told her not to see her. It's so there you go. So she'll be coming out anyway once she's got a 6-pack of beer. No, I'm kidding. She got a bottle of vodka
and a big cigar.
So Michael says, I believe Frankenstein had 2 different UK VHS releases: the Video Gems release with the same art as the set, and the Vipco release with a different art altogether.
Yes.
I can't remember the Vipco one, if I'm honest.
Again, it shows you on these. It shows you the different artworks. Like
yes, it does actually.
When it goes through the films, you get like this. It looks like a file thing, and you get the video artwork. And if it's got more than one cover, it changes and it keeps showing you all different ones.
Yeah. And there's Media Collector Madness, Sean. Hi guys, hope you're well and good. Yes, we're doing well, Sean. Thanks for coming along. And so the next one, we'll go for the next one. And this is The House by the Cemetery. And that would be the Blu-ray before the 4K came out. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the one with the lenticular sleeve.
Yeah.
So what's your thoughts on why you've kept that one, which is nice?
I got this after the 4K came out because of the lenticular sleeve. When I got these as well, because I got quite a few of these themselves. Oh, these haven't been out that long themselves. I was like, oh God, I'd love them covers. And when the 4Ks come out, like some of these dropped a little bit in price, or like somebody was selling 4 of them. And I got them like
upgraded for 4K.
I got 4 of them for about 50 quid.
And you were
so
probably
like that Zombie, Maniac, and it might have been New York Ripper.
Yeah, I think it was New
Can't
York
remember,
Ripper.
but I got 4 absolutely amazing ones. But I do also have that. That was the old Blu-ray.
Yes, I had that one. It's still a decent Blu-ray, mind.
Oh yeah, it's just the differences with this. That is all you get.
Yes.
Whereas with this one, with the lenticular, it's got the 4K scan, reversible artwork, and it's 2 discs. There's 1 disc the film and 1's extras, and you get like a very snazzy booklet. Oh, and you get the soundtrack.
You see, that's the thing, you know, the 4K. You get the extras disc from that in here, and you get the 4K, great. But you don't get the music.
You don't get the soundtrack?
No, which is, I think, for the money you pay for this, you should get the soundtrack as well. It's a bit of a... if it came out with a soundtrack, I wouldn't buy it again, because this is nice.
They've probably done it, you know. So you'd buy both?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, you probably could, but... I mean, I was going to get them ones, but I think I didn't. And then by the time I was going to get them one, I saw the 4K coming up. I thought, I'll have to get this one because I'm collecting all the 4Ks on Blue Underground. And they all look...
I do have the 4Ks with the lenticulars. Like I got Vigilante, which was a great film.
Yeah.
And I got Uncle Sam, which was totally bizarre, I thought.
I'll have to get... I haven't got that one yet, but I'll have to get that one.
But I rewatched this one a couple of months ago. I'd seen it 2 or 3 times before. And I always got a little bit lost, thinking like, what the hell is going on here? I thought it was like so hard to follow, and I found it a bit slow. And I think the reason is the usual culprit. I was on my phone at the same time, so I sat and watched it and took it all in, and it made so much more sense. Because I'd missed bits. I didn't know the thing was at the end, but now, I get it now.
Yeah. I thought that I didn't get, you know how Fulci would kind of rip off a movie, like Zombie is a rip off of something. New York Ripper, and City of the Living Dead to a certain extent. But this one, I thought, well, what's he ripped off for this one? But when somebody said it's a rip-off of The Shining,
I don't
it's his
see
version
it.
of The Shining. But if you think about it, I thought, but when I've watched it with that in my mind, you see this movie in a different light. The fact that they're going to this house, and the fella, the sort of the husband, goes a little bit nuts. Katrina McCall, she's kind of like the Shelley Duvall character, because she's in the house going a bit nuts herself. And then there's a young kid in it, Bob. Everybody knows, don't they? Bob. And so it's got a lot of, there's a few things with The Shining, I would say. The fact it's a bit more psychological. Got that.
It's like references, isn't it, really, then?
Who's got, she's got the kind of telekinesis with Bob for a certain reason.
But then you get the full Gras in this.
Oh, yeah.
Having said that, compared to some of his stuff, this one's actually quite mild, I thought. I
think this is more like a well-done movie. This is more like a movie than an atmospheric one than a gore fest.
I'd watched it, like I said, I'd watched it 2 or 3 times previously over the years, and I've always found it slow. But then when I watched it again this time, I thought it was a great film. I really enjoyed it. Yeah,
I thought that myself when I've watched it fully properly. When I just sat down and thought, I heard The Shining thing, and I watched it as a Shining movie. It did come to life a bit more than it did before for me. And this has got Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos on it as well.
You said the 4K version. That's amazing, didn't you?
So have you got Atmos on your disc there?
What?
I thought you might have Dolby Atmos on there, or 7.1 surround.
Where are we? Audio. English, Italian. No.
All right.
Doesn't say it. I'm sure if it had it would say on, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would do. And obviously you can get this one in this country in Arrow, so you can get it everywhere. It's not as if it's not one you can't get at all.
And I do have the soundtrack to this. Not CD vinyl. However, it's not. I think you could get the individual release. But my eldest daughter got me this for my birthday a few years back, called Vault of Horror.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And it's a hardback book.
Oh, nice.
And apparently it says the Gates of Hell trilogy. I didn't realize it was a trilogy.
Yeah.
So like it's like this. It looks like this sort of big coffee table book thing. You turn on the pages, and all of a sudden this record just appears. So the City of the Living Dead. The artwork, and this is like fantastic as well.
Brilliant, that. Look at
that. I won't get all the records out because we're only talking about this one film. The Beyond.
Lovely, which is coming out in 4K soon.
Is it?
Yeah.
You'll be partaking, won't you, sir?
I certainly will. I think it's Grindhouse actually are doing it.
And then look at that. House by the Cemetery.
No, look at that. That's amazing, that, mind.
And the vinyl is a bit sexy as well. They've all got like inner picture sleeves as well. House by the Cemetery.
Freudstein.
Don't ever finger mark your vinyl, boys and girls. You should only handle it by the edge and the label.
That's the one.
But that's
nice. Look at that.
Yeah, it's like a sort of a khaki green. It's full of dog hairs, like.
That's very nice.
It's a really nice set, that. But yeah, some of these Italian ones though, they've got some great music in them, haven't they?
Oh, they have, yeah. Who done the music to these? Is it all the same fella, or is it a different one? Because I think because this one's more like a sort of, it's got all these kind of like what's it called, arpeggio cathedral sort of church music. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Got a great.
Yeah, I was over the moon when she bought me this. Oh, that's the back of the cover as well.
City of the Living Dead.
But yeah, it's an absolutely cracking set.
That's very nice. I think I saw that one day in HMV, but I didn't go for it because my stereo was there.
I think I showed you it as well one time when we were talking.
Yeah, aye, that's really nice. Very nice set.
So, what would you
So
Rate
I'll
this.
go, actually, with the specs, I'll go through the specs there, speaking of specs. So The House by the Cemetery was 1981. It's 86 minutes. It doesn't seem that, it seems longer.
I thought it was longer.
Yeah. It's like Lucio Fulci or Lucio Fulci. It's also called The House Outside the Cemetery.
I've never heard of that.
This is a good one. Revenge of the New York Ripper.
No way.
No, I'm not saying that at all. That was when it was released in South Africa. It was called
That is an absolutely totally different storyline altogether.
Well, it is. I mean, talk about if someone's saying, "Oh, this is New York Ripper Part 2," even though it was released the year
They're going to be disappointed if that's what they're expecting, because that's more of a supernatural thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right there. And also Zombie Hell House, which I can see.
It's more apt, but it's a crap title. I think they've gone with the right one myself.
Yeah, The House by the Cemetery sounds quite nasty.
Ominous.
Yeah, it does. I like The House by the Summit by the. Don't open that, you know. I like all them ones. So the Internet Movie Database one in there is 6.1 out of 10. So what would you go for this one?
I'd give it higher than that, mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think even when I was watching it and I thought it was slow, I would have given it higher than that. House by the Cemetery. I think I would probably give this a 7, actually.
Well, I would give it an 8 because it's part of Fulci's big 4 movies. You know, Zombie, House by the Cemetery, City of the Living Dead, and The Beyond. I consider them all to be on a level playing field, although Zombie's better. They're just the best. It's his best movies for me. And this could be his last.
I think my favourite one is actually New York Ripper. I love that film.
It's all right, isn't it? Yeah.
But I'm more of a slasher fan than Zombie anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, right.
But don't get me wrong, I do really like his zombie stuff. I do.
Yeah, I just think he had a golden period. And don't forget, most of these were made in the same year, which is nuts.
Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, you've got House by the Cemetery, 81. You've got City of the Living Dead is 1980. You've got The Beyond. Is that 1982? I think that's 1981 as well. And then you've got the Black Cat is 1980 as well. 1981, should I say? So he's got all this stuff happening at the same time, which is crazy. Imagine just spitting these out.
Black Cat, so I've seen that. That was actually a pretty good film. That
reminds of a Hammer movie. That one actually, in a way,
was a bit, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, we'll go through a few comments.
Yeah.
So, Pro Physical Media not says, is it not due to Andy and his lifestyle choices that in a certain conservative circles will be deemed offensive? Is that with the is that Frankenstein?
Oh yeah, it must be. I'll try. I think it was Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, because they were all a strange bunch in that gang, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, very. I like. There was a big documentary on about Andy Warhol on TV somewhere. About three parts documentary. It was brilliant. It was all to do with the whole that period. And when he got shot, remember when he got shot off one of them? This woman who had this book, and I think she called the book Scum because she hated men, and this book was all about how much she hated men. So she kept going to Andy Warhol and saying, "Will you get this made for us into a film?" I think, and I think Andy Warhol was just like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, wasn't really interested because she was a bit of a psycho. So she came in and shot him 5 times in the chest. So you know that song by Lou Reed, Andy's Chest, that's on his Transformer album. You know that one? Well,
don't
that's
really listen to Lou Reed.
But if you get a chance, just type in Andy Warhol's chest. You should see the state of it. You've never seen anything like it. What he looks like.
There's pictures of him?
Well, after the operations, because he had loads of things removed and stuff like that, had parts of his thing was blown away, like spleens and all that, so it took it out. So his chest is like a sort of it's like someone off Flesh for Frankenstein. True?
He didn't live, did he?
Oh yeah, he lived. But he was always a bit ill after that. He was always odd. Like, he got shot I would say in the 70s, maybe, or the early 80s. And he lived for another maybe about 10 years after he got shot. No, maybe more than that. I think he got shot in the late 60s. He lived till about 87.
So he definitely shortened his life then.
I think it did. He was never the same after that. And he wouldn't go out anywhere because obviously, how would you? And he wouldn't have, all his mates and hangers-on used to come into his, the factory and all that. I think he got rid of them all. He didn't trust any of them, did he? Because obviously
he used to have parties and stuff there, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't have them after this, mind. Well, you wouldn't, would you? After someone puts 5 bullets into you. Wow.
I saw a film. Where did I see a film where he was having a party? Was it one of the Men in Black films?
Yes.
Men in Black 3. I think that's how I realised about the parties and that, yeah.
Yeah, he's had these parties and it was all dressed in like sort of like cling film and like tin foil and that.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah. But he certainly got shot, mind. So Double Bill Movies, Trev says, yo lads, forgot you were on. I'm here now, what I miss. Well, you can do it on catch up. And that was 747, and we're up to, we've done 4 movies thus far.
We've done 4.
4, yes.
We're almost halfway through.
Yeah. So and but still lots of people still talking about Irreversible, talking about it being quite, like over the top and whatnot.
I wonder if that bit you were on about with the
I think it is that one. And the fire extinguisher, it's on YouTube, believe it or not, this whole scene, but I've never known it. It looks dead real as well. The noise of this thing going in this fella's face is unreal.
Wow.
You ever seen this film? Darren Hartley says, I'm going to say Base Moi was intense. Is
that the one where the lettering on the film on the front cover is bright pink?
Yeah, and there's got someone with a gun on it.
A woman, but it's like just like a black and white. Yeah, it was an absolute pile of bilge. Garbage.
I agree, but it was a bit extreme, wasn't it?
Well, there was real shenanigans in that as well, but it didn't make it any better.
No, that's a good way to put it. That's YouTube friendly. Shenanigans, that's what we'll have to call it.
Are you impressed? Did you like that?
I did, It was one of those ones where you should be getting a job with Mary Whitehouse. She'll like that. Oh, the shenanigans.
Shenanigans!
My God, honestly. So, we've got a few quite, a lot of talking about Irreversible here. And let's see if we can get some that are talking about.
I would say bypass them then.
Yeah, because that's, after I've lost all my comments, because they kind of disappear and then they come back again when you go down. And see if we've got any ones that go on to House by the Cemetery and stuff like that. So Brian says, how much was the Toxic Zombies Blu-ray?
It was around about the £30 mark.
About £30, and you just
around
said
about that. Yeah, I can't remember.
It's not.
I mean, some of them went like either they got out of print or they're hard to get hold of. I mean, Jesus, I've got we've got the Grindhouse ones, 8 pieces, Cannibal Holocaust, Cannibal Ferox, Cat in the Brain. The one that's come out with Sondra Lock-in, Death Game.
Aye.
People have got it on eBay for £80 and £90. I'm not paying that.
We don't get
it. Makes like 30 quid seem reasonable.
Yeah, it does actually. I think
and with the slipcase and the packaging and the fact there's interviews and stuff and trailers, and with the fact they give you like that option to watch either version, they must have put some work into it. So for me, it's worth it.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a nice looking release, definitely. Trev says an email from 88 saying they've cancelled Mardi Gras Massacre. I got my full refund. Yeah, we all had them, didn't we? Unfortunately, which was because you had yours first, didn't you, Nigel? And I says, "Oh, mine's all right." And then of course,
Amazon cancelled mine, but Amazon don't take the money until until it's getting due for release.
And Bumpers says they didn't see and Gestapo's last orgy. Oh my, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it is a bit of a jaw dropper, I must admit.
It's not what you usually see in a dinner scene.
No.
And says I can't understand about the music copyright in Mardi Gras Massacre because the music is awful and they should just be paying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I've heard it's really bad.
Brian actually says on the back of Gestapo's last orgy, what's the best Nazi nasty?
He said that's the best. He thinks that's the best one.
Oh, that's the best. Well, I would say it's the best made. It's definitely the best, the one that's got the best production values to it. But it's
out of the
really
ones I've seen, I think it's the best film. I enjoyed it the most, if enjoyed's the right word. Yeah, it had my attention from start to finish. I was like, wow, I didn't expect it to be like this good, because it was like the way it's directed and the whole story and everything. I was like, it was actually really well made, and it was like it had me gripped.
It was. I mean, I had to watch it. It wasn't as if I thought, "Oh, I can't watch this." It wasn't that.
I could easily watch it again, very easily.
Yeah,
and I will.
I couldn't. I just wasn't expecting that whole long dinner scene.
I think if you watch it, you'd probably find it's not as bad as what you thought the first time.
I think you're right. I think I will. I will watch it again. Definitely will.
You'll have to. What you've paid for.
Yeah. So Bad Lieutenant says Love Camp 7 was like this. That was last Soji, recently banned again by the BBC.
Yeah, we're coming up to that.
We'll be coming onto that a little bit later on. We're going to segue into that one. So Italian Dan says, "Sup, dude, still working on getting that MGM to you. Just been broken busy. Going to try to make it to the post office this weekend or next. Sorry for the delay." Now that one there from Dan, Italian Dan, is believe it or not, I wasn't going to tell you anything about this because I didn't know if it was like going to happen at this point, but it is Mardi Gras Massacre that Dan's got a copy of it. Now, I'm going to say at this point that I'm not too sure what the copy is, but it is Mardi Gras Massacre. Now he was talking about this to us a while ago, and I was wanting to make sure that I was going to get it and say, look what it is. But yeah, I'll get more into that about that when I finish the stream. But but I didn't know how about if it was one of those things that could happen. You know what I'm saying? But yes. So obviously it's going to. Excellent. Yeah, but Dan got in touch with us, Italian Dan, good name. Got in touch with me. He says, I've got something here, and I was like, wow. But I'll speak about after the stream because I don't know about the details. I can talk about the details, and you'll understand that why I want to tell you about that. No bother. Bad Lieutenant says, like the last house on the left, roll it on the bottom of your video, John and Nice. Yes.
Best comment we've had about it.
I know. But just remember, it's only a live stream, Ferox.
Nothing worse than chafed Ferox, is there, John?
Ferox. just do that.
Nobody more than you knows about getting a chafed Ferox.
Well, a shaved Ferox is something that you've got to try and live with, and it's hard.
Keep the cream going.
You know? That's it, and you end up with your Ferox in the jaw, and you can look at it in your nights and say, "That was my Ferox."
Oh, you've got a cracker looking Ferox there.
James, Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hey guys, hey James, you're right. And the XYY man, you're doing great, son. Just get rid of Chuddy.
It's gone.
Well, there you go.
Where's me Chuddy?
Right, so let's go.
XYY man, I have to remember why have you called yourself that, Pops?
It's is XYY that is a man, isn't it? XYY is XXY a woman?
Oh,
chromosomes. Is that what it's called? Chromosomes, or
I dare say he'll come back on and
tell you
answer that.
Yeah, it might have something to do with
Chuddy.
Right, so we'll go to the next one, and the house by the cemetery is followed by the house on the edge of the park. Now, I would say this is a gorgeous release. I mean, look at that. Spot gloss and the works.
Yeah.
Everything you could want. It's got the
if you collect these things, you go into the most, I can honestly say that like some of these are absolutely beautiful looking. People go, it's beautiful, it's a Blu-ray. Well, you say the same about a pair of shoes, so nah.
Yeah, I know.
Spot gloss and even on the... Do you know, I never noticed that bit before at the top there. David Hess's face.
Yeah.
Did this have reverse? Have you gone for that one?
Yeah. That's reversible, isn't it? Yeah. That's the old pre-cert one, isn't it?
No, the preset one is on the other side with the cutthroat razor.
Cutthroat razor, yes, that's it. And this
Excuse
one,
me while I whip this out. That was the preset.
Yes, that's the one. And also you get the soundtrack in here, which is great, actually, the soundtrack.
Do you know, I'm going to have that one. I don't know why I haven't changed it to that one, because that's like the proper video nasty cover.
And the music is by Riz Ortolani, famous for doing the ones for Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah, he did.
And it's got the extra bonus disc here, Dear Dato Holocaust. Who's the director, the same director of Cannibal Holocaust as this.
That's better.
It's all right, isn't it, that? And then you've got the little booklet there as well. I can get that one out.
Yeah, it's a really another good set. This
is a lovely set.
At least you do get the actual soundtrack as well on CD. I've not played it. Like,
it's quite funky, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what that is, man.
This is coming out in 4K and uncut, apparently, in the UK very soon.
It's the track listing for the CD on the back of that.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, this is the one we were talking about earlier, where apparently in the UK it's coming out uncut. We believe it when we see it, though.
Oh, definitely. It's one of those ones where it might be a version of uncut, but it might not be a full cut, if that's the thing. I just need to see it before I believe it. It's one of those ones.
If it's uncut and it's 4K, I think I would probably do, because I really like this film. I think this is a great film.
It's got, when I watched it, I'll tell you, actually, it's directed by Ruggero Deodato, we talked about.
Yeah.
From 1980, the year after, the film he made after Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
And 91 minutes, and it's got no alternative titles that I can find.
One of the very few.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, because it's a good title, that, isn't it? House on the Edge of the Park. Very ominous, as you say.
Yeah.
Now, when I was watching this, and I watched it the last time, I was quite surprised by a part of it when I didn't realize that David Hess and his fella that he goes out with, his mate, John Morgan, or Giovanni Lamberto Radici, from who gets killed in every single Nasties and loads of Nasty films.
Yeah, he is.
He's a piece of work, David Hess. He's a really nasty bloke. But he goes to this like well-to-do house with these people having a party, and he takes his mate with him. Now, his mate is definitely, he's not quite right in the head, is he? But the fact is that when he goes to the party and these people start taking the mick out of this fella, then that's when David Hess steps in to kind of stick up for this bloke. It all goes very wrong. But
and he starts like egging him on to do things as well.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that. I didn't really get that on the first couple of watches. And then I really got it on this one. And I thought, that's quite a different take on it that I didn't really... I just thought they just went out to pair them just to go crazy, but it was kind of triggered.
No, it kind of builds up.
Yeah, because these people, these sort of like well-to-do posh people, they're not very nice either, are they? I'm not saying they deserve it, but they're quite, they're not the nicest of people, are they? And they do take the mick out of them too. So they sort of just go, that's what instigates them to do what they did, which was a little bit over the top.
But the lasso that John Morgan seems to get on with, I think she starts to sort of actually really like him, because they start to like do things, don't they?
Yes.
She was also in Cannibal Ferox with him as well.
Yes. Yeah, she was. And that's her with the black hair. Yes. Yeah.
Not the black one. No, she's got black hair.
Yeah, the black hair. Lass with the black hair.
Yeah. Because there's actually a black lass in there, like with short hair dancing, isn't there?
Yeah. They shaved hair.
I think that the worst one for me was like the lass who turns up late. I felt so sorry for her.
Yeah, who wasn't
even... She's like a little thin blonde lass.
Who wasn't in the middle of all this, so she really didn't deserve anything.
She just walks up thinking she's coming to this party, and then
it goes crazy. It's one of the ones where when I got this one, which is just very recently this came out, I thought the first thing I said was, well, this will never come up in the UK uncut. And then look what's happening.
I know.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago. I remember us saying, like, nah, this will never come out over here uncut.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently it's going to. I don't know if there's a release date for it or anything yet.
I haven't heard. I think it's definitely this year. And we haven't got much of this year left, so I reckon it's going to be the next couple of months that's going to come out. Because don't forget, they've got the 4K, because this is a 4K remastered Blu-ray. So they've got.
Is it 88 who's doing it?
Yeah. See, 7 again, 88, 7. So
yeah,
the Pally, aren't they?
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Which is good.
I know
for
as well,
us.
like, because the way that they release their stuff like this, I think these and Vinegar Syndrome are very on a par with each other.
Yeah.
The both release like, you know, like really, really good stuff.
They do. And this slipcover is really, it's like thick, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's like
really, and it's really well made.
Yeah. Or as soon as you pick it up, you think, oh, that's different. That's a cut above, isn't it? It's not your flimsy slip cases.
No, definitely. I mean, when it turned up, I was like, oh, look at that. And that was before I even took the disc out.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have it, but there's a vinyl soundtrack of this, and that's exactly the same artwork that's on the soundtrack.
All right. It's good artwork, isn't it, though? So do you think this has been made, was that the soundtrack you've got, was it round about the time this came out? Is it newish, or is it a while ago?
Soundtrack?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's like one of these, I mean, there might be an original one, but the one that I've seen with this artwork, I think it was Mondo. So it'll have been sort of within the last 9 to 10 years.
All right, yeah.
It's a coloured vinyl.
Yeah. Is it red?
It's like a lovely sky blue with like a blood puddle in the middle. I've got a Jaws soundtrack on exactly the same colour.
Oh, yeah.
But with Jaws, they've called it Blood in the Water.
Nice.
With this, I don't know what name they give it. So they give it all these fancy
blood in the pool.
names.
Don't forget there's swimming pool in this one. So it could be to do with swimming pool.
Blood in the swimming pool.
That's
Never
right.
thought of that.
Blood in the dance floor, blood in the swimming pool, blood in the Ferox.
Blood on the Ferox.
This one has got a 5.7 reading. What would you give it? Quite high,
8.
actually, for this movie. An 8.
I'd give it an 8.
I'd give it a 7. I do like it. It's a great movie, but I don't know if I'd give it an 8. It's not a movie I watch all the time.
If I compare this to something like proper big studio stuff, like my favourite films, then it wouldn't be that high. Yeah. But out of the video nasties, it's an easy 8 for me.
Yeah, right. So
I think it's such a good film. It's one that I will go back to. I've seen it twice, I think. The first time I got it, I bought the Code Red Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Of somebody in Brazil on eBay, and it was cheap. I thought, that's cheap. Yeah, there's a good reason for that. When it turned up, it was a copy.
Right. Nice.
It was like a fax. It was a good one. But as soon as I turned around and seen the disc with that purple, I was like, yeah, right, I'm not having that. So I put a thing in. I got refunded, but I got to keep the disc as well.
Oh, well. So what was the quality like? Was it all right on it? Was it dodgy?
Yeah, it was all right. It was like just like watching an original, but if I'll dig it out and I would give it away if I knew somebody who wanted it, because I don't want it when I find it.
And so I want to watch this, but I think the next watch I will do will be the 4K, because I'll definitely get the 4K of this, because I'm wondering if this is going to be in the Italian Classics collection. I wonder if it's going to be part of one of them, because if it is, I'll have to buy it.
It may be, because that guy's Italian, isn't he, who's in it?
Yeah.
And I think obviously some of the other cast, you can see in parts it's being dubbed.
Yeah.
And the director is, David Hess is American, isn't he?
Yeah.
But I think the director and I think the rest of the crew as well, I think it is classed as an Italian film.
I would say Italian.
But then again, it's actually set in New York. But having said that, I watched one of the documentaries and it said they got all the New York stuff out the way, which is like basically, when they're driving around the city and you see it all, they got that all out the way, and then they went over to Italy and did the rest of the film.
I think they used to do that, didn't they? They used to do a guerrilla sort of shoot, get the footage and then just run away without paying them or anything. Never used to get a license or anything. They used to have to get in there.
Yeah.
Which is on the fly.
Is Zombie in the Italian collection?
It's not, no. It's 88 haven't done anything with Zombie, but there's plenty of the Zombie 3, Zombie 4, Zombie 5 are in the Italian collection.
No, but Zombie Flesh Eaters that is a Arrow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But Zombie Flesh
Oh,
Eaters
it's Arrows or 88.
which is Zombie 3, Zombie Flesh Eaters 2. Wow, is in there. So I think if they could have got Zombie, they would have put it in there. They just haven't got the rights to
Well,
it.
chances are then this may well be. So you'd have been getting it anyway.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. But that'll be my next watch on that, the 4K. I would imagine this
But
one.
they've not done a 4K, have they, in the Italian section?
No, not yet. No, I thought Cannibal Holocaust was going to be in there in 4K, which means I have to buy, because I don't collect them all. But yeah, they haven't done a 4K yet. But then again, if they're going to start doing them, I don't think they're going to get a separate line for the 4Ks and then a Blu-ray in there. That would be a bit weird. I don't know. It's I could see them doing it though. But yeah, it's interesting to see that this is one of the ones where I could say, if you told me we'd done this a couple of months ago, you would have said you would never see this uncut in the UK. But
exactly, I'm still surprised.
It could actually.
That's why I'm still saying now. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, but
if you haven't seen it, that is a great film.
So if that one gets through, do you think that the what's it called, the New York Ripper stands a chance of getting through, or do you think the New York Ripper is bad, is worse? I think it is worse, isn't it?
I think it's worse, and I really don't think that will get an uncut release. I was surprised they released it at all, because when they first got it in the country, they just get that out. They wouldn't even release it. And some of the close-up stuff you see, and that woman who was like tied to the bed, that is nasty. Right, I don't understand it. Like, they'll let that through, but they won't let Gestapo's Last Orgy through.
I do think that Gestapo's Last Orgy with that food thing, I think that's the thing that got
the whole dinner scene thing.
But then again, there's loads and loads of, apart from that, there's loads of torture against women. Probably the whole movie's that, isn't it? So I can see it. But then again, they've got 88 got the, what's it called, the SS experiment camp in, and I thought that was equally nasty in places, but not as nasty as Gestapo's Last Orgy at all.
No.
So, well, we're not going
I'm due to watch that again, actually. I've only ever watched that once.
SS
experiment camp. I didn't see that back in the day. That getting the Blu-ray was the first time I'd ever seen it.
Well, that's one that we're going to be talking probably on. Is that in the region? Is that in section 1?
Yes,
it is. So
that'll be in the last. That's in the last batch.
I've got.
I'll watch it again before then.
Yeah, the storyline, that is brilliant. I think when I realised what the storyline was, I went, "Wow!" I wasn't expecting it. You know, the fella with the SS commander who lost 2 items of his belongings. They got shot off, didn't they?
Oh, I can't remember that.
Oh yeah, he lost a couple of items that he needed.
A couple of items,
just 2. So they inadvertently got.
He lost his town halls.
He did. That's it. So what he did was, when he had this, well, this is what you do, isn't it? When he had this, he got this crack team together, and he obviously set them against with shenanigans with the women, and to find out who was the most virile. So he thought, right, I know that he's got them 2 items that I need because he's the best. So then he went and got the 2 items off him. And then for the rest of the film, the bloke who lost those 2 items to this other fella who had them put on, he's chasing him around to get them back off him. And I'm like, that is...
I've got to say, I do not remember that at all.
Honestly, when I realised that was what... Because I thought, what's this about? And I thought, oh, this is brilliant. This is so good. I wasn't expecting any of that, but brilliant. So Barley 10 says if they ever re-released Exit the Dragon, Enter the Tiger again, they'd struggle with copyright problems. I think they use some Pink Floyd. Yeah, I think they just used
that right there's a reason not to re-release it then.
Not a fan then? Not a fan?
I can't abide them. I don't get the thing.
I like watching them live on a video, and that's about it. I think I've got... what's that one called that everyone goes on about? Dark Side of the Moon. I've heard of that one. It's okay, but they're a bit... yeah. VMF said The Warriors, what a classic. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's in my top 20 films of all time, that. There's
Michael again. Saw John Carpenter live in Bristol. Was incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
Got to be. Just to see him, the person on a stage. Never mind what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
is unreal.
If there's an award going out tonight to who can make the pair of us jealous, he's won it straight away. He's seen John Carpenter. He's got an Evil Dead quad signed and 2.
But that's just a tip of his collection, man. That you haven't seen anything.
I can well believe it. Actually, I'd love to have a nose through
on Facebook. I think I just couldn't believe what
I want. Oh, if you're listening, right? If you're still on, he's probably got it. But if you've got a spare one, please let me buy it off you. I want the original vinyl soundtrack to it, The Evil Dead
vinyl,
because like because of the film elements for Fight for Your Life, the same thing happened to the master recordings for The Evil Dead, so it's never going to get a re-release.
So yeah, oh wow.
The guy who did the guy who did the music, he re-scored it for the one I've got with Mondo. It's called Evil Dead. I think it's reimagining. It's nothing like the original. It's nowhere near as good as the original.
No, well, that's a point. Sort of thing.
It's getting old. Oh God, I want it so bad.
I'm guessing he's got it. I really can't.
He probably will have. I'm hoping he's got 2 and one that he doesn't want, and he was willing to swap or sell.
You never know. Brian says I've seen Goblin in Brum. They were great. Yeah.
Wow.
How did you got Goblin?
I bet that was an experience and a half.
Yeah, because I mean the amount of good songs they've got to go with these movies is next level. You know, everyone you hear from, you know, oh yeah. Actually, I was in CX the other day and they were buying something, God knows what it was, and they were playing Suspiria soundtrack.
Really?
Like, yeah, I felt like going to the people and saying, I mean, obviously they would have known what they were playing. I was kind of standing there with the disc going, I'm listening to Suspiria.
Do you know Mondo have just recently re-released that again on a lovely coloured vinyl, and the artwork on it is stunning. I need to get it because they released it before and it's sold out. So they've done another pressing now on a different colour. Shut up.
This is a reminder. Take atorvastatin.
They have took it. I meant to unplug that before we started. I forgot.
At least we always know that's 9 o'clock anyway. That's a good thing of your statin woman to say, well, it's 9 o'clock. And that's 9 o'clock. Balutin says Irene Papas was once appeared in the Greek progressive rock album by Aphrodite's Child called 666. Now,
I think I've heard of Aphrodite's Child, actually. She
was in Night Train Murders, I think. Was she? I do.
No way.
She was definitely. She was in that. She was in. She was in that one. Or she was in. What's it called, man? I may be getting it mixed up with someone else. Inferno, maybe. Which is, I've definitely heard it in some. I think that they're quite similar. The names when you think they're in summer, but they're not.
Do you think Inferno will get a 4K release?
Well, there's a lot of people saying it's got this problem with it being owned by Fox. Fox own it, and Fox are owned now by Disney. So it's kind of in limbo, possibly, unless somebody goes to Disney and says, look, maybe Arrow, can we buy the rights to license off you? Like, I think Second Sight licensed Dawn of the Dead off the fella who owned it, you know, the one who kept the things and wouldn't give it to anybody. He's got a name, I can't remember what his name is. And they got the thing to say you can have it and release X amount of stuff. But you got to pay.
I wonder how they got it, yet nobody else could. Or I wonder if it was like nobody else was prepared to pay him what he wanted.
Well, maybe they just got a deal, and maybe he said if you do it like in a spectacular form, you can have it. I don't really know what the ins and outs are, but I know that they had to go to him, and nobody else could have a deal with him. That's why Arrow lost it straight away, because it probably had a deal with Arrow, and then Arrow had it for a certain amount of time, and they just took it straight off him and kept it for a good 10 years before anybody got their hands on it. Because I never thought it was going to come out again at one point.
I mean, even the American Blu-ray, I think, is pretty bog standard, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I know when Second Sight released that, there was a lot of American people on YouTube kicking off. Like, why do we have to get from there? Like, why can't we have a US? It's like, well, if it's the 4K, it's region free, just get it.
I know. It was
important. We always have to.
Yeah, I know. It's been the other way around for a lot of years, like, hasn't it?
Oh, I did get my final thingy. You know, I've got the bed with the crystal plumage.
Oh, the box set.
Yeah, I got it.
4K. Yeah,
4K. Yeah.
Art original.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you want them all art original, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one that's not art original is Phenomena, because I got the same one as you, Creepers.
Yeah. Creepers, yeah. That's a good.
But all the others are the art original. Yeah, they look stunning together, mind.
They do, don't they?
Yeah. I watched it the other night. What a cracking film that is as well.
It's a good film. I do rate it very highly, and I think it's the fact
not
that
a bad film amongst those 5.
No, there's not. I could put them on any time and watch them. And because actually look that good now, you're getting that extra thing because you've seen them a few times, but now you're getting the benefit of 4K transfer and you're seeing things in a different light. I think it's great to revisit these ones at this time.
Deep Red looked amazing.
Imagine 8K. I don't think they'll ever do that. So listen to this one. Joe Borg says, lawsuit in Chicago in Supreme Court regarding Mardi Gras Massacre. Severin supposedly releasing it here, December 27, 2022. Yeah. So that ties in with you.
Oh, I was going to say Severin won't release it here, but they did release a UK version of Bloody Moon, didn't they?
They did, aye. So there's nothing to say that they could actually, they could do it. They could release it here. Of course, they could. Maybe they can.
If that's the case, then it looks like 88. I've lost it altogether, which is a shame because they do so well with their releases.
No, I think I think that with the fact they're going to put everything into this, it looked like a really good, like massive release. But wow, so well, actually, it does look as if they're going to get this done. However they're going to do it, they're going to get it done.
I think by the time that comes out, though, we'll have already done the last 9.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we'll have
72 movies to see before you die. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe do a Mardi Gras Massacre special. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Aye. Because we could do it as it comes out. You know, but you heard it here first. Darren says 72 movies to see before you would die. I definitely believe in that. Ryan says, what the hell was Rob Zombie thinking when he tried to redo the monsters? It's terrible.
Oh, the monsters. I've never seen it.
It's meant to be ridiculous.
I've heard it's bad, I mean, the trailer was bad.
Yeah, it just looked as if to say, I can't believe this was a thing. And, Rob Zombie's good, but then again, he can do some really stupid, bad stuff as well. And you think, what you think of Halloween 2? Darren says,
I used to love that. And then I watch it now because of all that crap with the white horse.
The horse.
Just an excuse to get hair in again. It slows it right down. But I thought the first one, I love it. And I don't think it deserves the hate it gets.
The first one's all right. It's the second one, it's just that stupid horse. I just don't get it. It's just really
I think my 2 favourite Rob Zombie films that I've seen are the first Halloween and The Devil's Rejects.
Devil's Rejects is brilliant. What a movie that is.
I went to see that twice at the Pictures. I liked it that much.
Yeah, really. No, it's a good. It does what it's supposed to do instead of pretending to be something not and feeling flat in its face.
I've only got that on DVD. Actually, I don't have that on Blu-ray.
Blu-ray is nice, although it's very grindhousey because it's not a good-looking movie. It's got that sort of.
Oh, right. Yeah, but that's what I think. I was probably intentional.
Yeah, I think it's got that low-budget look to it, but it's nice though, especially because it's outside for most of it.
Have you seen 3 from Hell?
Yeah,
I hated it.
It's all right, but it's nowhere near the other like that one.
They should have stopped. For me, 3 from Hell doesn't exist.
I don't see. It was pretty pointless actually. When I watched it, I thought, "What was that? What was the point in that?" Because Devil's Rejects.
I was disappointed that they brought them back because for me, at the end of the Devil's Rejects, that was it. It was finished.
Yeah.
But then when they found out how ill Sid Haig was, and you can see by looking at him on his very, very brief appearance, for me, I would have said, right, we're scrapping it. Captain Spaulding is the best character in the film. Yeah,
it was a bit of a shock that they did that. I think they should have I know they've probably did it sort of for him to get a bit of the last movie in that, but I don't know. I think it was a bit unnecessary in every way.
I don't like the new character they brought in to replace him. He was garbage.
No, he was. It's hopeless.
It just wasn't a good film at all.
No, considering the other one, and if you're going to make a one 10 years after the other one, you think, it's got to be something good about it. But And it was too long as well. I think it was too long. So Darren says Hurricane Katrina destroyed the elements for Fight for Your Life. Yes.
Yep, there you go.
Brian says, I love watching you guys. And
thank you very much.
Liam F says, loving this. And by the 10 says, I'm just nipping for a pee. No laughing.
Thinks he's you.
And UXSX only. Hola, hola. Hola,
hello,
hola.
hello.
Hello.
I think.
Stephen McNulty says, hi guys, great stream. Love the lenticular cover. I like a good
Excellent.
lenticular. I've got to
Thank you
say.
very much.
Simon Film Fan says, I like the colours better on the old house by the cemetery. Is that the ones with, would you say, the colours of the release or the actual movie itself?
Well, I don't know, because by the old one, I'm pretty sure that even that is an upgrade to that one.
Yeah, because I think the colours on the one with the lenticular is a bit more sort of like colourish. This one is kind of...
I think that it's lenticular, it's the 4K scan. I don't think that one is it? Isn't this one just a 2K?
I think the lenticular is a 4K scan. The other one isn't.
Yeah, that one isn't.
Yeah.
So which one does he mean by which one's the old one, the 4K scan, or that one? Maybe it's that one.
Yeah, aye.
I've not really seen the 4K. Well, I know I haven't seen it at all, the 4K, but you swear by it, don't you?
4K is gorgeous. It is. A little bit grainy, but not too much. And sometimes the colours on it, when they're in the house and it's got like stained windows, glass windows. I've never seen colours like it. It was one of the ones where it's a bit Suspiria-esque. I'm going, wow. And it's one of the ones where you don't take any notice of until you see it. When you see it, it hits you in the face, you think, ooh, this is something else. But the movie itself, I don't know if you get that vibe as well. It's very like autumnal. It seems to be shot.
Yes, it is. I do get that, yeah.
Yeah. So it's got that like muted colours anyway outside. So it's never going to be bright outside, but when you get in the house, it comes to life. The end of it, when he's downstairs in the sort of cellar, that's crystal clear, and you can see everything in the cellar as well. It's not as if like things are hidden because of the darkness. It's just all in. So it shows up to me. The ending's much better for that.
So for me, so far now, talking about that is now the one that I fancy watching the most. House by the Cemetery.
Yeah, I'm going to say out of that, them ones we're talking about, looking at them, I would say House by the Cemetery for me. In fact, I'm due a full C rerun as well of all his movies. I was checking something out the other day on 4K, and I thought a lot of these need to be rewatched again. I feel it to me. I need to do that.
Which Cat in the Brain did you get?
I've got the 88 one in the Italian collection, which is pretty good. And then I've got the Grindhouse one as well.
You've got the Grindhouse one as well.
Got them both. I don't like double dipping, but I had to because I had the Grindhouse originally, and then I had to go for the 88 to have the part of the collection.
Because you've got the entire lot of them.
Which is all
Did you get, while we're on the subject of the Grindhouse ones, did you get I Drink Your Blood Grindhouse?
No, I didn't.
That's a great
I've got
release.
it. That's an 88. It's a nice release on the 88. It looks lovely, believe it or not. It's from 1970 or something, isn't it? 71?
It's very early. I thought it was before that even. It's very hippie looking.
Oh, it is very hippie.
It's one. That's one of them. It's so bad. It's good. A little kid with the syringe going around with the blood. I actually got a syringe with mine. A prop thing. You got one limited with it.
That's brilliant. And the thing
I've never watched the black and white one though. I Eat Your Flesh. I've never watched that yet.
It's rubbish. I don't even know what it was. I think it's just the title's good. It's more like a sort of like black and white voodoo movie that doesn't make any sense. So it's
as a rule, voodoo films bore me.
Yeah, they do. It's like the film White Zombie, the first ever zombie film, but it's just people who are just, like voodoo, under the spell of voodoo, and you think,
I think I've got that White Zombie on a pound shop DVD, but I've never watched it.
Yeah, it's all right as a movie.
Bela Lugosi's in it, isn't he?
Bela Lugosi, but if you don't think of it as a zombie film, forget it. It's not a zombie film. So I was really, because I'd seen Plague of the Zombies by the Hammer movie, and I thought, this one's going to be even better with Bela Lugosi, but it's just like voodoo. So I can understand people being zombified by just wandering around, hypnotized. But yeah, it's not a zombie film. St. John says Uncle Sam wasn't that good of a movie. I was disappointed, he said.
I agree. So was I.
Where? Brian says that the Blue Underground House by the 70 Blu-ray a lot better than the Arrow one. I would say yes.
I would say yes, because I don't know if the Arrow used the 4K scan, but I think that one is absolutely. That's why another reason why I wasn't bothered when I got that about the 4K, because I thought, how can you get much better than that? Because that is absolutely crystal that for a Blu-ray.
Yeah, it is. I know what you mean. And also the House by the Cemetery Arrow Blu-ray was mastered in 2010. So this one's 2018 remaster, isn't it, on the House by the Cemetery? So it's much better. And
put it this way, if they didn't release that on 4K, you'd have been happy with that on Blu-ray, wouldn't you? The new one.
Yeah, I would definitely want to get it. The only reason why I didn't get it was because I heard that was going to rumblings that was going to come out. I thought, I'll just get that then. And then
but it does. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, so I would say, if I'm honest, I would say the House by the Cemetery, the Arrow one, I would just say leave it.
I was going to say, if you're debating or if you've got the Arrow and you're debating upgrading, I would say definitely go for it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a 3-disc set. Like you say, you get one more bonus stuff and you get the soundtrack as well. It's fantastic.
That's the thing that I'm missing on most out of all of them ones. The earlier ones is the soundtrack, the House by the Cemetery, because it's an amazing soundtrack. I find it's really, it's got that gothic keyboard thing going on.
Like I said, there's a lot of the Italian ones have great soundtracks. It's so different, though.
Yeah, it is.
Some of them don't even sound like horror films. They sound quite gothic or like churchy, like when they start with the playing with their organs.
Playing with the feroxes. So Darren says the Beyond needs a great UK release. I agree. The Shameless release is bad and the sound sync is off. Oh, wow. Well, that's another reason.
Get the Grindhouse one. It's fantastic. And I'm pretty sure it's region free.
Yeah. And I'm sure Grindhouse are the ones doing the 4K. I'm sure they are. UXSX only. New York Ripper is the better one for me. Would you say that's probably better than House by the Cemetery?
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I think it's a fantastic film, New York Ripper. I absolutely love it.
4K Beyond coming might be Grindhouse. I think it is Grindhouse.
Yeah, you said that earlier on, didn't you? There's a 4K. Yeah. Grindhouse haven't released any 4Ks yet, though. So I'm intrigued.
But I think this is them starting to go into it. I think they're going to do, obviously, the Cannibal Holocaust are doing it. And I would say Beyond, and then what's the other one they'll probably do? Maybe Ferox. Imagine it. Speaking of The Shining, is Dr. Sleep any good, please? Yes, I would say it's very
fantastic.
Good. Yeah. Surprisingly.
Unfortunately, the idiots at Warner Bros., when they release the 4K, they only give you the cinema release on 4K. It's the director's cut you need to watch. Don't get me wrong, though, it's a fantastic looking Blu-ray. And if you watch the director's cut, for me, it's probably one of the best sequels to any film I've ever seen.
I've got the director's cut, but I haven't seen it yet. But I reckon.
Honestly, John, watch it. There's so much more in it.
I know that when I originally saw, I was thinking it would be hopeless. I did honestly think it'd be hopeless, and when I put it on, I thought, this is okay. I think it's going to go.
I didn't fancy it at all.
It just didn't appeal to me, but because I mean, The Shining. Come on, a sequel to The Shining. But then I realized it was Stephen King had actually wrote the book, so fair enough. And the fact is that the story was good, and then when it gets into the Overlook Hotel at the end, that's when the movie just goes into a different.
I've just got goosebumps thinking about that because
different stratosphere, isn't it? I mean, that whole thing. I mean, that's not going to be a spoiler.
How much do they look like them?
You think they were actually in the Shining?
I thought it was Jack Nicholson. I thought that computer. Do you know who it is? Who's playing the Jack Nicholson one?
I do, but it's not Jack Nicholson, but it's an actor, isn't it? Obviously,
it's Henry Thomas, the kid out of E.T.
Yes,
and who played Norman Bates in Psycho 4.
I haven't seen Psycho 4 for a long time.
Did you watch those things on Netflix? Was it The Haunting of Hill House or something like that?
No, I haven't seen them ones.
He's in one of them as well.
All right. But
and I didn't know it was him from the side. And then when it showed you like from the front, I was like, oh my God, it's Henry Thomas. Didn't recognize. I thought it was Jack Nicholson.
Yes, and also the barman and everyone in it. The people in it, you know,
Yeah.
Grady, Delbert Grady, I'm going.
Yeah.
It's Delbert Grady.
I love the fact as well that it showed you Wendy and Danny back at their house after the events of the original Shining.
Yeah.
I thought, oh God, what an amazing. And now I don't like Ewan McGregor, but I thought he's amazing in that.
Oh, I thought he was unreal. And so
I didn't fancy it at all, but for me, Dr. Sleep, if you're going to watch the director's cut, I can't recommend it enough. You've got to watch it. Blow you away.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was just absolutely I don't know, it was just so good. It was just like a good movie. And it's different to The Shining. It's got like a whole different theme.
Yeah.
But which is good. But it's the whole going back to the Overlook is something to behold. It's like one of them things where you go, I don't believe this. And it's not going to spoil the movie. It was always going to happen.
No.
But
they've even rebuilt it, and oh God! And when he goes and it's been neglected, it looks like it's the same set.
It does.
Honestly, it's amazing how they've done it.
It's spooky. It's one of the best. If you can say what's the best thing of like a nod to another film, I would say it was that one easily.
Absolutely. I'd like to sit and watch them. I'll probably do it one day. I'll sit and watch The Shining and Dr. Sleep straight after it.
So we're getting a lot of people here say Dr. Sleep is great. Dr. Sleep, yeah. Bit of a crowd pleaser. Well, it pleased me. And so I'm a film fan. 88 films. Gestapo's is region free. Yes, it is. So get it from the States, and it's
they've cleaned it up really good as well.
Oh, it looks, doesn't it? It doesn't look so
looks amazing.
Good. It's probably one of the best Nasties I've seen for picture quality on Blu-ray. Which is still odd by the fact it's that movie, but never mind. So I've got let me just take care of this one. I'll not put that one on. I did put that one on.
What was that?
Can you believe it that somebody would come onto a video nasty stream and talk
blowing kiss, as it were,
and talk about adult material? I just think that's just disgraceful. Do they know who we are?
Clearly not.
No. I started watching House by the Cemetery before your live stream started. I will go back to it when this is finished. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it, Sinjin, because we do. We think it's a great film. It's one that's obviously you've got the whole Fulci thing where it kind of doesn't really make 100% sense, and you've got to kind of go and think, well, what was that about? But you've got to kind of try and get past them things where you think if you try and dissect all the movies and some of them just defy explanations, you've got to kind of go with it, if you know what I mean.
I think for me, I couldn't do like what he's done, where started it and go back to it, because like it's one of them. You've got to watch it and listen to it. I think that's why I found it slow, because I was on my phone. But when I sat and watched it, I was like, "Whoa, that was a really good film. I really enjoyed it."
Yeah,
it's quite complex for that type of film, I think. Because I was like, "What the hell?" Same with The Beyond. I think that is.
The Beyond's a bit more crazy, especially the ending.
I didn't like the ending. I was like, well, I'm not happy about that.
I tell you what, the worst ending kind of is the City of the Living Dead ending. Remember that one? That was really odd.
Oh no, I need to watch that again now because I can't remember it.
It's getting up right up there with the Nightmare City ending, which was something to believe. You remember Nightmare City, the ending in that one?
No, I haven't seen that for a long time either.
That's got one of the worst endings you've ever seen in your life.
One of the best worst
endings, yes. It's legendary. It's so awful. It's great because how could anyone dare to do that? That's what I like about it.
Is that the one where they're running around that sort of chemical plant?
The chemical plant. At the end of it, they end up going around that roller coaster, running around the roller coaster. Remember that one? And that bit?
Is it with the radio presenter?
Well, he said
Or am I thinking of a different film?
at the start, the plane comes to the down, and he's going to interview somebody on the plane, and they just jump off, and they're all like lunatic zombie things with the faces all messed up.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think the ending. It's got that. There's a radio presenter keeps coming on and on, and at the end he's talking, and when he turns around, you think,
No,
I wonder if I'm thinking of a different. I must be thinking of a different film. I'll dig it out and watch it.
Yeah, that's good. It's great fun. Simon Film fan, the band UK VHS of the Beyond was cut to shreds as well. You find that some of them were. A lot of them were never.
Well, from watching those, honestly, them documentaries that I keep harping on about, the stuff you find out in there is ridiculous, honestly.
The woman was Valerie Solanas. They made a film about her called I Shot Andy Warhol, starring Lily Taylor.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sure I think she got locked up for it, obviously, but I wonder I think she might be out or she might be dead by now. I don't know. It is Andy's chest. Wow. Because I thought that was just a
bloody hope she got locked up.
Oh yeah, but I think she was like more in a psychiatric establishment than anywhere, because I think she was round the bend actually.
She sounded a bit mind.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, don't just shoot someone because you're like got all your marbles. So we'll go to the next one, which is speaking of extreme movies.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is I Spit in Your Grave. So this is the
fully uncut
one. Yeah, it's
so that I got this one. My niece got me this for Christmas years ago. So it's got the original, unrated, and then the remake, unrated.
Yeah,
on their own discs as well.
I wonder what the discs look like. And I think my disc looks the same as yours.
Yeah, they've used exactly the same disc. Is yours Anchor Bay?
No, it's Umbrella, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I think it is. Is it? I can't see this if I'm honest. There's if I put it right up here, you'll be able to see it.
It's Anchor Bay.
Oh yes, Anchor Bay.
Yes, so that's why it's the same. But I've got this as well.
Sure, I thought this was Australian, but it's not. Must be because it's region A. So I stand corrected, sir. Oh yes, the box set.
UK release, so
it's cut though, isn't it?
Gutted, to be honest, because it's got them all in. Is that the one? Yeah, right. That's the original with a different cover. Heavily cut still.
Yes.
Then you get the remake. And the sequel to the remake.
So are them ones uncut? Are they still cut?
I don't know, because I've got 1 and 2 on US Blu-ray as well, but I never could get out of this.
All right.
I liked all of these. I thought they were really, really good.
I'm honest.
And then that. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Right. That is basically a direct sequel to the original.
Yeah. With her daughter.
And it doesn't feel like it, but that goes on for about 2.5 hours, I think.
Wow.
164 minutes. And I tell you what a cracking film it is. I really enjoyed it. I made a lot of bad reviews about it saying it was rubbish. Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I heard a lot of bad things. So
but I got this, I think it was in an HMV sale, and I had some vouchers, so I got this. And I thought, I shouldn't have got it really, because I think there's an American box set now as well.
Yeah, I think there is.
But I mean, it was really cheap for what it is. But if I'm going to ever watch this after watching that now, I will always watch that one.
Yeah. So this has come out in 4K, and the 4K looks really nice.
Have you got it?
I haven't, no, but I've seen screen caps for it, and the screen caps look nice. Very nice.
It's expensive, and if you want it with a slip cover, good luck with that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's not something I would pay good money for. I would like to see it. I'd like to own it, but I wouldn't go nuts with it, because I think it would be money not well spent. Although I do like the movie, although the long scene in it 20 minutes, which is far too long. I just fast forward through that. There's no point in watching 20 minutes of that.
I do have the unrated DVD with the same artwork as yours. I think that's
Right.
also Anchor Bay. No, it's not. It's don't you remember? Do you remember Elite Entertainment in America?
Yes, I do actually. Yeah, Elite. Yeah,
they were really good for. They didn't release much, but they released The Evil Dead on DVD. This.
Yeah.
And they released the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2 on Laserdisc. They never released it on DVD, just Laserdisc.
Oh, wow, strange.
I used to have the Laserdisc and it was warped. I had to go back, but it had all like the deleted gory scenes and stuff, which you'd never seen before.
Oh,
all the
right.
Blu-rays have got it now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Elite were like they were like sort of the, I don't know, like the sort of a Scream Factory 88 and Second Sight of the day.
Yeah, I think I had a few of their stuff, because I remember the name, because kind of sort of like squiggly, wasn't it, the writing?
Yeah.
Like, sort of like fancy writing.
It was like a blue background and like Elite was in gold.
That's right. So this one here is in 1978 and it's 101 minutes long, which I didn't realize it was that long actually. It's directed by Miyazaki. Yeah, him. Yeah. I was close.
Mia Ferox.
Yes. And it's also known as Day of the Woman, which actually comes up usually when you watch it. It usually comes up on there, doesn't it? Sometimes.
I've never seen it yet. The only way I've seen Day of the Woman come up is like in the trailers.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've
but
seen
apparently there is a cut of it.
Yeah, not this one.
With it on.
Sure with Day of the Woman on it. And also it's Blood Angel.
I've never heard of that one.
No, me neither. Until I search for it. So for me, it's pretty obvious why this got banned. And also, I mean, to be honest, that title there is one of the best titles of a Nasty, isn't it? Really, it's just such a one that just, if you say a movie like I Spit in Your Grave, it sounds evil before you even know what it is, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
I think the cover was a bit of a giveaway, and the tagline.
Yeah. This woman just chopped, crippled, and mutilated 4 men beyond recognition, but no jury in America would ever convict her.
Yeah. Anybody reading that's going to think, oh, what's that all about then? A bit of a shock.
True. I mean, it is. It's got some. It's not the gore fest I thought it was going to be, but it's quite brutal in paces. But it's not. It's mainly obviously the long scene in here it's the problem. And even now it's released. Now it's not even. You've still got cuts to it, haven't you?
I'll say the word backwards. EPA.
Yes, that one. EPA.
It rhymes with escape.
That's it. Or what's
that is bad. It's really long.
So you do know who this person is, don't you?
The woman.
Yeah.
Wasn't she the director's wife?
No, she's not. I mean, I don't know if this is an urban myth, but when I talk about this one, when I heard it, I thought, what?
Do you mean the woman on the cover or the woman actually in the film?
Not the actual person. This isn't Camille Keaton.
That's not her.
No, that's not her. This is an actress.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Who did this scene? Well, this picture. And
so who was it?
Demi Moore.
No way.
Well, you can in the comments, please, just to see if I'm sure I'll bet me money on this one. I'll bet me Ferox on this that this is Demi Moore.
How old was Demi Moore in 1978?
Well, she must have been old enough to go on the cover of this.
No, I've never heard that one before.
Camille Keaton was Buster Keaton's granddaughter.
Oh, was she now?
Yeah, that's a definite.
She's back in the sequel, Deja Vu.
Yeah. Funny enough, I did message her a couple of times on Instagram, and she replied, Camille Keaton.
Really?
Yeah, and I was saying, I says, I see you doing this. She goes, oh yeah, not too much, but she was answering your questions. If she's still on there, I don't know if she's still on there, but she did when this movie's coming out. She had quite a good Instagram actually. So yeah,
I mean, it's also no secret that she gets her revenge, shall we say?
Oh yeah, as a revenge movie, it's probably one of the best ones, really, because you're rooting for her, and she certainly does get an exact revenge. So it you could say, I mean, yes, it's exploitational because of what happened, but it's a bit like Fight for Your Life. It's bad, but they turn the tables.
You'll get yours, matey.
Yeah.
I think the remake was more brutal, violence-wise.
Yeah.
But the EPA was far worse for me in the original. Yes. Because it was like over and over again what they did to her.
Because she got away about 3 times, and then they got her. Yeah, no, that was the worst bit about it. You thought, oh, she's finished, and then it wasn't.
Obviously, it doesn't show you graphically, but there was a bit like where he gets that wine bottle, and I just sees him go. You go, no.
Yeah, it's so that's, and it will never.
That's cut out the UK one, but it's in this
will
one.
never ever get. This will never ever come out uncut in the UK ever.
I think the version that's come out in the UK now, which I think is actually that one.
Yeah,
that's probably as close to uncut as it's ever going to get.
It's the longest one, by far, but it's not anywhere.
But wow, there is a lot still cut out.
Yeah,
I don't know how many minutes it is, even if they only say it's like 2 minutes or whatever. I think it's longer than that, but there's a lot missing.
Yeah,
and it's one of them. If you've never seen it and you want to see, you've got to see the original uncut one. You've got to.
Yeah, I think with all of these, even if you go back to a cut one or a trimmed down one, or even you fast forward like I do, you've got to see these movies in the original cuts at least once to understand the full impact of them before you move on.
I think a lot of younger people, like 18 and above now, especially lasses, would probably, I don't know if they'd make it to the end of this, they'd probably find it, right, how the hell did they get away with this? Well, it was banned for a reason.
Yeah.
For me, though, there's still far more disturbing things, but to me, those EPA, I'm saying the word backwards, those EPA scenes are not the easiest to watch anyway in any film.
No, they're not. And I can understand why some movies do have that in. And it's, but to be honest, in those days, they would just put them in, wouldn't they? They wouldn't really, there wouldn't be any backlash to a certain extent.
As a film as well, I think the original, it's a bit of a slow burner to begin with. And a lot of the acting is appalling. It's very cheaply made. Again, had it not been for the Nasties, we never would have seen this. We wouldn't have known about it.
No, you wouldn't. But I'll tell you what, if you were ever anywhere and you heard a film called I Spit in Your Grave, you would want to see it just for that title.
Definitely.
You don't know anything about it.
Get your attention.
Oh, yes, it certainly does. I'm just going to try not to lose me comments there.
I think not in the same league as Cannibal Holocaust, but if you haven't seen this, approach with caution. Just brace yourself.
Yes.
It's more like those scenes like what we've discussed. It's like you think, wow.
Yeah.
It's not like stomach turning like Cannibal Holocaust is, but it's upsetting.
Yeah, that whole middle section is quite because it's just relentless. And
I'm sure that bit, the entire bit, like from start to finish, from where the first like cornerer to it actually ending, I'm sure it's about 15 to 20 minutes long, you know.
I think it's about 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And then with a running time of 101 minutes, they've got time to do that. Yeah. So it's another one where I urge you to say uncut, but if you understand anybody sort of not having it, skipping it, on a rewatch once you've done it. I don't imagine anyone says, "Oh, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to that bit." It's not in that.
But if you have been curious, though, give it a go. The uncut one first, see what you think. But brace yourself. It's not an easy watch, but it's still a pretty good film, though. What would you give this?
Well, the Internet Movie Database gives it a 5.6 out of 10, which, to be honest, I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
I'll give it a 6.5, I think. I think 7's just a bit too high. and I think 6 is just a bit too low because, like, once it gets going, it's like, wow, you've got to see what happens. And like I said, it's pretty cheaply made, really, which I think is probably with the excessive attack scenes is its downfall. But then again, after that, when she starts to sort of get her own back, then you're rooting for her and you're watching it, and there's some nasty things in that.
Oh yeah,
nasty. That's when the blokes will start cringing.
Oh yeah, you just see it coming. You think, right, well, you know what she's going to get up to, but you've got to say that I think it's a great revenge film, and I think it's one of the best ones out there, one of the original ones out there, and also I do think that the second half movie is much more watchable than the first half.
Yeah,
and I do enjoy the second half movie a lot, and I do have to fast forward that bit now because it's something I don't need to see more than twice, I think, because you know what's going to happen, and it's not good at all.
I think once you get past that bit as well, that's when the pace starts to pick up.
Yeah,
but if you're going to watch it, bear with it, because there's a lot of talking before it even gets to that. But you've got to listen to them. The blokes in the gang, it's their acting. It's bloody awful.
I know. Yeah, it's got the similar. Always get this type of same characters in the gang, don't you? You always get the same type of mix of them. And the one
I was talking about with the bottle, I think he looks a bit like Freddie Mercury.
Yes. Yeah. So Turn the Blue Iris says Mardi Gras Massacre was available on YouTube a few years back. Good quality print.
It's not there now because I've looked.
Yeah, I've looked for a few films and I've come up with nothing, or something which I'll go into a little bit later on. Or coming up with
trailers there, but that's it.
Yeah. In fact, well, I've seen the trailer on that DVDs, but I haven't really seen anything else about it. Also, Darren says, I still can't understand how Code Red got Mardi Gras Massacre when no one else can. Yeah.
The only thing I can think of then is if Code Red have released it, and then somebody else has gone to release it, maybe the people who've done the music thought, hang on a minute, this is starting to make money here. Whereas the first time round, like, nobody really cared anyway. It's only people like collectors like us who want it.
Yeah.
Wasn't exactly a film that was on the radar before all the Nasties, was it?
I'm just so interested to know what the song was, or the bit of music was. Baraten and Ferox to you to
thank you, and a damn fine Ferox to yourself.
Yes, collectible Ferox in a jar. We should start selling them.
Worth a fortune.
I would. Down there we have Ferox in a jar.
Should we both donate our Feroxes and sign it, put on eBay?
We should sign Ferox. Turn the Blue Iris, went to the doctor with a protruding Ferox. Doc froze and knocked it off with a toffee hammer.
Just don't open the jar and sniff it.
Oh my God.
Went to the doctor with a protruding Ferox. Knocked it off with a toffee.
Think.
Oh God. Yeah. There you go. That's that sorted.
There's your Ferox.
Hey God.
Turn the Blue Iris, House of the Edge of the Park, one of the longest screams in film history. Is that the one where what's his name? David Hess is screaming, I think. Because I think he's screaming about something, chasing somebody.
I can't remember, because I do remember actually one of the lasses. It might have been the one I was talking about, who comes halfway through, thinks she's just coming to the party type thing.
Right.
It might have been there. I can't remember. I'm going to rewatch it soon anyway, so we'll find out. I need to find out actually that replacement disc. I've passed it. It's in the box with the rest of them, because I can't remember whether I've actually swapped them over or not.
This is a good one. Imagine if James Furman is still in charge of BBFC. This webcast would be minutes long.
It would.
So I'll leave you with that one, because I'm speaking of Feroxes. I'm just going to hit the toilet, if you don't mind. Okay, so I'll leave you with that.
I think I might go myself as well. So go and have your fag or whatever you're going to do.
That's better. Right, blind as a bat. There was a House on the Edge of the Park 2 coming out with John Morgan. I don't know if it's still in the works. Wow, do you mean like a new one? Because I'm thinking that I seem to recall that there was something about that maybe back in the day. But if they were going to do it, I'm just saying, Nige.
What's that?
Brian's saying there was a House on the Edge of the Park 2 coming out with John Morgan. I don't know if it's still in the works. That sounds as if it's going to be coming out like nowish and not back in the day.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, that would be interesting. If they do a few sequels to these movies now with the original actors, it would be nuts, wouldn't it? Yeah, I didn't know John Morgan was still alive. Sadly, David Hess died a few years ago.
I was good about that. I think John Morgan's alive. He seems to be on a lot of the extra features when they come out doing interviews and stuff. I think he is.
He is, because if you go onto Facebook, you can be friends with him on Facebook, and I've spoken a few times on Facebook. He's usually he's always there with his dog for some reason. And David Hess as well. I had a few chats with David Hess. Not massive chats, but not talking like, but just a few comments, and he would answer them and that. And he was a nice bloke, actually. And
We met him.
I wasn't really getting friendly with him, but I was quite. He kind of didn't know who I was, but he would at least answer me questions. And then all of a sudden, he's died. Wasn't expecting that one. So he's met him. Apparently, he was a nice bloke. You know, he doesn't come across as a nice bloke at all from his movies.
Well, he's obviously doing his job.
But yeah, you're right, actually. Nuss says 88 say it's definitely uncut, and they are quite upset people questioned it, hence why they are radio silent on the subject. Quite interesting, because
I don't know why they're getting upset. I mean, if their releases are like that, they're bound to want to know.
Yeah.
It's not any accusations. It's just like, oh, I believe it when I see it, because like there's been that much hoo-ha about it.
I've seen the thing. I've seen that bit of paper saying that legitimately uncut, but I'm only saying that maybe, and I'm hoping I'm wrong by that they might have put a certain, they might have got a print, and that print might not have everything in it, and it might not be fully uncut, because some people get a print that doesn't. It's not the cut. It's a cut print.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying. So I'm only thinking that. I'm not thinking they've went and put that. The version they put in is definitely uncut. But I'm just wondering what exactly that version is.
I'm assuming, though, that judging by like their past releases, they know what they're doing and they know what they're on about. I mean, they've openly said that Cannibal Holocaust isn't uncut. I suppose they've got no reason to say otherwise. So, I mean, chances are it probably is, but I'm finding it hard to believe.
I'm still going to I'm 100%. I know that they're saying the truth. But what they've got is uncut, but how uncut is it? And is it going to be completely?
Exactly.
So we'll see when it comes out. I will buy it. And
I would, especially with it being 4K now.
Yeah, I definitely would. And if it is, it's got to be trimmed by the merest of things. I wouldn't think it would be like, oh, it's 5 minutes gone. I don't think that at all. I just think it would be just like slight trims. If anything, they wouldn't have trimmed it, but the version I got might be trimmed, if that makes sense.
I think once it comes out, if it says on that box it's fully uncut, I think it will be.
Yeah. Interesting, though. Damien P, I was tempted to get this from the Severance sale, but it's such a grim movie, I don't think I would watch it more than one time. I think that's probably to do with House on the Edge of the Park, because everyone's talking about that at this precise moment. And that's 8:49, so I'm going to get through. So I'm going to go through about 5 minutes of comments, and then we'll get back to our next title.
Yeah.
Trev says, Wikipedia says House on the Edge of the Park's original name was La Casa Spur Dutar del Parco. Don't know how true it is, but the 88 films listing on Blu-ray.com also has that name. I've had so many releases that are alleged to be uncut, but after research aren't. Also, it ticks me off when they don't state if a film has been cut. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about here. We're just thinking that just with the way the movie is, we're just a little bit undecided whether it could be the full version, because it's always been frowned upon, that movie, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think all Blu-ray and DVD should be on the box if it's uncut or not. Yes, I do.
They should.
A lot of them do, but some of them don't, and you've got to kind of go and be a little bit. If you do your homework, then you would know, but you'd be thinking to yourself, sometimes you do take a bit of a risk, don't you? A bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
Oh, Nas says, nice, take it back. Pink Floyd or something special.
Needs, yeah.
So you're not a fan then?
That's an understatement.
Same with film fan. Sailor's okay, but not Gestapo's last orgy. BBFC.
Yeah.
I know, that's a strange one, that mind.
I've never seen Sailor, but I've heard it's supposed to be really bad.
Yeah, it is. It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable watch.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. Well, you can get it in CEX, man, for a tenner. It's nuts, man. And because that was number 2 on the list for ones, if you bought it in the country, you would get. You couldn't get it legitimately in the country. But if you got it like coming through in customs, the Cannibal Holocaust was number 1, and Sailor was number 2. If you got that, you were for it. And there it is.
And then it is uncut now.
Uncut on Eureka. And you can get it in CEX. I've got mine CEX for a tenner.
I can't fathom them out.
No, and that one got released very early on, maybe years before that on DVD, uncut. Just out of nowhere, and I was like, what? Zero.
Mental, innit? Absolutely mental.
It's a really, how can I put it? It is an uncomfortable watch, and there's the backstory of it with the fella who directed it and wrote it. What's he called again? Pier Paolo Pasolini.
Is he the one who got shot?
Yeah, I think he might have got shot, but he got run over by a jealous lover. And this fella run him over. And he either run over the car, and he also beat him up. And you can see pictures of him lying in the car park.
Wow.
This fella. And it was a jealous lover. And the whole thing was that this film that they just finished that film, and he got killed straight after. It was 1975. And this, a lot of people were saying that this film, the fact that it was like, a lot of them were very young looking, the people in the film. Nobody had any clothes on for the full film. And what they were doing, what they're eating, all that type of thing, what the way they were going on, how they're being kind of treated like animals. It's a tough watch for that reason. I don't think it's what they thought it was. Oh, God.
I must admit, I've seen the front cover, and there's a lass on there. And she's got like long, mousy brown to blonde hair. She only looks about 19 or 20 to me.
Well, they all did. They were all like teenagers. I think they were teenagers, but
wow.
But the disc is quite good because the film looks spectacular. It's
Is it black and white?
No, it's colour. It's lovely looking.
God, that makes it worse. I thought it was black and white for some reason.
Well, Criterion released it. I think it was one of the early Criterions, maybe number 2 or something in their Criterion collection. There's like CeeLo on number 4.
I'm getting curious to see this now.
I'm saying it's worth a watch. The best thing about it is this kind of like this place that these people are kept in. It's more political than sort of it is exploitation, but it's like political drama as well. And this group of these people who are in charge, they are something. They get these people who just look weird and evil. All of them look weird and evil, especially one of them. He looks like a right weasel. And these people are part of the film that you think, are they going to get it for what they're doing? It's good for that part, but is
it subtitled or is it in English?
It's English dub.
Right.
Yeah, so I like Pasolini's movies. I've seen quite a few of them actually, and they're all right. And nothing like this. This was like they're all kind of like a bit arty, a bit religious, arty, and then
Then this comes out.
It's not you going, oh yeah, he was heading towards this. It was just like bang, Salo, and then he gets killed, and then that's it. You just don't know what you would have done after it. But
I think I read that he was actually the reason he was killed was because of the film. It upset somebody.
I do think that did they find out who actually killed him? But the thing I think it was a jealous lover. Obviously, he was gay, the fella, and he
was he?
Yeah, and he had this young lover, and the lover got jealous for some reason, and that's who killed him. I believe. I don't know if they ever found him. I think they did. I'm not too sure, but whoever did it made a right mess of him, mind. There's a picture of him online, and it says brutal. They give him the lickings of a dog, mind. So they beat him to death basically, and then run him over, I believe.
Jesus.
Yeah. So it's quite a brutal. It's a fascinating story actually.
What an awful way to go, though.
I know, but you get like there's loads of documentaries on the disc, and they tell you all about this on the disc. So it's quite a backstory. Yeah, to me, I've got it mainly for what is the story of it, more than the.
I was going to say it's probably worth getting for the interviews and stuff, or the making of whatever it is.
It's one of those movies where you get it's a fascinating backstory, but really, that's a good point there, Simon. Actually, if I'm honest. So we'll get our next title.
So, I love this.
Yeah, me too. A lot of people don't like it, but I've got to say that this a lot of boxes for me. So it is, of course, Island of Death.
Island of Death.
Yeah.
God, the laughs that this has given me.
Well, to be honest, when I watch it, I can't believe what I'm seeing in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason why I like it, because I'm going, they're doing what? That's happening? This is the thing? So this was from 1976. It's 102 minutes long. It's by Nico Mastorakis, who's actually had loads of his movies have been released by 88, actually. And none of them are like this, mind. It's also called Island of Perversion. I can see that. The Devils in Mykonos, Psychic Killer 2, which I'm not understanding.
I've heard of that Devils of Iki Canuck, whatever you call it. I've heard that one before.
The Devils in Ferox. A Craving for Lust, Killing Daylight, and Cruel Destination.
Oh.
Yeah, so there you go. There's lots of them. And also, I was telling Nige before that I've got this here, which is the Arrow. That's an Arrow release, but this is the Arrow DVD. Now, this had one of the most exploitational covers I've ever seen, which I'll have to cover up when I show you it, if you can see it there. But it's got... Well,
she's ready and waiting.
This woman there. Then it's got this fella here who's being held down, and he's been having his hands nailed to the floor. So that doesn't really happen in that way in the movie, but the nailing the fella to the floor.
Nailing does happen though, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
you don't see her sat there like that from what I remember.
No, you don't. Not at all. But
showing what she had for dinner.
So do you want to give everybody a brief storyline to this?
Without trying to give too much away. I mean, it took me ages to realise as well that down the back of his throat, that's a whole new scene.
Yes. I didn't know what that was.
The gun. But this fella here, it's him out of The Beast in Heat, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's our friend, The Beast in Heat.
So if you've seen The Beast in Heat, you're going to know what this fella's like. It is unreal, this film, what happens in it. It's basically this couple go to this island, and all they do is bang and murder. They go on a killing spree.
Yeah.
But then as things come out, it is shocking what you find out about these people, and some of the stuff they get up to. If you haven't seen this, you need to watch it. because it's not only is it a shock the couple themselves, that was bad enough.
Yep.
But there's a bit with the young man and an older woman where he showers her, but it's the golden variety.
Yeah.
And it was like, what the hell? But it's also, I mean, there's some scenes in it you think, yeah, I can see why that brought up, like, because of this, what they're doing, like, but God, it's so funny in parts as well.
It is.
It's just so entertaining.
This couple have got no limits, have they? They just go
Absolutely
here and
not, no.
anything they want to do, they do, and they just say, why not? And you just think, what? But that's the original Video Nasty cover, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when you buy it, though, you don't see that, do you? Yeah, I think it's that one, isn't it? When I got it, it was that showing.
Yeah.
And I had to turn it round.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that
I
cover
like, yeah, I don't want that.
This is by far the best.
I didn't realise, this was a double disc. It's like the DVD as well. I wonder why it was heavy.
Yeah,
did you get the booklet?
Pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did.
I didn't even know I had one of them.
I just knew as
so
soon
really,
as
if that had had a slip, that would have been like quite a sort of a deluxe release by then.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing that they put these things out, because I mean, this is quite one of the before, actually, this is another one of these movies before the release in Arrow. This was impossible to get, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is one of the ones I think on VHS was going for silly money.
And it was one of the
I
ones
must admit, I don't recall. I might have seen it on the shelves. I don't recall it.
No, I can't remember seeing this in the shop at all. And I never saw it before I saw this. And I actually saw the DVD first whenever that came out. I think it was about 2010. And,
I love that artwork on that DVD, mate.
2011. Well, actually, that's the reversible art. So let's see what they've got on the other side.
I was going to say, is this the DVD one?
Actually, yeah, look.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So that would, no, actually, the other side was the one in the front. But
yeah.
It had a sticker placed somewhere.
Oh, did it?
Can you guess where?
Somewhere on the bottom?
Yes.
And I don't mean down here?
Yeah, that's... I still can't believe that's... that. And actually, it's got a booklet in with that on the cover. And it's also got a poster with that cover as a poster.
Has it?
Yes.
If mine doesn't have a poster, I'm going to shed tears.
That's why I won't get rid of this one, because it's, I mean, the Blu-ray surpassed
Mine doesn't have a poster.
Oh, this is the DVD's got the poster. The Blu-ray hasn't got a poster.
Oh, I was going to say.
So, well.
Oh, so that, oh, God almighty. I thought it was going to be the nasty artwork.
I've been putting that up now.
Wow.
Well, yes.
Do you know that might be worth getting on DVD as well if you can get it?
It's, I mean, yeah, and I mean, look on the booklet as well. It's got that picture on the booklet as well. It's just all over it. A long day's journey to the island of death.
They have some brilliant releases, these, mind. But I mean, for a Blu-ray with no slip, you think it's just like a standard release. Even that as a standard release, they put the DVD in and the booklet as well. It's like, and that was only about, I don't know, was it about 9 or 10 quid? It wasn't expensive, that one.
No, I think it was right an early one. So I think you're looking about 12 quid at the most.
I don't think I even paid that. I'm sure mine was 9 or 10, something like that. Yeah,
it could have been.
I think this is quite possibly another one of my favourite ones out the Section 1 list, actually.
Because it's a 5.1, which I think is criminally low.
Yeah.
Because purely for the entertainment factor, yes, I can see why people would say it's not.
He loves getting his kit off, this fella.
Well, he does. He does, doesn't he? Well,
and god damn, he is ugly.
He is mean, isn't he? And I think that was
he gets his share.
But he was in loads of movies. When you look through his catalog, he was in a lot. I thought he was only in about 3 movies, but he's in a lot more than that. obviously just bit parts and probably taking his clothes off and whatnot.
The beast in it.
Oh, hang on. We've got a thing
That's
here
the one you should have won an award for.
We've got a thing here for from Michael.
Oh.
So
Did you hear my heart break then?
it was one of those moments where you just thought, I felt like passing you a tissue and just say, come on, Nige, it's, you're all right.
That is one of my grills.
Holy Grails, yeah. I can imagine.
The Evil Dead soundtrack on vinyl, yeah.
Yeah. It's, but the thing is, at least you know it's out there. At least you can say, I know somebody who's got that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I'll ever get it. I really don't. But yeah, back to that. Very highly recommended, I think.
Oh yeah,
because it's funny when it shouldn't be.
I think it's an absolute romp, and I think that it's just a laugh fest for it. And to be honest, in these days, this film could never get made because there's no way that two people can go on holiday to a country and just wreak havoc and do anything that they wanted to. And don't forget, I was telling you about this. I think there's definitely a scene of animal cruelty in here, and I do think that this is a real goat. And I was telling you about, I'm pretty sure the goat gets killed, but I think the reason why it got through is because apparently they reckon it wasn't killed. It certainly looked like it was killed to me, but as well as the fact that it was obviously killed, the bloke who doesn't stop at anything, he was a bit ooh la la with a goat, apparently.
Oh, that rings a bell.
Can you remember that?
Vaguely, yeah. God, it is sick in that.
It's not got everything that you want it to, but it's got the fact that it just goes to all these like dark places.
When I watch this again, I'll message you and let you know whether I think it's a real animal thing or not. Because if I'd have thought that was a real thing, that I think it would have stuck in my mind like Cannibal Holocaust did. I think I would have thought, oof. Yeah, I don't even remember it. But now you've said what he does to the goat, then that does ring a bell. Was it after it's dead as well?
I think it's before. I just remember it being outside the house. God. But it's been a while since I've seen it. It is on my list to watch because it's just I really enjoy that movie. I think it's
warped, but you've got to see it. There's nothing else like this I've ever seen.
I'll agree with that. On the Nasties list, you'd be struggling to find a movie that's anywhere near like this one.
This was one, I'll be honest with you, like when it came out and when I saw it, because I'd never seen it before, I was surprised this got through.
Yes, because I'd heard about it and I thought this is because I heard what was in it. I thought it definitely could. And then when I got through and cut, I thought, you're joking, aren't you? And yeah. It's
like just the things that happen in it and like the couple are and stuff like that. You think, wow, hang on a minute.
I know. So it got a lot of layers because don't forget when they go to that house, the fellow with the gun with the mouth and all that, the whole scene of that, what that's about.
Yeah.
That's a different thing in itself.
Yeah, exactly.
You're it's
there's so much going on in this.
Yeah.
For saying it's like sort of a cheaply made, crummy little old film, but it's not. It's definitely something different. It's got to be seen to be believed. I think this.
Yeah, and I think that's because I'm going to rate this. I'm going to rate this round about 8 because it's got.
I agree.
I just think if someone said like told us like what's your favorite Nasties, Island of Death would be one of the first ones I brought out and says, because it's just so entertaining. I
totally agree. Oh, and it's not a full album, but it's a 7-inch single.
Oh my God! Oh, that's amazing.
And on the back cover is that.
Wow!
This is the only one I've ever seen of it.
So where did you get that from?
Do you know? I can't even remember. Well, I think. It was one of two places. It was either eBay or there's a record shop in Stockton called Sound It Out.
Right.
I did buy some 7-inch singles to do with soundtracks from there. Oh, no, hang on a minute. I think I got it from a record fair in Leeds.
Right.
I think I got that the same day as I got a red vinyl of the theme from The Omen. I think this is only black. Side 1, Destination Understanding, and side 2, Can You Call It Love? I have played it once, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it is.
Right.
And that's just that. But I think that's as near to a soundtrack as you're ever going to get.
I've never heard of
I don't think
anything.
anybody would want to go out and buy a soundtrack to Island of Death, but I would. I'm daft enough to.
Well, I think
I've just seen it. I thought I've got to have that.
Oh yeah. So was that cheap, or do you think was it quite expensive, or is it?
No, actually, when I got it, I think I paid about 9 or 10 quid for it.
That's all right.
Now you might think for a 7-inch single that's expensive, but when 7-inch singles come out now, they're anywhere from £10 to £12
really
upwards. Yeah.
What are you joking? Because it used to be a couple of quid, didn't it? 2 quid.
Yeah.
When it was,
exactly.
Wow.
But yeah, that's the only one I've ever seen of it. Apart from the fact there's one on eBay now.
See, I've got loads of 7-inch records under my bed. Got loads of them. Some good ones, no?
I love 7-inch singles.
Got loads of
the old punk ones are amazing to look through.
Yeah. I've got some, I tell you, I've got a band, I've got quite a few singles by them. Do you remember Spiz Energy?
I've heard of them. I never listened to them or read anything by them, but I definitely know the name, Spiz Energy.
Like Where's Captain Kirk? And that's
yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Well, what they did was, I don't know why, because I used to buy the singles, because I bought Where's Captain Kirk, and I had another one called Spock's Missing, and then I had a, I know, can you believe it? And then what they did was they just, I think I was in like maybe about 78 when Where's Captain Kirk came out, and then they kind of changed to like, they changed the name for every single record they put out. So they changed the name to Atletico Spiz 80, Atletico Spiz 81, Spiz Oil, the Spizzles, and you were going, is this Spiz Energy? And then I went back to Spiz Energy. Yeah, but it was the same band, but they just changed the name for every record. And I thought, oh, that's brilliant, that. But I've got quite a few. There's one called, by the Spizzles called, I don't know what it's called, but the B-side, it's called I'm Scared. It's one of the best songs I've ever heard, like punk songs. But you just, apart from that record, I've never heard it anywhere.
I do have the 12-inch of Dead Kennedys, Too Drunk to Find Other Things to Do.
That got us. Yeah.
Did you go like that there? No.
Well, it's after dark, isn't it? We're all adults here. Wow.
Imagine that coming on top of the pops. The Dead Kennedys. Too drunk to find other things to do.
Oh, my God. Hey, I'll tell you what, you got us there, mate. That was good. I used to have that, but I spilled a glass of milk on it. Can you believe it? And I ruined it. I was devastated. I still got it, actually, with all the milk stains on it, which is quite a strange thing to have.
Did you get the 12 or 7-inch?
7-inch, aye.
I've never seen this. I got this at Sounded Out. It's 12-inch in a picture sleeve.
Was it the bloke sitting looking at the bottle?
I think that's the 7-inch cover. I think the 12-inch is different.
Right. I had Halloween by the Dead Kennedys on 12-inch. Remember that one, Halloween?
No.
It's got a picture of Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan, but they've got all the faces. They've got like googly eyes and tongues sticking out. But they've got
no.
Brilliant.
Oh, the thought of that.
I used to like the artwork, the Dead Kennedy stuff, mate. They're just bringing out a brand new 2022 re-release of Fresh Fruit for Rotten Vegetables, but they remixed it.
I need to hear that. I've never heard the album.
It's a brilliant album, but it's like very tinny. But I think they put the bass back into it, like giving it some oomph instead of it just being like sort of it's very trebly. There's no bass in it whatsoever, like bass levels, but a lot of bass guitars in it, like. Brian says, is Inferno, yeah, uncut in the UK with the cat and mouse part. I think it is, isn't it?
I'm sure I remember because I've only watched it once.
Oh.
I've got the Arrow Blu-ray, and I'm sure it shows you the cat catch the mouse.
Bad Lieutenant, yes, even the lizard scene in Profundo Rosso has been passed and cut now. Remember the lizard scene in Deep Red, where the girl sticks that pin through the lizard?
Yeah, was that real?
Yeah, just goes there and then
God
leaves it on the floor,
almighty!
and it's kind of squirming around.
Yeah, because I only watched it a couple of weeks back, and I thought, was that real, or have they sort of done something to make it look real?
No, it was real. I remember that. I was surprised to see that one in the Arrow one because I saw it, and I used to have it in an American one. Can't remember what it was called. It might have been even Elite, if I'm honest.
Well, I didn't know that.
Aphrodite's Child equals Demis Roussos and Vangelis before they became famous in their own Nige. So that's... I didn't know that.
Well, slap them off there. Demis Roussos, eh? He sings a theme tune to one of the Nasties as well, him.
Yeah, Night Train Murders. He's doing a bit wobbling on the top of that. Actually,
wow! Look at that.
The Demon is in the 2 for £15 deal in HMV. Now, have you seen that HMV now have got a deal on, but it's at the top of it's called Video Nasties. They've got a big section for Video Nasties. Mind you, there's no. No, it's there. Big bold as brass.
Is this the one where we went?
Well, it's in all of them now. It's like a thing that they've got. You know, like they say horror or collector's items.
I bet it won't be in Middlesbrough because it's crap.
I've seen it in a few. I haven't been to any shops myself. I think I'm going to.
No, I've always fancied the 88 version of Night of the Demon because I got the Severin one.
Well, the one I saw on the picture I saw that I got sent on Instagram. Actually, I'll see if I can find it for you. It was a case of it's had like it's got like the thing with the movies on, and I think the one underneath it was definitely it wasn't the one with the slipcover on it. Unfortunately, it was just like the regular one because the slipcase. But I have seen the one with the slipcase on before, and I don't know if it's in this sale. It'd be great to pick up.
Oh, so if I see in the sale, I think 2 for £15, I'd definitely get it with the slipcover.
So there you go.
Well.
And that was sent to me by a lad called Matt Chapman, who actually works in HMV. And he's put underneath it.
We got this idea of yous.
He's put, "Where's me nasties?" on the top.
Is that what he's put?
He's put, where's me nasties? Have you seen how big the text is on my things? That shows you how blind I am.
Good God.
I've got it the biggest one I can get it.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm. All right, someone's put, when it gets to 2 for £10, I might buy it. Bad Lieutenant says. Actually, check this. Have you seen a film called Slacks about a killer pair of jeans on a rampage? I have heard of it. But
thankfully, no.
Actually, I'll tell you what I've just saw. I think it's an A24.
Killer pair of jeans.
A24 movie, and it's called Maxine. But the Maxine is like 3X's, like triple X, but it's Maxine. But the trailer for it is about a minute long, not even that. And it shows you on the side of, the Hollywood sign. I've got like a big...
On the hills, yeah.
Yeah, beacon on top of there where they've got all the networks going off it. It shows you this... It looks like a really old VHS. And this... it's got this really old 80s song playing. And it goes round... It's on the back of there. And the helicopter, and it flies around. It's like VHS quality. And it goes around the front of it. And it's got... Maxine is in the boards, not Hollywood. And it looks really...
All right.
Really good. It's got this... And I went... Didn't tell you anything more than that, and I thought that looks really good. Really good trailer, like very intriguing, but brand new film. But I don't know anything about it, but it's one of the best trailers I've seen that doesn't tell you anything.
It's not the third X film, is it?
Actually, it could be, because it's got 3 X's in it, hasn't it? And there's
Because I
2
know
of them
they've
out
done
there.
the next one's a woman's name, and it's the prequel.
Pearl.
And I'm
Pearl.
sure somebody said they were bringing a third one out. Do you know? I bet it's that.
Hey, you know what? You've because I'm thinking, what the hell is that? But you brought the code. I'll get through a few comments. We'll see. We'll go in the comments and see where we're on the thing. I think we're still about an hour behind. And there's a not that I'll put them on there. Ah, yes. So I'll just do a whole. You see these things when they put them up, you can put these user on a timeout. I can't block them because it says block them and it says you can't do that. And I thought, well, I don't know why I can't because I'm the person who's doing it.
Was it time wasters again?
Yeah, just silly people. And
Zombie 3 is the one with the
yeah,
radio
I'm
presenter.
really
Right.
surprised it wasn't in the section 1 or 2. I'm surprised as well. And Zombie 3 is the one with the radio presenter.
Yeah.
St. John says, John, what was the film you were talking about earlier that you said they repeatedly had the same knife scene? I think it was Mardi Gras Massacre. I know there's whatever the kill in that, they just play, or it's got a gore scene in it. I think it's a knife scene. I think they just repeat it for every gore scene. So we're in for a treat there, aren't we? Take my money now.
Oh, yes.
Liam F. I spit never get in the UK. Uncut, I reckon. No.
Nah, I don't either.
Because I've tried numerous times and it hasn't got it, has it?
Yeah, the old rental tape was, if I remember rightly.
See, even Australia passed I Spit in Your Grave. Yes, they did actually.
Uncut?
I'm pretty sure they did, because I always thought that was uncut. I thought that was my Australian release, but it's not actually. Steve McNulty says, this is interesting, he's had the 101 Films Ultimate Edition. Remember that one that looked like the yellow one?
Yeah, because I thought it was Arrow.
Yeah. I had one.
It's the window box and everything, the blue thing at the top.
I think they took the code for that to say pack that
I
in.
bet they did.
Yeah, and they did. So that was the only thing they released it in.
They didn't do any more after that.
No, and I got it, and it's a good. You get loads of stuff in it. Posters
and things you get, don't you?
Yeah, but I think I got rid of it because I got that one there, which was uncut, and it was. I think it sold it for about £10, and then I
would like that 101 version, like just to
for stupid
put in the
money
collection. I probably would never watch the film, obviously, because it's cut. But I would just like it because of all the stuff you get with it.
Oh, I wish I kept it actually, because to be honest, it was just sitting there buying its own business, and I wouldn't mind watch the movie, but I could watch all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Michael says, Elite Entertainment became Anchor Bay. They were the first company released the Evil Dead on DVD.
I've still got the Elite Entertainment DVD somewhere.
And Michael says, I own the Elite Entertainment master tapes for Evil Dead with around 3 hours of unreleased material. So
I did well not to swear there.
This is the stream that Nige actually does physically lose his mind.
How the hell do you get your mitts on something like that?
And here we go. Now it says, in her memoir, Inside Out, Demi Moore confirmed that she is actually a scantily clad woman on the film's poster, posing with her back turned. There you go.
Wow.
You're right, John. Demi Moore.
I honestly am gobsmacked. I knew nothing about that.
Demi Moore would have been 16 years old in 1978. Wow.
Oh, that's a bit naughty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of one of them things where you think...
I know 16 over here is the legal age, but in America it's 18.
It's a bit.
Oh, I tell you what, they were cutting a bit fine there, weren't they?
No. So Noz has very graciously put £2 in. Have a bag of crisps on me. It was Demi Moore. Well, I tell you what, as we'll do on all of these things, we'll split it. So when I next see you, you've got a quid coming to you, Nige.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
There you go. So don't spend all at once. But well, because when we meet up, because we will be meeting up another time.
So that's £2.26 now, isn't it then?
£2.26, yes.
In the kitty.
In the kitty, yeah. I know. Hey, we'll get enough for a cup of coffee. But no, thanks very much, Naz, for that. That's really nice of you to do that.
Yeah, it is.
And very unexpected. And but yes, Demi Moore. And it's still, when I first heard that, I was always saying, no, it can't be. You know, that's just
my flabber has never been so gasted. I can't get over it.
I thought you would have known it because it's such a weird fact.
No, never heard of it before. And the amount of times I've looked, because I sometimes like try to see the face, because I've been thinking, is that Camille woman, Camille Keaton? And I thought, oh, it must be. I've never once thought, he does not look like Demi Moore. Can't really see the face very well, though, can you?
No, you can't. But I don't know. But obviously, it reckons it is her. So
I thought, no, she's turned away. I can't get over it.
When you next see her, just go.
Can't call her Demi now. She's Demi.
I don't know if she's. Yeah, I don't know if she's one of those people who embraces that, or she's like, oh, get that. You know, if you give her that to sign at the convention, she may go no, or she may go, oh, brilliant, you've got one of them. Because there must be loads of people saying, yeah, got to sign this.
Do you know if I'd done something that I found hideously embarrassing, and I was like famous and stuff like that, somebody brought it to me, but they were clearly a fan of it and asked me to sign it, I wouldn't turn them away. I wouldn't dream of it.
No, I would just say, you would just say, I'm a bit embarrassed about that, but gives it here. You know, you wouldn't just say, oh, get away from me.
Nobody else. I'd probably just go, geez, where the hell have you pulled that from? And signed it.
Yeah. Or at least scribble out, if you're embarrassed about that bit, just scribble it out and then sign it.
This is what annoys me about Kevin Bacon when it comes to Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
He's the only one who's never been on, like, the documentaries or the interviews. He just refuses.
Not at all. And you think, come on. I mean, you know, he's a great character in it. You know, one of the best characters in that first film. You think
it's one of the greatest slasher films ever. It's highly popular, and you're shunning it, idiot. Yeah, he'll quite happily sign Footloose.
Jesus.
I've got to admit I've got that because I like that film.
It's all right of its time. But it's not my cup of tea, if I'm honest.
I've never been interested in seeing the remake. I'm not that.
No, I couldn't. I like these films of its time, but I wouldn't go to another remake now because it's been and gone that time frame. So Ballatan said Sailor was based on the infamous book by the Marquis de Sade. So with him being in there, it's got to be. Now this is. I'm so glad that Movie Worm. Jordan is on here because Jordan absolutely detests Island of Death, and we have loads of chats about the fact of do you not like it yet? So you'll have to do it. No, I don't like it. So he said just tuned in and saw Island of Death on screen. Not one copy, but two. Dear God. But it was funny because you know when you show like your movies and you say, "Oh, this is the worst movie I've ever seen," all this type of thing, and it was Island of Death. Because I was interested, what's the worst film he's ever seen? It was Island of Death, and I went, wow. And I said to myself, honestly, that movie's so good, and he just doesn't like it, just didn't get it at all. And
what's the two worst films you've seen, or worst film you've seen?
In all movies history,
yeah,
is easy. Cats, the new one.
Cats. As in the musical.
Yeah. I can only watch it I haven't watched it fully yet. I can only watch it in 10-minute slots and I've got to turn it off. It's hideous.
Although I'm going to upset a lot of people here, but I don't care. Everybody's got different tastes. I hate Alien and The Matrix, but they weren't the first two that come to mind. The two that are probably the two worst films I've ever seen. Eraserhead.
Oh.
Jesus wept. And the other one, oh God, it's that bad. I can't remember it now. It's gone out of my head. I had them both in my head then. It's gone. Eraserhead and The Babadook.
I haven't seen The Babadook. I'm really interested in that one, if I'm honest.
It is garbage.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that, Bob in House by the Cemetery.
Bob.
They say, like, oh, he's the most annoying child. And he honestly, watch The Babadook and he'll change your mind. I actually thought he was quite canny, Bob. Just the acting was a bit naff.
Well, I just think it's because they call him by his name, like they say, Bob, have you done that, Bob? Bob, where you going, Bob? Bob, have you seen that, Bob? Bob, get the Bob, Bob.
I think it's also the way he talks, though, like, no. But that's only because it's dubbed. But he's a canny enough looking kid. He's like, I don't hate him out like that, but this little creep in The Babadook.
Yeah, sure. I haven't watched it, and I have heard people saying you can't really watch it because that kid's so annoying. It's hard to get through, and I couldn't be bothered with.
I'd like to grab him and pass him over to him.
Yes, there was the Peter Cushing film Island of Terror. You ever seen that one? I love that film. It's very hard to get. Well, I'm saying it's not very hard because it's very hard to get cheaply. Because every time you see it cheap, you think, "Oh, I'll go and get that." And the next time you go, it's gone. But it's all gone now. It's been It's been.
Don't go to an island and there's all these creatures on. Look like tortoises, but with really long necks, is there?
That's it. Huh?
That's the one.
Yeah, that's Island of Death.
And don't they make this funny noise?
They're like beep beep beep, and it's.
Oh my God, I saw it as a kid and I've never seen it since. I've never known what they called it.
Yeah, it's Island of Terror. And I saw it and I didn't have it. I saw it like it was on Sky or something like that. And I thought
I saw it in the 70s on those BBC Two Saturday night double bills.
Yeah. It's a great film because I remember it.
I want to see it again. When you say now uncut, why was it cut?
I'm not really too sure what it was. I know that Peter Cushing gets his hand mangled with this because they shoot this stuff out on his hand, I'm sure. Or something happens to his arm, his hand. I remember in the film.
So if that's only recently been uncut, does that mean it's going to get another re-release then?
I don't know, because this one that came out is an old release. You can get it, but it's always dead expensive. It's never cheap.
Who released it?
No one big. It was like kind of maybe something like Final Cut or something like that. Nothing huge.
Maybe Zarro might get their mitts on it or something then.
It definitely needs a re-release. It's a good film. Really good.
Hey, God, I'm so glad it's that one. That has bugged me since I was a kid.
Well, there you go.
I know, I definitely want to see it again.
Then Island of Terror is a classic with the silicates. I don't know if that's them things that are just them blobs that are all over the place and you can't go near them, can you? But you can run past them. You can't go too close or something like that.
Oh, God, I must have been about 7-year-old when I seen it.
But no, it's a great film. I've been after it for a long time. Just I can't get it cheap enough. It doesn't warrant 30 quid. I pay a good 20 quid for it, but no more than that. Of course, when you do that, someone will bring it out and they get special edition.
It'll get a 4K release.
For the same price.
Yeah.
Weirdy Word says you can find I Spit in Your Grave and Cut on some adult channels on the internet.
Adult channels, really?
Well, there you go. I didn't know
it's not. No, it's not exactly pornographic, is it? I wouldn't. It's a strange one.
It's I wouldn't have ever thought of going and typing that in anywhere. And well, no.
No.
Turn the Blue Iris says Island of Death. He is looking at you, kid. I don't know if that's got to do with the goat, Billy Goat kid. Get it? So
maybe I wonder if that's what's said in it then. It's a long time since I've seen it. I need to watch it.
The goat was just put to sleep for a short time and came round afterwards. The main actor in Island of Death killed himself on the exhaust of a car. Very sad. Bloody hell. I didn't know that, did you?
No.
That would be the main one.
So the goat's death wasn't real then?
Well, according to that one, but I mean, you're talking about like putting them to sleep for a short length of time to make them look dead. Well, because to
Make
be
it
honest,
look dead, yeah.
So that would have been that fella there. Wow, I
Yeah,
didn't know
he's the
that.
main one, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known
Wow.
that. That shocked me. Like, I don't even know. I wouldn't even thought they would have still been alive, but not that way. It just shows you some of these things that happen. You just think. Where am I? Just navigating.
What are you doing? I thought you'd froze.
No, I'm just busy concentrating. Here's a good one. You can see this one.
Too drunk to Granville.
That's your cloth.
Cloth.
And also, yeah, a film called Ferox. Yeah, you could say that.
Ferox.
Ferox. Yeah, that Maxine has got to be. You must be right. It's by the same company. It's got to be. He's on a
roll tonight, isn't he?
He is. He certainly is. He made some good comments on my channel actually, and we'll have a quick on in this. Then we'll get back to some movies. Ian T, what's your thoughts on the new? Oh, because you've got this. What's your thoughts on the new 4K Friday the 13th? Heard mixed reviews on the.
I watched it. Well, I didn't watch it all the way through because I got the Funhouse on Friday the 13th together, so I watched the Funhouse. And the 4K of that is amazing. It blew me away. So I thought, because it was late at night, I thought, well, I'll watch Friday the 13th tomorrow. So I'll just skip through and have a look, see if it's as bad as what people are saying it is. And it is. I seen Paul, 4K Chef, reviewed it, and he thought it looked like really good in that. But there's a bit, do you know the couple at the beginning?
Yeah.
Where she's playing the guitar and they go off together up the stairs and the camera comes up the stairs.
Yeah.
I think it's that bit as he like goes, we weren't doing anything. And yeah, when you watch either the Blu-ray, any of the Blu-rays, you'll see like the wood behind them and all that. I think it was that bit. All you see is him, and behind him is just blackness.
All right.
It's really, really dark. But then there was also a bit when I skipped. It was a bit later on, when Pamela Voorhees was in, and I thought that doesn't look right. Their faces look like off color, like yellow, like they were ill.
All right.
And you know the bit where she goes, I'm not spoiling anything here because I think everybody's seen Friday the 13th. But when he goes, like, kill them, and she goes, don't let them live. And she goes, I won't, Jason, I won't.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly half of her face was just in darkness. You could only see like half the face. I was like, it was sharp, but it definitely needs looking at that. That's not right.
Because you've got the 4K remastered Blu-rays in the box set, haven't you? The Friday the 13th.
They're fantastic.
Yeah, because I watched the Friday the 13th on that. That's the first time I've seen it. I watched it the other day.
The Screen Factory box.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. I couldn't
absolutely amazing. That is the one to watch.
At all. So for me, if that got a 4K off that particular 4K remastered Blu-ray, if they got the 4K of that, that would have been all right, wouldn't it? Do you think they've dropped the...
I would have thought so. They must have done something with it. They must have done. I think because Screen Factory sort of got the rights to do that box set, I'm assuming they've done the 4K scan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they wanted to do the 4Ks, but Paramount wouldn't let them because obviously they thought, oh, this is selling, we'll have a go. This will do the 4Ks ourselves.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they've done, but they've ruined it.
Yeah.
You get the odd scene that you think, wow, that looks really good. Like there's a bit where they're laid on the raft, you know, where Ned's like going, help in the water.
Yeah.
And you see Adrian King and Bing Crosby's son laid there.
Yeah.
And it showed you like a before and after comparison, and you could see just the face. You see like the Blu-ray cut that it goes to the 4K, and on the 4K one, you can see like freckles, and you see a zit on Alice's face, the Adrian King character. And I was like, wow, that's good. So why the rest of it looks so bad?
I know it's a shame because the slipcover on that one is beautiful. And
It's gorgeous. Yeah.
I just thought I would love to get my hands in it, but I just thought I don't want to take a chance. Not take a chance, but do you think there might be because everyone's complaining about it? Do you think there might be an editing problem with the disc, and they might get a replacement on that?
Like a disc replacement thing, like they did with the some of the Scream Factory ones. I'm hoping so. And the way Scream Factory did it right. I knew straight away when I put part 3 in 3D on that there was something wrong with them titles. I was like, whoa, hang on a minute. They're supposed to come out at you, and it wasn't. And it was only the titles, but fair play to them. They did that whole replacement thing. And then there was a bit like in Jason X, when he's hitting there against the tree, he's supposed to be the grunts and the groans, and there's nothing, just the thud. And there might have been another one I was that. Oh, and there was Jason Goes to Hell. They said it was the unrated uncut, but there was one little tiny one, like split second bit of gore missing. And they did that as well. So they sent the 3 discs out.
So there was
but if you bought it from Amazon like I did, they weren't doing it. They give you the email address to send it to. And they said, if you got it from Amazon, all you need to do is send your proof of purchase with it, and they will still ship it to you in the UK free of charge. And they did. I'm hoping Paramount do that with this.
Because it seems like there's too many people complaining about the fact it's just not correct.
I've heard more bad than good.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, before I got that in the post, I'm watching people moan and moan. And I'm thinking, for God's sake, can't you be glad you've got it? And then when I watched it, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Because I thought they were a little bit sort of like exaggerated a bit. The first person I've seen review it was
Richard
Vague
Dion.
Ramblings.
Yeah.
Richard.
That's the first one I saw, and I was like,
yeah.
Oh, dear.
And he is a massive Friday the 13th fan.
Yeah.
And when I seen him complain about it, I was like, oh, you're joking. Are you just being a bit picky in that? And then I seen others, and I was like, oh, no. Then when it turned up, I was like, oh, that is so dark. But like I said to you, like even that bit with Betsy Palmer where she stood there, like that half the face is just, it's in darkness. It's awful.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the full film because I think I'd rather watch the one on the box set up there.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed that one, the box set. It's the first time I watched it, and I just thought it was great. And I thought, to be honest, I didn't think I was looking at 4K, but I knew I was looking at a really, really good Blu-ray. You could tell it was a cut above.
Do you remember the bit where Crazy Ralph is hid in the room and he comes out and then he walks back towards his bike and he turns around and goes to her, "You're doomed. You're all doomed." In that 4K, you can't see his face. It's just dark.
Yeah, well, that's no good.
That's how bad it is.
Yeah, that's no good at all. And
so yeah, my thoughts are it's horrendous and it needs looking at.
So I'll see. That's a definite no. I haven't seen it, but it's a definite no from.
You've got to think these things aren't cheap.
No, it's not as if you're just getting about 10 quid and you think, oh well, so what? You're paying good money for it, so you want a good 4K, don't you?
And the fact of the matter is, Scream Factory are a relatively small company. Paramount are absolutely huge. I'm sure they could send the replacement discs out and they wouldn't even feel it.
Of course, yeah. Other companies do, you know.
Exactly.
But, yeah. So where was the quality control in that particular release? Yeah. So Sinjin says, if you're talking about the scenes where the woman get cut open with a knife on the table at Mardi Gras, then they are different scenes because the feroxes are different on each one of the women. Oh well. So
fancy sitting comparing feroxes.
I know, but I'm so interested in seeing this movie now. It's one of them.
It's still my head in. You know we're going to be disappointed, don't you?
Oh, we're going to say what was all the fuss about,
but I don't care. Exactly. I need to see it.
I think as well, it's not as if it won like Last House on the Left or anyone that you think, oh, they're out and they're out. This one, no one's ever had it ever.
No.
So speaking of Last House on the Left, the next one is Last House on the Left.
It is.
Yeah. And
an excellent DVD version as well.
And do you know what?
Hey!
100% right. That's a really good version, isn't it? It was by far the best for a long time.
I actually ummed and ahed getting the Blu-ray because of this, how good this was. I mean, look at this for a DVD. Who did this?
Is it
Metrodome? Do they even do anything anymore?
Not that I know of. This was a kind of, at the time, was a bit of a revelation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Especially as well, it had 3-disc Ultimate Edition with all the different versions of the movie on. Yeah.
Did you ever watch that?
I did. Yeah, that was really good, wasn't it?
Really, really good.
Yeah.
I've even watched the Krug & Company cut.
The Krug, cut.
Now
So
that is actually cut. Last House on the Left is uncut. It's like Krug & Company is like the cut version of it.
Ah.
But I think for a DVD, that is a cracking set. I remember when I got that, I was so excited.
And this as well. That's what's got the original art in there as well. So it's
the poster in this. Yeah, I think I turned mine round to that. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we got to, haven't you?
Yet the original VHS is just black, isn't it? It's like a black sleeve with the Last House on the Left wrote on in red.
I think it's that little one in the corner, isn't it? It's just, the little black thing in the corner. I think that's the first.
It was that scene there. That's what made me ill when I saw it originally in the 80s. It knocked me sick.
That's not anything that you can think, oh, a bit like the I Spit in Your Grave, you think that's the nasty part of this movie by far.
I Spit in Your Grave didn't make me feel sick because that was like the EPA scenes, whereas this was like blood and gore. But that poster, how nice is that?
Yeah. That's the...
Got that on one side and then that new artwork on the other.
That's
I love the smell of these.
Yeah, no.
It smells like sort of old comic sort of smell.
It does.
Old horror comics.
Feels like you get high in it.
Yeah.
It smells like you can.
So, and you get a cracking booklet in as well.
Yeah, it's a great. Now this was released. This was scanned. No, it wasn't scanned in the 4K. Because I thought if it was scanned in the 4K, then you could do a 4K scan. Now I have heard this has come out in 4K somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to come out in 4K. I can't imagine this movie ever looking great on 4K. Could you?
No, because this looks absolutely outstanding for what you consider the materials were. I mean, it was Wes Craven's first film.
Aye.
Before anybody even knew who Wes Craven was.
That's right. And I could understand why this one got put on the list because it's got that kind of horrible, sort of nasty gang mentality. These two innocent girls getting, well, kind of just everything possible done to them.
Even though the EPA, which is the word backwards in case you haven't noticed, scenes in this weren't as long as I Spit in Your Grave, I found this one more disturbing. It was far too realistic.
Yeah, it was sadistic. Very sadistic. Yeah.
It was, but the way that them two lasses acted,
I know.
It was very, very realistic. And I think that's why that scene on the original art that I showed you, the black and white one, when that happens, it's awful. It's horrendous.
I'll tell you what, I think that she's in the gang. She plays a really good part because she's so believable. She's like horrible, seedy.
Do you know who she was married to?
No.
You could have knocked me down with a feather. I think it was on this one. I was watching the special features. You watched the documentary. She used to be married and has kids with Richard Dreyfuss.
You're joking?
No.
Wow. Well, that's
couldn't believe it.
I would never got that. Can you imagine? Like, this is my wife. She was a horrible gang member in Last House on the Left.
I think the kids have watched it. She's done a lot of kids watching the film.
Yeah,
I don't know if she was with Richard Dreyfuss at the time, or whether she met him afterwards. I don't know.
Maybe that's why they split up. You showed them what? Right, get your bags.
You let him do what to your ferox? But my very, very good mate who came up earlier on, Mark Norwood.
Yeah.
He bought this because I was telling him like how brutal it was.
Mm-hmm.
He was that disgusted and sickened by it. He gave it away. He didn't sell it, and he bought this one.
Wow.
The collector's one. He watched it once and said, "I ain't watching that again," and give it away.
Well, that's pretty strong stuff, because to be honest, it's not everyone's cup of tea. It's not,
No.
You can say some of these movies in here, I'm struggling to think which ones would be anyone's cup of tea, but these are quite graphic, and some they're not for everybody. These ones, they're not like romps as such.
Took me a kind of few watches to get used to this.
Yeah, it's a one that's. It's one of those ones where sometimes you think, well, what's this banned for? But you could instantly say, well, I know what this one's banned for. I was really amazed at how it's one of the ones where you first get it, you think 1972. You think, because you would think, well, how can a video of that age in the 70s be as nasty as it is? But it was.
Yeah, but when that happens, that carving, it looks real.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And the way, like, it just looks real. It's all the way through. It's really, if you've never seen it before, it's not an easy watch at all.
No, it's not.
It is such a great film.
Yeah, I think it's one of my
Mark doesn't
favorite
think so,
revenge.
but I do. And it's weird to think because it doesn't feel like a normal Wes Craven film.
No, not
obviously he was a lot younger then, but could knock me down with a feather when I found out he made this. I couldn't believe it.
So did Sean S. Cunningham from Friday the 13th. He was he produced it.
Yeah, just like two of the like big horror names now.
Oh yeah, but I think that did Wes Craven or maybe Sean S. Cunningham didn't really say that they did this movie for a long time. They didn't put in their resume to say like, oh, guess what we did. I think they tried to sort of hide it a bit.
Wes Craven wouldn't even acknowledge it for a lot of years.
Yeah, I know.
And then when it started getting like released, and it had like this, it's got like a big cult following now. Mark's just messaged me there to come up with my screen. He went, "It was bad."
Yes.
Like, I still can't believe he just give it away. He just wanted it out of the house.
Well,
I think it really affected him badly.
Yeah. If you don't like something, you don't like it. And
it's brutal with like the assaults on the lasses. The violence is brutal. The gore, one scene in particular. But it's like you've got to bear with it, because then you get that vengeance-y bit at the end type of thing. Oh, yeah, and then you're thinking, yes.
Yeah, a bit like Fight for Your Life. And
yeah, that's the one I was trying. I couldn't think of the name of it. Yeah, you're thinking, God, yeah, wait, and then when
fair enough,
when they get sussed, you think, yeah, you deserve this. But that's got David Hessin as well, hasn't it? Out of House on the Edge of the Park, and he's evil in both of them. This one, I think he's worse in this actually.
No, he is. He's more despicable in this one by far. I don't think he doesn't really come across it too much in House by the Edge of the Park and most of the film, but from scene one in this movie, he's a scumbag.
He actually did the soundtrack as well.
He did, didn't he? Because he was a singer-songwriter.
Which is in here on CD.
Yeah, I know. Crazy, isn't it?
And I've got it on vinyl. So, have you had a record store day?
Yes.
Like once a year, I have queued up overnight, not for this one though, but this was an RSD release picture disc.
Nice.
And that is number 879 of 1,500. I can't remember what the picture is on the other side, actually. I'll take that piece of paper. Oh, it's that same one. with the carving on the neck that's on the front of the DVD cover. And then the company who released it, One Way Static, then released other variants of it to buy. So I got this. This was limited to 300, and I got number 92.
Wow, 300, you know.
Gatefold sleeve.
Gone.
Richard Dreyfuss's missus.
I know, Mrs. Dreyfuss.
Well, the colour of this and what you get with it as well. In a picture sleeve. There he was with Diodato there.
Oh, yes, aye. Nice.
It's like got white sort of marbling in it.
Yeah, you can see it, aye.
But then with it, you'll remember these. Do you remember when in the 70s and stuff, mainly the 70s, when somebody was trying to promote something, you'd get through the post sometimes, or you could pick up what they called a flexi disc.
Oh, yes, flexi discs.
You remember them?
I've got a few of them.
You got this clear vinyl flexi disc in there with it. It's in a sleeve, that.
Nice.
Yeah, that's playable.
Oh, yeah, so right, I got you.
It's a little 7-inch record, but it's like you play it on an old turntable, but what it plays is like the radio spots that were out like advertising it at the time.
That's nice. That's good.
I thought it was a nice little touch of that. Then I discovered this last one. That it was in some convention in America. And it's that same flexi disc. But this one had like a art sort of cover.
Look at his face.
And the flexi disc was red.
Wow.
And there was only 200 made, and I got 146.
Wow.
Obviously, I didn't go to the convention because it was in America.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the...
It's nuts that there's something like that. So that's like literally the flexi disc before they've cut it out. They've just left it on the square.
So I think they've left it so you can hold it like that so you don't have to touch the plane surface.
That's a good idea, actually, because I've got a few flexi discs. I've got to smash hits, believe it or not.
Yeah, they used to give them out. I've
also got the flexi disc that came with, you know, the Dead Kennedys album, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. It's got the fella on the front with his face it's wrapped up in barbed wire.
Oh, that sounds nasty. Well, you got a free flexi with that?
Yeah, it's a free flexi. It's called I think it's a double-sided one. On one side, it's called Night of the Living Rednecks and live one, and then Buzz Bomb from Pasadena. It's like a remix, but it's Jello Biafra singing over the top of the song Buzz Bomb, but he's singing it like an old woman. Nuts.
That's the radio spot, you know, like blah de blah de blah de blah. It's only a movie. It's like The Last House on the Left, rated R. It's that. But that's a bit misleading because that house isn't even in it. I'm sure that looks like the house that's in Don't Go in the House.
I was just going to say that. It looks like the actual cover, doesn't it? You know, that sort of weird dark cover that they've got for that house, which has got the room in it.
But it's nice to have that.
Oh, yeah, it's lovely.
So,
actually, the Last House on the Left, 84 minutes, 1972, Wes Craven. It's also called Krug and Company, Grim Company, Sex Crime of the Century.
Yeah, I've heard it called that.
Bad Company, Bad Company, apostrophe, Night of Vengeance. And this is a great title list, and I think I'm going to actually write a song, and I'm going to call this song this. It's got nothing to do with Ferox.
Go on.
It's called Mondo Brutale.
Mondo what?
Brutale, like brutal. Mondo
Brutale.
Brutale. That's nice, isn't it? That's a good song. That's a good song title.
Mondo Brutale by Mondo Chelloveck. Yeah?
Exactly. Actually, I have got a song. No, I've got an album called Ultimo Mondo Cannibal, which is obviously there's a movie called that, and the first song on it is called Ultimo Mondo Animal on it. There you go. I think
well, slap a mouth eye and call me Rupert.
Well, exactly, and it was released. I'm saying it was released 2011. I think that was. I've done that many albums. I don't know what the hell that are. All available on my well, just on my table over there. There's a pile of them. Not like
right. What you rating it?
Right, I would rate that it's got a 5.9 on Internet Movie Database, which I think is quite high for that one. Actually, from Internet Movie Database, I thought they'd put it much lower. I would give it around about a 7 out of 10. I really do think it's a decent movie. It's got some tough bits in it, but on the whole, I think it's good. I like the gang. I like how depraved they are.
You love to hate them, don't you?
Oh yeah, and they do a good job of them being hateable.
And I think when you consider like they just had zero money as well, what they come out with, how real it looked.
Yeah.
And I have watched it quite often. I know I've watched it at least, I must have seen at least sort of 7 to 10 times in total, possibly more. And I would give it an 8.
Yeah. I think I could see if you're not familiar with these movies and you sort of went and got this movie and saw how cheap it was and see how grimy it was and see how sick it is and low budget it is, I could see a lot of people not liking, like your friend not liking this at all instantly. I can understand anybody not liking this, but if you're a fan of exploitation, it's really a decent exploitation movie.
The soundtrack as well. It's not. I haven't like just bought it because it's a soundtrack to the film. He does songs. It's actually him singing. When if you listen to the soundtrack, if you've actually got that Blu-ray and you've never played the soundtrack, if you listen to it, it's David Hess singing and playing guitar on it. But all the horror-y sounds as well on keyboard, it's all him. He did the soundtrack.
Yeah.
But when he plays, it's quite sort of like folky. Like it's like him and an acoustic guitar. Some of the songs is very, very folky and sort of hippie-fied.
Yeah, it's a bit like Bob Dylan in a way. Singing isn't.
It is, but it's like more like. Can you imagine like a sort of a when you got comedy and then you got alternative comedy. You'd get Bob Dylan and the alternative Bob Dylan. It's a similar. He sings about strange things. I've never rated Bob Dylan, mind.
No, Bob Dylan. I think,
but I do like that soundtrack.
Yeah, no, he's and he was like I say, on his wherever he put his stuff on, would have been Facebook. He was quite pleased with the stuff. It wasn't as if he turned his back on all that. He was really
not at all.
Yeah, he was very, and he was a decent bloke as well. Because sometimes you think I want to like that in real life, but he's not. Well, he wasn't at all.
There's a film where I'd love 88 films to get hold of and release it on their Italian collection, and I don't think they will, but I would love it if they did. And it's another Ruggero Deodato one, and he's in it as well again, called Body Count.
Don't think I've seen that one.
Now, I rented it in the 80s when it was out and did the old VHS to VHS. I used to watch it regularly.
Yeah.
And I thought, I wonder if it's ever come out or anything like that. And years ago, I went on Amazon and I found it. I think it was a German DVD. And it's uncut. And like, wow, they did cut some of the death scenes out as well. And it's a slasher film. It's a cracking film.
All right.
Body Count. If you see that coming out on the 88 films, get excited.
I'm excited now because it's
and it's a Deodato directed it, and he's in it.
Well, I thought
it's such an underrated and unseen classic, like slasher type of thing.
Have you seen Hitchhike as well?
No, but I want to.
I'm sure it's Franco Nero and David Hess.
David Hess is in it, yeah.
He picks this up. They pick David Hess up, who's this creep as a hitchhiker, and it goes from bad to worse in this movie. But it's got a lot of twists in it, things you wouldn't see. A right piece of work, but there's a lot more to it than that. And the picture
Was that an
quality,
88?
yeah, it was one of the early ones that they put out. And the picture
So
quality,
you won't be able to get it now then, will you?
it is stunning. You've never seen picture till you see the picture on this hitchhike. And
Have you
I had
got
it-
Mad Dog something?
Yeah, Mad Dog Killer.
Do you know that's on the Nasties?
Yeah, I know.
I think it's a
I
section
didn't know.
3.
I didn't know until I was looking through them. I thought, hang on a minute, because I was looking online. I went, I've got that, but it wasn't called that.
I'm gutted because I was watching it on HMV and I thought, I'll wait, I'll get it another time. Wait and get it another time. I must have waited about 2 months and it went like out of stock. Go on eBay and now it's like £50. I ain't paying that for it.
You're joking for that movie?
No, 50 quid.
Ooh, I'm surprised at that because it's a good film. It's got a lovely print on it. But I didn't know. I didn't know. I'd watched it and I thought, this is pretty bad. It's. I remember that he's just this kind of crazy bloke. Just he's on the run. So he's like a bit like Bonnie and Clyde. So he takes his last with him. They've got to try and get away from the police, but he just kills everything in his path. But I remember he's. I'm sure there's a bit where they put this bloke in a pit of lime. And they're shooting this bloke in a pit or something. I remember that, but I know it's a bit of a nasty film in its tone. Is it Helmut Berger?
I've never seen it.
I'm thinking.
I only knew of its existence when I was going through the Section 3 titles. And I was thinking, how the hell am I going to get hold of these? I've never even heard of them. Then when I searched that, I was like, I don't believe it. 88 have released it.
It's not called Mad Dog Killer in the title in the Nasties. It's got
on the actual film itself.
No, you know the one that it's in this movie. I'm sure they don't call it Mad Dog Killer in the list. I'm sure it's got a different title.
I'll have a look. Is it on the? It's on Section 3, isn't it?
I think so. I couldn't believe I was seeing it. I had it because I thought it was another one. I think you never get this movie, and lo and behold, it's there.
The Mad Foxes is another one that I've never seen about.
I want to get that. I want to get that one.
Oh, Mad Dog Killer was called Street Killers.
Right.
On the Nasties list.
Right. Yeah. So that's why
it was also known as Beast with a Gun, Mad Dog Killer, and Mad Dog something else that I can't read my own handwriting.
Mad Dog Ferox.
Mad Dog find something else to do.
So, Bad Lieutenant, we'll get through a few more comments. Demi Moore's photo would be a similar kind of thing to Annabelle Lewin's posing on the cover of Bow Wow Wow's Go Wild in the Country single, I suppose. Remember that?
Yeah, because I think she was only about 15 when she was that, and she had absolutely naff all on.
Yeah, and it was a bit when they realised, when it came out.
I've got one of the most controversial album sleeves of all time. The Scorpions, the German band.
Yeah.
Who did Wind of Change. That one.
Uh-huh.
They did an album called Virgin Killer, and I've got the original sleeve that's banned.
Really?
I wouldn't dare show you it on here.
Okay.
It's naughty. I'll show you it when we're done here.
Right.
Remind me on, because you've got to see it to believe it.
Wow.
If anybody wants to see it, Virgin Killer Scorpions, Google it.
Well,
brace yourself.
I had a one, and by a group called Chaotic Discord. You ever heard of them before? They're from down south, I think, or maybe Birmingham. The singer, I didn't know this for a long time. One of the singers in it is Becky Bondage from Vice Squad.
Ah,
she had a thing on her voice, but it was making her voice squeaky, and I thought I would never know it was Becky Bondage until it was in there. So this album cover, it was just like drones on this album cover. I can't even tell you what the album was called at all. I'll tell you after this stream. Wow. So that was that. All the song titles were just the most offensive song titles you'd ever heard. The album wasn't that good, actually. It was pretty bad. But they had proposed that the album cover was inside out. So it was just a white cover. And it said, due to the offensive nature of this thing, the record cover's on the inside. So the gatefold,
wow.
You saw there's drones, and you went, what? And you saw that what the songs were called and what the album was called, which was great. And they said also we proposed to put a free glue sniffing bag in, but we had to take it out. That was
What the hell?
yeah. So hey, it was acceptable in the 80s. Well, it wasn't. So Brian says, "Is your Night of the Demon cropped? No, the sides and top and bottom. Only that I've severed one, but I used to have the zoom on my TV. It's like watching it in a box." No, I think
No, Mass Everyone one. It's proper full screen, widescreen.
Well, the 88
I
one.
would remember that because when you see that, it really, really winds me up.
And you've got to
I
zoom
hate
it to the I know it's little
Yeah,
box.
and it's like if you don't, because it's like as though you're watching a normal telly, the square, and then you've got the widescreen in the middle. But when you watch it on a widescreen telly, it looks like a box in the middle, and there's like a black barrier all the way around. I would remember that. No, man, definitely filled the screen.
Yeah, because you can zoom in your telly, but you lose your bit quality, don't you?
Yeah.
But no, I don't like to do that. So Liam F says, "Never watched Eraserhead, lol."
Don't.
What a film. I love it. I've got it twice on Criterion Blu-ray. I've got the American one, and I've also got the English one.
Why? It makes no sense whatsoever.
But I like it because it doesn't have to. I've got my idea what I think it's about, and that's good enough to me. David,
I don't think there's even any talking in it, is there?
Oh, there's plenty of talking. It takes about, I think there's no talking for the first 25 minutes though.
I saw it in the 80s.
I saw it on the TV and I couldn't turn it off because I didn't know what I was watching. I thought, I've got to see this to the end. I thought, I didn't know.
Yeah, I saw it on the telly and I couldn't turn it off fast enough. Of all the films to come on telly, that.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. And
You're easily pleased.
I am, but you know, it's
I am.
I am, but you know, but Eraserhead is amazing to me. But I watched a lot of David Lynch before Eraserhead, so I built up a tolerance. Red Room Antics, yes,
I mean, Twin Peaks. I've got the series on Blu-ray, but that messes with my head. But for me, his masterpiece. Nobody else will think so. But for me, his film that I love is The Elephant Man.
Oh yeah, The Elephant Man is
what a film that is.
I didn't know it was one of his films for a long time. You know, I didn't think, oh, it's a David Lynch film. It doesn't seem like,
because it's not like his normal stuff. He's normally weird. I think the weirdest part in it is it's that beginning bit, isn't it? Where it's like
the dream
woman getting knocked over with the elephant in slow motion and stuff, and then him getting born.
There's a bit in the middle as well, and then the ending's a bit like that.
Yeah,
it's got the thing rushing around, and then there's a middle bit. There's a bit weird thing.
But like sort of 98 to 99% of the film though is normal.
Right. Is he having the dream?
Freddie Jones is. God, I hate him in that, but that's a sign of a good actor.
Yeah. One of my favorite bits in a movie of all time, you know, just little like things, you know, when they meet on the stairs, and what's he called? Anthony Hopkins is saying to him, "Look, you've got to give him back and all that," and he's just standing there as a kid. He just shouts "Don't" at the top of his voice, and it rings around the whole stairwell.
Yeah,
he does that whole thing, "Don't shoot," and that was it's just spectacular. Just that one word. It's really, I don't know. It's just a perfection, that movie.
It is, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. If you get through that without being affected by it,
yeah,
then you must have...
I've cried to that.
Oh, yeah, I have... and I don't mind admitting that because it just gets you. And it's funny because I think there's about 4 or 5 bits that get us. And then maybe
funny you should say that. I've just got this off eBay soundtrack.
Oh.
Do you know how much I paid for it? $5.
You're joking me.
I think right place, right time, and stuff like that.
Oh my God.
I want it on vinyl as well, though, because and it's even got Adagio for strings on it. You know that sad classical bit. That's on it.
Oh.
That's what sets me off.
Oh. Hey, this has been a stream of like breakdowns, hasn't it?
Revelations
and breakdowns. Now, to me, I remember years ago there was one on YouTube, so I downloaded it from YouTube nefariously, and it must been taken off a vinyl rip, you know. So when I put it on in the car, I had it on a disc, and I put it in the car. I had it like not blasting, but it was loud, and the pops and cracks of the records were like I felt as if people were hitting your car with sticks. And I was thinking, I kind of concentrate on it. So and I thought I'll get myself a soundtrack of it. Well, you know, it's just I couldn't ever. That's the first time I've ever seen one with a CD. Wow.
Yeah, it normally goes for a lot more than that.
Yeah, no. Tell us about it. Grayson says, I've seen Island of Terror, I believe, on the Horror Channel. The missing bit was a close-up of Cushion's hand being chopped off with an axe.
That's what you said, yeah. Is that the only bit that was missing then?
Probably, but great film. I mean, you can remember it from your youth.
Just them little things, yeah, because I thought they were like tortoises with giraffe necks type of thing.
Yeah, and it's equally as good now when you watch it. It's like a good...
Is it?
Yeah, it was really entertaining. I watched it maybe about 10 years ago and I was really into it.
It scared the hell out of me when I was a kid.
I couldn't find it. And I wouldn't care. I'd passed it up on Blu-ray loads of times, just walk past my eye. And then when you see it, you think, oh, I'll go back and get that. Forget about it.
Gone. I've made that mistake so many times.
Brian says, another child you feel like slapping is the one in Zombies Night of Terror. Well, he is about 40 playing a kid. He bites his mum's ferox off. Oh, yes.
Zombies Night of Terror? I don't think I've even heard of that.
That's Burial Ground. Otherwise known as Zombies Night of Terror. You must know Burial Ground. Burial Ground, shall I say.
Have I got that? It's
got the kid he's playing there. The fella's called Peter Bark. But I don't know, it's not his real name, it's his acting name. And what they did was, the movie that had this kid, he had this fixation with his mother, and he was a little weirdo. But what they said was, because of the stuff he wants to do in this film, they couldn't do it in Italy, they couldn't do it with kids. They said, there's no way to get a kid to do this. You've got to get someone who looks like a kid. So they got this Peter Bark to do it. But I tell you what a weird looking bloke he is. Well, he is a bloke. And you know he's not a kid, but he's meant to look like, he just looks odd. In fact, I'm gonna but the film itself, I love.
Does it take place in like some sandy place, like Egypt or something in parts?
No, it's in sort of like an old, it's an old deserted mansion, and there's like a garden, and all these zombies are in the garden. So good.
I'm sure I've got Burial Ground because I got it for Christmas one year. I think it's an early Severin release.
It's got a nice
with a slipcover and a poster. I'm sure it's Burial Ground.
Right. That's Burial Ground. It's got a lovely, really like brownie cover.
Yeah.
Brownie ready, yes.
I think Burial Ground in red on it.
Yeah, that's it. Aye.
Sorry, I've only watched it once. I need to watch it again then.
It's Peter Bark.
Oh God, it's him. I've seen him before.
Aye.
Oh, I'm digging that out.
He's so odd. I mean, look at this. Come on, I mean, you know.
And how old is he supposed to be playing somebody there?
I think he's supposed to play in like about a 10-year-old or something. And I think he's about...
Oh, my God.
I think he was about 25 or 28 or something like that. And there's actually on your Blu-ray extras of it, there's an interview of him now at a convention. He looks exactly the same, just a really old version of that. He's the same height and everything. Wow.
Oh, I need to dig that out.
It's a brilliant, it's an amazing film. I love it. It's one of my favorites. It's one of the early ones that I thought this is really bad, but I love it. So let's see what we've got. We've got some we've got people talking to each other and all that. We've got a lot of these a lot of bots in here tonight. So we're getting them on spam bots. So I'll get a few of them on there. See, the thing is, there must be
4.25 hours and we've got 2 left.
That's right. So the next one, I'm going to hand this one over to Nige. And what I'll say about it is, it's from 1969. It's 96 minutes long. It's got no alternative titles, and it's directed by everyone's favorite Lee Frost. Never.
Yes, I've got all this stuff. Love Camp 7, as somebody mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
That is actually probably the safer cover as well. The alternate art, I think, is the original, but it's inside, but I wouldn't dare show that. Yeah. This. What can I say? This was like refused a certificate again, like Gestapo's Last Orgy. I personally found both Gestapo's Last Orgy and SS Experiment Camp more offensive / disturbing than this. I've only watched it once, and Jesus, it was boring. It was so boring. I don't know whether I was just not in the right frame of mind or what, but is that the last in it? Yeah. Some of the story was good in it, and the ending was pretty good, but apparently it really happened, which I found.
Like a true story.
Apparently so.
Wow.
It doesn't say on here, but somebody said to me, "Oh yeah, it's based on true events, like what they used to get up to, the Nazis and that." Well, yeah, it's honestly, it's not a great film. It's Blue Underground as well.
Yeah. So
I'm assuming this is as good as it's ever going to get.
Yeah.
This, for me, don't even bother upgrading if it ever. They won't release that on 4K. I doubt it very much. But you get a booklet and you get the film on Blu-ray and on DVD.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that is a sort of a canny set. But I think they've given such good treatment to such a naff film, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's like the normal Nazi exploitation thing, basically. It's the same thing. I don't think the stories really differ that much. But for me, if you want to watch a good one, go for Gestapo. That's the best one.
Nazi exploitation one, because that's
followed probably by SS Experiment Camp. Don't remember much about SS Experiment Camp, but I do remember that I actually did think it was a decent enough film. Obviously, what was going on, you can't. When you say, "Oh, I enjoyed it," it's the wrong thing to say about these type of things. But this one is like, speed it up a little bit. It goes on for 96 minutes.
6 minutes, yeah.
It feels like 2 hours.
Right. Yeah.
And I kept looking to see how long was left. That's what's made me think. That's why I said, right, I need to watch it again. Sit down, concentrate more, because if I watch it again and I feel the same, chances are I'll probably only ever watch it as I run through. If I ever run through the Nasties from start to finish, and I'll have to endure it to say I've watched them all. It's not a film I would go to pick out and go, yes, I want to stick this on. Whereas Gestapo's Last Orgy, I would.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not absolutely crap. I've seen worse, but it's just a bit slow, and it's nowhere near as good as, I'd say, the other two.
And would you say, why would you think that was banned?
Probably the same reason for the others. You don't see anything like that I remember what you see in Gestapo.
Yeah.
But it's it's the sort of exploitation and sort of the SA of women.
Yeah.
Like the assault of them type of thing. That's never pleasant to watch, really.
No.
But the acting ain't great, so it's not real anyway. But it's just the fact that if it is a true story, I'm only going by what I was told. I've never really been that bothered to look into it, not because of the subject matter, because that was horrendous, but because of my interest or lack of this. And when I seen the trailer for it and seen them talking about it on the Video Nasties documentary, I did expect more.
Yeah. To be honest, I remember when you talked about it, I thought myself, because of the fact it wasn't granted a thing again, they didn't want to release it in the UK, and I thought, so I thought there must be something really, really bad about this movie, and it'd be for that, it would be quite interesting to do it. But you're saying to yourself, it's it's a bit of a bore fest, unfortunately.
It is. I mean, I can imagine. I can understand them still not passing it because there's a lot of like sort of nudity and EPA, they do it type of thing. So it's the subject matter more than it's not excessively graphic. I mean, it's an old film. God, it was what, 19? Where is this?
69.
This is 1970s, but yeah, I thought it was 60 something. Like, might have come out in 70, but I think it was released 69. So what a number for a film like that to come out with.
But of course.
But yeah, I wouldn't say avoid. It's not where it's like, no, don't waste your time with it. I would just like, don't pay a lot for it and don't expect award-winning performances.
Yeah.
Which is, I know there's a lot of like these, but like we find stuff for entertainment for like the wrong reasons. Like, give me Island of Death any day to this. I would probably give this judging by my first watch, I'll say 4.5.
It's 3.9 on Internet Movie Database. So I think it's the lowest one on here by far, actually.
Well, it sounds like I was right about it then, doesn't it?
Well, actually, Toxic Zombies is 3.9 as well. But you would have that nowhere near 3.9.
Oh, no. God, I had that as 6.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is definitely, it's that bad. It's good.
Yeah, aye, that's fair enough.
It's honestly, I sat and I was giggling away at some of it. But I was just so entertained at it as well. Whereas I say to you, like, oh, you're going to love Forest of Fear. I recommend it type of thing. With Love Camp 7, I'd probably say, well, it's a Nazi exploitation film, but that don't expect anything like overly brutal or out like that.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of them out there, but I think if you get one that's, I mean, some of them are hard watch anyway, but if you get one that's like a bit boring and you think, well, you want something to happen, actually. I mean, the Ilsa movies, the first Ilsa movie is quite a good movie, but it's really bad, if you know what I mean. It's like, have you seen Ilsa?
No, I've never seen none of them.
So Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS, when you watch it, you can really understand why that's a bit like what you're talking about, that one, but it's like all the time. It goes on and on, and it's every minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not a good film at all. And Diane Summit, she's called Diane West or Summit West, not Diane West, it's Diane, the Ilsa. She's good in it, actually, and they get much worse as they go on, and some of them are just really pathetic. And the She-Wolf of the SS is the best one out of the whole lot, but it's still pathetic, if you know what I mean. But it's at least it's very watchable. But it's like, oh my God, this is just rubbish. And the ending is a great ending, and you think, because it's the effect that they use at the end, you just think, what? That's all I'm saying on that one.
Have you got it?
No, I haven't. I think I might have it somewhere, but I haven't got it.
Like an original.
It's not in a box anywhere. Somewhere it might be lurking on some hard drive or anything like that. I know I've definitely got it somewhere along the line.
So, is any of them on the list?
The Ilsa
ones.
No, because I don't think they were ever even released over here. It was one of them ones that just wasn't here. Because there'd be a few that you would think, oh, it's on the list, but no, it wasn't actually put out. Like Sailor was never on the list because it was never a thing. It wasn't even released here. It could never get released here.
I'm surely that would have been on the list that had it been out at the time.
Oh, yeah, of course. It would have been massively on the list. It would have been ultra high on the list. But then again...
I'm glad that none of those Mondo things went on it either. I wouldn't want to watch them.
No, you mean Mondo Carne?
Yeah, like where there's like real killings and stuff. And
yeah, I think that's I think I've seen Mondo Carne and Mondo Carne too, and they're very animally more than anything else.
No,
animally, and people killing animals for food. just people following tribes around, and it shows you like the things that they not get up to, but the like traditions that they're doing. It's just a bit not nice to look at. It's not my cup of tea at all. It's too animally, and it's not the one that you would really want. I'm saying you wouldn't want any animal in it, but at least with like the Cannibal Holocaust, it seems to be there for a reason to a certain extent. This is just you're observing things. It's like a sort of nature program, but just with nothing cut out.
Like a fly on the wall thing. So it's
fly on the wall, but
you know for a fact it's like brutal and it's happening.
Yeah, aye. I can't. I think I might have just put it in the back of my mind. So I just really want to say that I don't really want to remember it, and I would never. I know you can get a box set of all the Mondo Chelloveck films, but not for me. I think Blue Underground did that actually, if I'm honest. Believe it or not. So Mark Chats is on here and he says, at last my internet is working. How do, lads? I missed a fair bit. And that was at 10:45.
The beauty of catch-up when the video will be there for all to see.
That's it. It'll be there forever. So you can watch it every night. No.
Well, aye. Over and over and over.
So I put, this is, Alexander says, how are you lads still going? What have I missed? Well, you've missed the last title. By the way, John, I've just started YouTube Shorts. The first one is uploaded, so I'll have a look at that.
You lads still going? Hey, we're only up to 4.5 hours. The last one was over 5 hours.
It was.
Tonight is young.
That's it.
We're on the last one.
We've still got another 5 hours to go.
I didn't think this was going to go on this long, actually. I thought it was going to be about 4 hours.
I thought it was going to be quite quick, but it hasn't really been. It's flown over, as it all do. But obviously, you do know that when we turn this off, me and Nides talk to each other for about another 6 hours. You know, we've got that.
We let out all the swear words that we've held in for the last 5 hours.
And then I'll say, no, that bit I was talking about in that film, you would say, guess what? And I'll tell you what that album was called by Chaotic Discord. My God.
Rub some ointment on the old Ferox.
Oh, yes. Get that. I mean, obviously, we've got to get with Ferox prepared because it's heavy on the Ferox, this, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So as people are talking to each other, which is great, but I'm sorry for missing comments out. There's been some great comments tonight. So Mark Chat says, Scorpions album cover, that band had some Ferox putting that out.
I know. I obviously know what I'm on about.
Is that the one?
Yeah, the knows, or he's Googled it and seen it.
And Grayson says, common knowledge, but Mel Brooks produced Elephant Man, yeah.
I didn't know that. I know his wife was in it and Bancroft, so that's probably just a surprise where I didn't know.
If you look at it at the start, comes up Brooks films at the very start of it. And it took me a long time.
Weird,
I thought. I didn't know David Lynch was that David Lynch because I thought it was nothing like a David Lynch movie, even though when you look at it, you think, oh,
far too normal, isn't it?
Yeah, I can see isms in it. And then also as well, the whole, what was it? The other one that got us was, Mel Brooks, you thought.
I tell you what, I got the 4K with, the pop-up sleeve.
The church.
Yeah. When I put the film on, oh my God, blew me away.
Yeah, for being a black and white movie, you think, well, black and white movie, so what's the point? Colours and all that. It's not about the colours, it's about the black levels. I
can't believe it wasn't even just the black, but how sharp it was.
Or the sharpness.
Like when it passes that bit at the beginning, and then it goes to outside, like whatever's going on outside and stuff. And I was like, whoa! It was him walking around, wasn't it? Walking around the like the fairground thing. As soon as you see Anthony Hopkins, like, whoa! How clear is that? I think it's the first black and white I've ever seen on a 4K.
It's stunning. I mean that
absolutely unreal. It is.
This is just they've done it, and I would love to see more moves, ones like that in 4K on black and white that were newer ones because I think they look stunning. So we've got Balu Tennant says, and I was thinking about this before. Remember the stretchy chewing gum on the Ferox Scorpions album sleeve?
Yeah, but it's not that one. That's Love Drive.
I remember that one.
I've got that as well. Yeah.
because that's a bit like, whoa, when you see it.
Oh, this is far worse.
So Fly Fidelity, I'm dying to see it. So Fly Fidelity, fellas, this is such a great stream. Big up from Barry Island in Wales. Love hearing Island and Death get so much props. What do you guys think of Night of the Bloody Apes? I just want a copy on eBay. Nice one.
I've seen it once and I thought it was garbage. It's awful. I bought it like slipcover and everything. When I played it, I was like, but I will watch it again. Somebody put a review. They went, "Why have you released it on Blu-ray, but you haven't used the original titles?" It looks like something that, like, you know, the Rocky Horror Picture Shows wrote it. Like, it looks like a kid's done it in a little blood thing.
Yes.
I don't know why, but that comes up at the beginning on the Blu-ray.
Oh wow.
They've changed it. I don't know why. So it's not the logo you see in the trailer. It's different. But I mean, I think everything else is in pretty much intact and the same. I don't know. There you
Nelly
go.
got the Shameless DVD of that, but then that vanished. I don't know if I think I was cut mind. So Michael says, Nige, if you want to have a copy of the original Evil Dead soundtrack to listen to, I could burn you a copy from my CD.
Oh wow, that'd be a start, yeah. Oh, thank you, yeah. That's amazing. Obviously, I still want the vinyl, but yeah, I don't have it at all.
He's the man when it comes to that. I'm sure you can hook
I
up
just want to hear it for now.
Bit.
That'll do me. Oh God, yeah, thank you.
Get together and you can start to like. But if you see his collection when he sends you the pictures, I mean, we're talking not just like 3 or 4 pictures. It's like a stream of pictures with all different.
Well, I
stuff.
wasn't going to say that while we were on the air, but now we said that. I was going to say afterwards. Do you want one doing of that?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, please. I would, because I would just put it in the car and listen to it, because it's. I mean, did you ever see the American Horror Story? Is it American Horror Story, the TV series?
I started to watch it and I was bored out of my skull, so I stopped. Laura's watched.
The
I don't know if she watched it all, but she watched a few. It was not my thing at all. I was so disappointed. It was one of them things where I really, really wanted to watch it.
I don't
like it.
But the one that was with Freaks, but they had the theme tune from Elephant Man playing it, or like a type of.
Did they?
They did. And I was like, oh, there's a theme tune from Elephant Man, because it's like a traveling show.
The music is amazing in that film.
Every time there's summit, there's summit bad's going to happen in this, and there's a lot of bad stuff happening in this TV series. In fact, it's really brutal. This whole thingy. It's there's this weird sort of like music plays in the background. It's horrible of noise. And it's not the Elephant Man's a different song, but you just know as soon as this goes, and you just gone, something bad's coming.
Something's going to happen here.
And some it does. It's just excellent. So yes, please, that would be brilliant, because
no bother.
It's the other one, because it's just like that. And the soundtrack, all the soundtrack is brilliant. It's not just
if I see another one for that cheap as well, I'll grab you it.
Yeah, please, even the tenner. It's just because it's something.
Oh yeah, for that Evil Dead, thank you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. But I've been wanting to hear it for years.
Yeah, and I'm sure that that Michael will get in touch with you, and we'll get just
excellent. Yeah,
it's unbelievable. So Fly Fidelity, have you also seen Censor, the British/Welsh film that came out last year about the video nasties? Yep.
Yes, I had hold of that earlier on. Actually, I've got it here.
The second sight one.
Yeah.
Have you got the box set?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
What did you think of the film?
I really enjoyed this. I thought it was a bit weird at the end, and I thought my first reaction was, I mean, I've only watched it the once, but I thought, like, what a weird ending. You've spoiled it now. And I thought, right, sit and think about it. And I thought, actually, no, it was pretty good. It wasn't as bad as what I thought originally. Because I thought, to me, like, that I loved the film all the way through. In the end, I was like, what? But then, no, I thought about it. I thought that was good. Better than good. It was really good.
I did sort of think a similar thing like that, because I thought, and I thought, hang on a minute. If I'm honest, because the movie kind of went in a strange place, how else were they going to end it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was that it was like it was a bit weird, but then I think, well, I've seen weirder films that I like. But it's got some fantastic special features as well.
Mark Chast's music in Burial Ground is amazing. Yes, this cloth smells of death. Oh, that was a classic line. It's just a brilliant movie. You will love it when you see it again. The zombies in it are quite good. They're a bit like zombie flesh eater zombies. They just move dead slowly, and I mean dead slowly. Quite gory.
Have you got the Severin one?
I had this, believe it or not, I had the Severin one, and then
with the poster and the slipcover.
Yeah. Then 88 came out, and they put their one out, and I thought, right, I've got two. What do I need to do with this? Because I do love the movie, and I was going to keep the two of them. I thought, you know what it is? I don't really need two of them. And I had a look at them. And 88 one was the better quality one. But
was it?
It was. It's got a better, it's a bit brighter, and the colours in it are better. But when I look back on it, the other ones, the Severin one seems a bit darker. But looking back on it with my new telly, it might have looked better in the long run. I don't know.
It probably would have done.
So I shouldn't have got rid of it. It was a beautiful cover, but it was one of the ones where I thought I just want the one. And at that time, the 88 one, which I always get all their stuff, I thought I'll keep that one. And regretted it. Regrets, I've had a few.
So if you have it with the poster and the slipcover, is it going for daft money now?
The Severin one.
Yeah.
Probably, I would imagine. I can't imagine.
It's knocking on a bit now. I've had it a canny few, yeah.
Yeah, it was a while ago I got mine. And have the uncut Vipco DVD of it, even though I'm not really bothered about it. That's the Burial Ground, I would imagine. Now this one here is, have you seen the Bio Amiga from the same director, Andre Bianchi? That's Beyond the Darkness.
No.
That's in the 88 collection. I love that film. It's so good. And it's to do with a bloke who his wife dies and he can't come to terms with it. So he's a taxidermist. So he obviously, taxidermies his wife and keeps her. And then I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, but he just decides to kill women as well. So it's a
nice
great
lad.
Oh, he's a top drawer guy. Real standard guy, but
he's a top bloke.
I think it's a great film. I really do. It's one of the ones a little bit like what's it called? Like Burial Ground. I'll put it right up there. It's one of the ones that a lot of people say, "Oh, it's rubbish," and I go, "Well, actually, yeah." So was it Diane Thorne on Isla? Isla the She-Wolf of the SS. Yes, it was. Yes, that's one.
I regret not. I wish I'd have done what you did now and started collecting them Italian ones. Where I was thinking at the time, I won't want to watch half of them.
To be honest, I go back and sometimes watch them and think, I go to ones I think, I can't even remember this one. I go back to it and I think, wow, that's amazing. Probably a lot more than I thought. There's one called A Short Night of Glass Dolls, where this bloke is, I'm looking at, no, it's not Frank O'Neill. It's someone that he's in a lot of these movies. And it's a bit of a murder mystery. It's not a murder mystery because the bloke's dead, but he's not dead. They get him on they put him in, he's dead and he's in the morgue, but he can hear everything that's going on. And they're saying, right, what we're going to do is we're going to cut him open now. We're going to give him an autopsy and all that. And then they go, hang on a minute. He's dead, but he's got a pulse or something like that. But he's not dead, but he's dead, but he's not dead. And it goes for the whole movie thinking, how on earth are they going to explain how this bloke he's dead, but he's not dead? And it's so good. It's the whole movie's just lying there like that. But he's going in the head, he's going, I can't believe they're going to cut me open. They're going to cut me open. What am I going to do?
God, that sounds horrendous. I mean, to be in that predicament.
But it's a good, and it does. It's not one of these ones where it goes, at the end of it goes, oh, it was all a dream. Nothing like that. It does have a proper ending, which is great. Because I thought to myself, how are they going to explain the fact? Is he dead? Is he not dead? What's going on? But Short Night of Glass Dolls, really good. And that's one that I never would have picked it up. It was in this thing, and I thought, oh, I'll get that. Didn't pay much attention.
That's what I mean. I think I've missed out on loads by the sounds of it.
But going back to it, it's a great film, and I'm sure you can get it quite cheap. So Diane Thorne was ill, so we're getting a few of them. So yes, that's definite. She just died recently, actually. St. John, I'm going to have to watch the rest of this and catch up. I'm 1 hour ahead of you guys. It's been a great stream as usual. Good night to all, and see you in the next one. Well, thank you, St. John.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
and has all been a very enjoyable stream, and I'm just so glad that people have turned up. We've had a lot of people watching this for the full time. It's always been around the 40 to 50 mark for the full thing. Yeah. Now that's quite. It's not unusual to have that thingy, but it always fluctuates a bit. It doesn't stay at that for the full thing. So that's a big.
I honestly think that this has been one of my most enjoyable ones.
Well, I think they're getting more enjoyable as they're going on. Do you know nothing?
Yeah, this one, like, this doesn't feel like we've been on like for over 4.5 hours now. Doesn't feel like that at all.
No, not at all. This one's they've all flown over, but this one's really flown over for me. You know what I mean? It's been and I like actually the ones that I think we've learned quite a few things in these comments as well.
Yeah,
it's put in the minds for actually great things as we can sort of like get some stuff from here as well. I think there's a couple here I need to check out. And we've learned a few details about feroxes and the like. So we'll have the last movie on here, which is, and this is going to be good. The director of this one, so it is Madhouse. Yep. Oh, have you flipped it?
Yeah.
Is that the flip? Yeah. And it's from 1981. It's 92 minutes long. It is directed by Ovidio G. Ansonitis, I think.
Wouldn't have that been good if his surname was Nasty?
Ovidio Nasty.
It's directed by Ovidio Nasty.
Actually, that'd be a great name for someone in the band, wouldn't it? And the alternate titles are There Was a Little Girl, which I can see. And another one is And When She Was Bad. And another one is The Flesh and the Beast, which I'm not really too sure about on that one. And this is the Arrow version. It's the one that I was waiting this to come down. I don't know if it's the same with you. I was waiting this to come down in the sale for a long time. It seemed to be full price.
Have you got the double disc?
Yes, I have.
With the booklet as well?
Yeah. Aye. No.
You should do this a lot. Same film, but like Blu-ray and DVD. I don't think anybody really bothers with the DVDs. Like,
mine, no, I don't. But to be honest, the reason why I haven't got the booklet is because I waited for ages for this to come down in price.
Oh, you don't have the booklet?
No, I don't. It was $14.99, so it didn't come down that much.
I can't remember what I paid for this. I didn't think it was that much, to be honest. I think I got it in there. It must have been like with 3 for whatever it was in HMV.
Oh no, it was 2 for $25, so it was a little bit of a discount. Yeah, 2 for $25. I got this with Horror Express and Madhouse, and I bought it on. Let's see what date this was. The 23rd of March, 2019.
Oh God!
At 1:28 and 49 seconds.
I've had mine longer than that. I've only watched it once, man, but I tell you what, I didn't half enjoy it.
Actually, if I'm honest, I didn't really. I need to watch this again because I really found this dull.
I've heard a lot of people say that, but I enjoyed it. I'm glad
anything
that neither the reverse or the one that's facing out when you get it. I'm glad that they didn't use the original Video Nasty cover.
Is that because
the cover gives it away?
Yeah, I was going to say, is that the one that gives away the killer on the cover? Yes, I know.
So if you want to see what the Video Nasty cover looks like, watch the film first. If you don't want to know who it is,
yeah,
because Yeah, the killer's on the front cover in his black get-up.
Right. I think I know what you mean, actually, because I remember you saying that. I think I have seen the cover, and yes, it is the killer. So
you know, when I did that little nasty intro thingy with the Damned song over, I showed all the covers.
Yeah.
If you really want to see it and spoil the ending, it's on there. Just go and watch that video.
So did you? Because this movie here, why do you think? Because I was struggling to find out why I thought it was cut. I was not cut. Why it was banned. I was thinking.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of any. I mean, normally it says on these now, where you get the 18. This now just says suitable only for persons of 18 years and over. Now, if it's anything bad, it'll warn you. It's like strong violence or nudity or whatever.
Right.
I do not remember anything overly offensive in this. It's a horror film. You're going to see people get murdered in it and stuff. But as for being banned, I don't know what they were thinking. It's just a run-of-the-mill horror film, really.
It is really, and I found it a bit. I've got to admit, I found it a bit dull. I was thinking, is that it? But I don't just say it's dull. I'll never ever watch it again. I'm gonna have a bit of a rewatch of it sometime and see if
I know. I don't remember the full thing, but I know there's something to do with one of it. Isn't there two sisters?
Yeah, two.
And one of them's in some sort of a mental hospital after some sort of incident.
Right. Yes.
And I can't remember. Is it the dad who keeps going to see them, or is he a priest or something? I can't remember. I think he gets her out, or he's on about getting her out, or somebody wants her out, and he's saying, "I wouldn't yet."
Yeah.
But I do remember that Rottweiler, but I can't remember where the little lass comes into it. Is it one of the sisters when she was younger? I can't remember.
I can't remember myself. I just remember just two girls in it. That's all I can remember for it. I just remember. I do need to get and go with it again, because I would never just write a movie off after one watch, because you just never know. But it didn't really do much for us on first watch, I've got to say.
I mean, like I said, I've only seen it once. I don't remember a lot about it. The tagline at the top of that one says, "Julia thinks she lives alone. She doesn't."
Yeah.
Oh my God, he did Piranha too. Well, he can't have done, because that was the
Cameron.
Yeah.
Well, Cameron got kicked off.
Is a crimson-soaked tale of sibling rivalry taken to a terrifying and bloody extreme. So yeah, I mean, I would say give it a watch. I didn't think it was that as bad as what people were saying. I enjoyed it. I think this is actually a USA one as well, isn't it? I don't think it's like Italian or out.
No, it's a Western movie, isn't it? So it on here it's got 5.5 out of 10 on Internet Movie Database. What would you say for this one, Nigel?
From memory and from remembering what I think about it, I'd give it a 6.
Right.
But I'm like you, I need to rewatch it again.
Yeah, I do need to. I could give it a 5, but I'm quite ambivalent to it, with not really knowing too much about, remembering too much about it.
I think you can still get this one as well.
Oh yeah, I see this all the time.
And it says here, an Italian production shot in Savannah, Georgia, Madhouse. So it's an Italian production. Fuses slasher elements with the over-the-top excess of 80s Italian terror, resulting in a cinematic bloodbath so gut-wrenching that the British authorities saw it fit to outlaw it as a video nasty, and I do think it is uncut.
Yeah.
Not a great deal really cut. They've passed a lot worse than this.
No, I'm thinking that I was waiting for some, like, you know, that you have a scene where you go, oh yeah, that's why it was cut, or that's a theme.
Yeah. No, nothing.
I just wasn't I wasn't getting it from that one to say. I couldn't think of the thing that would be made it cut.
And it's not to be muddled up with a Vincent Price film of the same.
Yes, great movie actually, that one.
With the same name. But yeah, so you've given it a 5 and I've given it a 6. So yeah, give it a watch.
We both need to rewatch it. So Fly Fidelity says Mondo and Nigel need a Facebook group. Now, that might not be too strange.
Bad an idea.
Strange to say, because to be honest, these streams go really well, and we have a great time doing them. Now, the best thing about them is that we'll do the streams and we've got loads more to come. We know that it's not to say, oh, the shame is we're going to finish next week. That we know there's months ahead of this, which is great. And I think these streams, like Nigel said, is getting better and better as they're going along. We're enjoying them more and more. We've got plenty of things to do, and don't forget, we're talking about at the end of the next one, part 4 will be the end of the section 1 ones.
Yeah.
Plenty more after that. But then we're going to do a separate stream. It's going to be just like a regular stream. It's talking about anything. You know, it's not going to be that. So we'll probably be more in the comments and thinking, what's the comments going to give what they talk about? So that's going to be interesting. And you'll probably see a different side of it. Well, you know, different side of Nigel's ferox.
I don't think you'd want to see the other side of that.
Well, if you have it shaved, you know, you might stand a good chance
freshly shaved ferox.
And what about this one? It doesn't feel like 4.5 hours. Tell that to my ferox.
Hey, I tell you what, though, it's good when people are watching it say the same thing.
Yeah,
like it doesn't feel that long. That's I'm chuffed to bits with that.
No, it doesn't.
But yeah, the Facebook, we could actually call it, like, what did he say earlier? Mondo Rock.
Mondo. Well, to be honest, what we could do is we could make what I was thinking of is, because obviously when we're doing the streams, people are live here, and then they watch this and watch someone catch up. We'll put them all in the description down below when I do this. When this video finishes, I'll go back probably tomorrow. I'll put all the other parts, and if you haven't seen them, if you just joined the channel, you can see the rest of them, the previous ones, and then you probably see how better we're getting actually as we're going on, because I think we're improving all the time. And before this, it was your first ever live stream on this live stream when we first started off, wasn't it?
It was my first ever live stream ever doing anything.
So it just shows you it started like from scratch, but it was great. And if we get this, we can get a Facebook group doing. Is that a dog?
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Doggies coming.
Is he after you?
Hello.
So I think that if you do a Facebook group, you could have a Facebook group going like in tandem with this. It could be just about the Nasties and that. Obviously, it would be like closed groups, so when people come in, they can just say whatever they want about them. And it could be maybe a thing where you can even talk about Nasties. You could maybe swap Nasty movies. You could maybe put someone in thing with a Nasty movie or whatever, or someone's after something. Could like a swap page and things like that. That could be all right. And then obviously we would do it. Would be both like people who can go on it, if you know what I mean. You know, like what's it called, administrators. And then you could keep up with it after the show is finished. At this point, to be honest, I think Nigel's on Facebook a lot more than me. I have got a Mondo Chelloveck Facebook page, but I very rarely go on there because, to be honest, I don't know if I've got the time to go on there, if I'm honest. But I'm sure we could get something done about that. And it would.
Yeah, I could update it sort of regularly because I'm in touch with people I know on there, and it's the only contact I've got with them.
All right, yeah.
I mean, I do sometimes disappear from time to time because I need a break from it. I'll don't think I've deleted you or anything like that. It's just I sometimes if it starts getting me, because I start reading people's crap and it winds me up. So I've got to sign out. I log out. Deactivate is the word, yeah. And I'll leave it for a few weeks. I've normally go for a few months actually, and then come back on. I've got too many photographs and too many people I know on there that I can't shut it permanently.
Oh no, I never shut mine. It's just,
and I haven't shut it for a while anyway. So, but yeah, I'm definitely up for starting that up then. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get something like that done. Keep it going. You see in the background when we're not like doing a show, but and maybe give you the heads up when the show's coming. Obviously, we'll see that on on YouTube videos and all that. Michael says, by the way, John, did Evil Dead 2013 do enough for you to get it on the 4K? I think it did, actually, if I'm honest. Yeah, it became a movie that I'm quite pleased I saw, in opposed to a movie when I'm just
it's such a good film. It's such a good remake.
And Noz says, only way I would own Evil Dead 2013 4K if it's a gift. Not going to waste my money on that soulless tripe. So To be honest, before I watched it again, the uncut one or the longer one, I would have said exactly the same thing. I would have not thanked you.
I would have only said that if it was Pink Floyd doing the soundtrack.
And if somebody had just given it to us, actually, that I would have said no thanks. But I'm very much in the camp of liking it. I did really enjoy it, actually, if I'm going to say. So
I would like that 4K because I've got 1 and 2 on 4K. I think I'm probably going to get Army of Darkness. However, the Army of Darkness one that Screen Factory are bringing out, there's only the one cut that's in 4K, the other two Blu-ray.
You're right, actually.
That's wrong, I think.
The Blu-ray looks very nice as well.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so I'm a bit on the fence with that one. Bartender says one of the scenes that got Madman into trouble was the one with the power drill. Is that in
Madman or Madhouse?
Madman. Yeah, actually, you may be thinking
because we haven't done Madman.
Sure,
That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, because we were saying like, what can you think of what was wrong? I don't remember a power drill in it. Actually, I definitely want to watch it again now.
I think I do, but if I was to tell you what I thought the power drill was used for, it would be a spoiler. So I'll tell you after this stream.
Right.
If I'm honest. We've got a lot to do after the stream, haven't we? Yeah. So Michael says the streams never have to stop. Millions of movies to talk about. Oh, yeah. Oh, hi, Doggy. The room fans will get the reference. I don't. Charlie Bronson says, John, you should open the Video Nasty Blockbusters. That'll be all right, wouldn't it? Imagine that.
Can you imagine? Have you got Driller Killer? Oh, it's out. You've just missed it.
I know. Come back next week. Brian, I've started making some Video Nasties in Section 3 top trump cards.
Oh, nice.
Fly Fidelity, fellas, I'm going to crash. Once again, thanks for doing this tonight. It's been a blast. Would love it if you checked out my podcast, Fractured Listens, the official podcast for Fractured Visions. Now, if I'm I'm sure, and I could be wrong about this, Fractured Visions is a company that released stuff. Because I've got a cop drama by Lindsay, and I'm sure it's released by Fractured Visions, the company. I think it just rings too much of a bell, that. But no, I'll definitely look at that.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
So
yeah, it was Madhouse.
I would be tuned into your next live stream and would love to join a Facebook group should you guys decide to join one. Yeah, I think we're
Excellent.
going to. I don't know when it will happen, but we'll do it.
No, but it's looking like it's going to. I'll stick my neck out and say that.
Yes. Now it says, I did not hit her.
I did not. Oh, hi, folks.
Hi,
I'm totally lost here.
I know. There could be some comments that have kind of... So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap the stream up now at 5 hours. And I want to thank everybody who's come to the stream tonight. I want to thank Noz in particular for sending us £2. And I'm sure when the next meet, we will get we will share a cup of coffee. And it's just great that for you to do that on here is it's quite it's you don't know what to say. It's funny, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but I really
appreciate you just don't expect somebody to donate like that.
No, I know. And there was a guy on here before, Danny. He gave me on my stream £20. I just
yeah, I saw that.
I know. And
that was unreal.
If Danny's here, I don't think Danny's still here, but if so I think that is, I think we are talking to somebody who's in this.
I think that's it. You got it, John. I think it's supposed to be that. I missed the 8 out. I think it's You Got It, John. We're a relatively new label, so you were right then.
And I know they've got that one. There's another one that I wanted, but I didn't pick it up.
Well, I'm interested in that.
And so I just I'm blown away by somebody. I've always wanted to be in contact with somebody who's doing a label, just to sort of not pick people's brains, but just to say, you know, what you do and how would you do things, what you got coming out. And that release of the Lenzi film, I'm trying to think what it was. I've just passed it. Actually, it's right when I go into the thing. You can see it as you're going through the door. It's a stunning release, really slip box, all that type of thing. Nice.
Wow.
And there was two of them in the shops, and both sort of like similar movies. So I'm very interested in that.
I
so,
think I remember you reviewing that, you know.
It was in my top 10 for Lenzi movies. It's in there.
Right. I did watch that the other day.
Yeah. So it's definitely, it's brilliant. So yeah, I will be in touch. Definitely. And so Noz says, John and Nige, you must see The Room. I don't know if that's the
TGE Room.
I think it's The Room because...
The Room, what's that?
There's a film called The Room. It's like the worst film ever.
I've never heard of it.
Oh, I've seen clips of it. It's stunningly bad, and I mean stunningly bad. I do want to see it, but I can't find it anywhere. Battle Lieutenant, fantastic webcast, chaps. Already looking forward to the next one. Yeah, so
bless you. Thank you very much.
Let's say, Battle Lieutenant, you're very, you've got some good crack about you. Yes, The Room is.
You were on fire tonight. 2003 film that's one of the best, worst movies ever made. Oh, God. Never heard of it.
And so there's Michael again. Great stream. Thanks, guys. Get in touch, Nige.
Thank you. I will. Thank you very much, mate. I do appreciate that.
And you can get in touch and you can look at his collection because you'd be stunned, you will. And I was. Yes. So Noz says The Room is a classic. So bad. It's a must watch. And
Gotta watch it.
And that's, believe it or not, is the end of the comments. We've done it. We don't usually do that. I did have to skip a few, so I do apologize to the ones that I missed, and hopefully it was just people talking to each other. But I want to thank everyone who's came along. Still got 39 people watching. I can't believe that.
Wow.
So 38. So that's
getting to the bitter end.
They're starting to drop off now. I mean, I don't blame them. So yeah. So Charles Bronson says, great stuff, lads. Keep up the good work. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is
honestly, I really do appreciate when people say things like that. It's unreal. Blows me away. It does.
Well, it does. And I mean, when me and Nige get to talk about each other, and then what we do is we look at the figures that, like, it puts up a thing, and it doesn't show you for like about a day to show you what the figures of like people watching, people who commented, how many comments you got, the duration for like how many viewers. It's the numbers are getting better, aren't they? They're getting better every time we put one up, because the first one you got up and you were saying, do you think this is, I said, I think we could see 1,000 views on this. And you went, no, I don't see that one. I said, I do think. And it did get to 1,000, and they're all getting to 1,000. So it's great. And it just shows you that this thing, we didn't know how it was going to go, but we know that this is going really well. And we just are very much appreciative of people just taking time out to stop by. And also the great comments about people saying, when's it going to come back and when's it going to happen?
That's what I mean. I'm from the US.
Yeah, so Damien P, thanks for the US. Missed some of the chat, but enjoy what I caught. Cheers. Well, there's plenty of them catch up if you ever want to sit through these ones on catch up. There's plenty.
I was going to say, yeah, the video is going to be there. You can watch it all. All the others are there as well on John's channel.
Yep. And so next time.
My God, I can't believe we've got somebody watching from the US. Wow.
I know. It's quite flattering in a way, isn't it, to think that somebody is just watching us too from the northeast of England.
It's not very often I'm lost for words, but
so yeah, I tell you what, your Ferrex has been hammered tonight.
It's been snapped up with a toffee hammer and all sorts.
Toffee hammer, I tell you what, dish with on the Ferrex. But I was going to say, so it's the end of September now. So there's definitely one in October. I know that's for.
Aye.
And if it's good, we'll get two in October, because I do want to do this more regularly. But it's all around work. If we can do it. And but whatever happens, there will be one definitely next month, because I've got a week off next month at the end of it. So I know that's going to happen then at least. But I would like to get one from like before that, obviously. So. And there's Danny, who the guy who gave me £20. I was going to say that on Friday I'm going to go to HMV and I'm going to buy some with the £20, and then on a different video I'm going to show what it was.
What you got. Yeah.
Thanks once again to Danny for doing that. Absolutely brilliant. And we've got Sam K.A. here who says, oh, that's I don't know where we're going there. Oh yes.
Cheers, Brian. Anyway, yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going? Just joined. Well, unfortunately,
we're off.
We're just off. But do apologise. But we've been on for 5 hours, as you can see, and we've come to the end of it.
I was going to say, once this is finished, you've got plenty to watch there. If you can do that in one sitting.
What about this? Nigel, you need to set up a live where you talk about your nasty soundtracks in depth with John. I do agree with that one. We could make that one a separate entity one night.
Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be great. That'll be
I've got loads of horror soundtracks, and it's when it gets to things like Creepshow.
Yeah,
because that's one of my favorite films, and they've released about 10 or 11 different colors, and I've got the lot.
Yeah, so it
does get ridiculous. Yeah. Cheers, Brian. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Thanks for coming in. Some great comments from Brian, and also no problem from Danny and. Sam K says, oh no, so hopefully Sam, the next one should be out definitely next month, and you can come along a bit earlier and maybe catch more of the stream, but it's all available on catch up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on YouTube and you watch it, like, leave a comment, let us know what you think as well, so we know that we're doing it right.
But I think it's great it's connected with people, and it's great that people are watching, and great that people want to come back to it, and people ask us about it, because to be honest,
that's blew me away, that.
And, like people are saying, oh, when's the next one? We're interested. When it's about time you did another stream. So the fact that it's getting that, it just means that it's like rewarding enough, isn't it? The whole
exceptionally, yeah, it is.
It makes it all worthwhile. I mean, we're having a blast anyway, but that adds.
I know, but like, there's so many people enjoying it as well. So, and like somebody said there, I'm learning so much. Like, what a nice thing to say.
No, brilliant. And things like, I would say that's the cherry on the Ferox.
It is. You get arrested for that, You
can, You're right about that.
Somebody will arrest you who's too drunk to find something else to do.
Oh, my God. Well, I'll tell you what. I do think that it's been a great night. I really enjoyed it, and
so have I. Absolutely, I've had a ball.
So
I can't definitely watch later. Unmissable. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much, mate.
Right, yeah, that's great, Michael. It's great to have you along, and I know I said this a million times. But this stream is not sponsored by Dollar Shave.
Hey, God.
Last Dragon. Hi guys, it's been a learning curve, even though I'm a collector myself.
Honestly, wow. Thank you very much.
And we're just saying the main thing about it is, please get and just try and watch some of these videos, these movies, because you'll have a blast.
Yeah, you've got to.
Yeah. And hopefully you'll try and collect them and not get ripped off with it, because some of these are quite easy to get your hands on, quite easy.
I know we try and sort of warn people as well, like, if they tread carefully and stuff. If there's anything you're unsure about, you want to know, just ask us. We'll tell you. Yeah,
and also there's the fact of if we know any news about anything that we hear, like they do with some 4Ks or cuts or not cut, we'll try and tell everyone, or maybe ask people in the thing to say, do you know anything about this? And usually by the end of the stream, you'll find out, well, nuggets of information we would have never known until we do the stream. So it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good. Right. So on that Ferox bombshell, I will say thanks for watching, and we'll see you as soon as we can. And,
yes, and thank you very much for having me on again as well.
Well, who else am I get on? You mean me, man?
And who else is going to talk about this, Gubbins?
Well, so that's the Elephant Man. I was going to do the microphone. That Elephant Man. Yeah, so I'll have the Elephant Man for that nice thing I said about you. Anyway, I'm starting to not be able to talk now, right?
I know, I've gathered.
Yes, right. And on that's the last comment there. Where's me
Ferox?
Right, okay, so we'll see you next time. Thanks once again.
See you next time. Thank you very much.
And thanks a lot. Bye now.
Night.
Night. Sleep tight.